Chapter 1. In the winter of 1970, the cold arrived unusually early. By early December, snowflakes had already begun to mix with the steady drizzle of rain, falling quietly to the ground. The wide, flat street was nearly deserted. A jeep made its way southward through the curtain of rain and snow, splashing through puddles and scattered leaves along the way. Through the rearview mirror, Xiaohu, the orderly, glanced at the colonel sitting in the back seat. The colonel was frowning, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the car window. Clearing his throat softly, Xiaohu reminded him, "Chief, didn't you say this morning you'd buy Yu some egg cakes? The cooperative store is just up ahead." Chen Dimeo snapped out of his thoughts when he remembered how much better his daughter had been recovering over the past few days. The heaviness in his eyes was replaced by a tender warmth. "Pull over." "Oh, go buy them." Xiaohu frowned. "Let me go. It's raining outside, you don't want to catch a cold." Waving him off, Chen Dimeo chuckled and scolded lightly, "No need. I'm not that delicate. Besides, chances are, I won't have many more chances to do this." Seeing his leader insist, Xiaohu sighed in resignation. After stopping the car, he leaned over to hand the umbrella from the passenger seat to the colonel. It was probably because of the overcast sky, but though it was not yet 6 o'clock, the twilight had already deepened considerably. Holding the umbrella, Chen Dimeo glanced at the darkening sky, steadying the emotions that once again threatened to resurface. He strode quickly toward the cooperative store. The family courtyard stood alone by the banks of the Changluo River. When Chen Dimeo and Xiaohu returned home, they were greeted by GMO, his wife, who had come out to meet them. Chen Dimeo took off his hat and handed it to her. "Why did you buy so many things?" GMO asked, glancing at the large bags of pastries Xiaohu was carrying. She turned back to her husband and cast him a reproachful look. "Where's Yu? She went to Xiuzhen's house to borrow some soy sauce for me." Chen Dimeo nodded. After shrugging off his heavy overcoat, his voice dropped as he said, "We'll send her away in the next couple of days." Hearing this, GMO paused in the middle of brushing off the rain and snow from her hands. The gentle smile on her face faded, but she didn't say anything right away. She seemed to have been mentally preparing for this. "Is it confirmed?" she asked as she turned to hang his military hat on the coat rack. She then took his overcoat from him and hung it up alongside the hat. Rubbing his brow, Chen Dimeo waited for Xiaohu to leave before sharing the news he had received earlier that day. "Old Lu has been stripped of his rank and sent to the frontier." "And Old Lu's wife?" GMO asked in shock. Leading his wife into the house, Chen Dimeo explained, "She filed for divorce through the newspaper. It's understandable otherwise. The children would have to suffer alongside him." This was a difficult topic to respond to. From what GMO knew of Old Lu's wife's character, she didn't believe the divorce had been for the sake of the children. But in the end, it was someone else's family matter, so GMO only mulled over it briefly in her heart before asking, "What about the old leader?" Ever since the new policies had come into effect, the situation had grown more tense by the day. Things were slightly better within the military unit, but outside, people were putting up big character posters, and incidents of ransacking homes were becoming increasingly common. Now that even Old Lu had been implicated, it made everyone all the more uneasy. Chen Dimeo sat down on the sofa. Hearing GMO's question, he patted her hand lightly, sighed, and said nothing. Yet that silence seemed to speak volumes. The old leader's situation was also difficult. Too many people were watching him, likely leaving him unable to help anyone else. Seeing this, GMO felt a pang in her chest. She instinctively glanced back at her daughter's room, her expression turning sorrowful as she muttered, "Then let's go with your plan. Send Yu away as soon as possible. We can endure some hardship, but our daughter is only 15 by her nominal age." This had already been decided earlier. Chen Dimeo's voice was low but steady as he comforted her, "Don't worry. I'll make sure Yu is well taken care of." Though he said this in his heart, Chen Dimeo didn't want his wife to endure hardship alongside him. He was a pragmatic man, and in times like these, it was safest for his wife to distance herself from him and live with their daughter. But his wife was beautiful. Even at 42, dressed in simple clothes, her vibrant looks couldn't be hidden. Adding to that, they no longer had any close relatives to rely on. In such turbulent times, leaving the mother and daughter to live alone, how could he possibly feel at ease? As he thought of this and then of his daughter, whose beauty surpassed even her mother's, Chindimeo found it hard to sit still. He stood up abruptly. Later, have a proper talk with you. Explain things clearly to her. I'll go upstairs and call Sister Chiohua. GMO also stood up. You go ahead. I'll check on dinner first. After we eat, we'll sit down and talk to you together. That works. Meanwhile, completely unaware that she was about to be sent away, Chen Nongma was walking briskly home, holding an umbrella in one hand and balancing a bowl of soy sauce in the other. Her steps were light. From a distance, she saw her mother waiting at the door, and called out with a smile, "Mom!" GMO reached out to take the bowl from her daughter, instinctively touching her hand and frowning. "I told you not to go, but you insisted. Look, now your hands are cold." Chen Nongma closed the umbrella and shook off the water droplets before following her mother into the house. She didn't say a word, just kept a faint smile on her lips as she listened to her mother's chattering. "You silly girl. Always smiling like that. Your soft temper, I don't know who you got it from. A girl should be a bit fiercer, or else she'll get taken advantage of." Hearing this, Chen Nongma lowered her long lashes as she helped out in the kitchen. Her temperament wasn't soft at all. It was just that in her previous life, after struggling in society and suffering countless setbacks, she had been worn down into the harmless and easygoing demeanor she now displayed. Yes, it was in her previous life. For reasons unknown, and by some unknown chance, Chen Nongma only remembered that 8 days ago, during an earthquake, she had been buried in the rubble while trying to save the elderly director, Mom. When she opened her eyes again, 28-year-old Chen Nongma from 2023 had become 15-year-old Chen Nongma from 1970. The original body, it was said, had been deprived of oxygen for too long in the womb, and as a result, her temperament had always been like that of a 3-year-old child. The only thing that made her different from a typical child was that she never cried or made a fuss. She simply sat quietly every day. But to others, this was seen as a sign of stupidity. Because of this, GMO and Chindimeo had consulted countless doctors and sought all kinds of folk remedies. But the revived Chen Nongma didn't think of herself as foolish. In fact, she feeling that the original body was her, and she was the original body. The reason the girl had been so lost and confused before was likely because her soul hadn't been fully intact within her body. "What are you daydreaming about? I'm asking you something," GMO interrupted, lightly patting her daughter. Chen Nongma blinked, her thick lashes fluttering like little fans. She looked at her mother with a confused expression. "What? We've made salted fish for dinner. Should I fry a couple of eggs for you as well?" "No need, the salted fish is fine. Isn't there also some pickled radish?" Although the family's conditions were good, they couldn't afford to be wasteful. It could easily draw unwanted attention. Thinking about this, and recalling the gossip she had overheard around the compound in the past few days, Chen Nongma furrowed her brow again. She cautiously asked, "Mom, when I went to Aunt Zayashin's house to borrow soy sauce, I felt like she had something to say to me." This wasn't untrue. It wasn't just Aunt Zayashin. Almost everyone in the military compound seemed to have something on their minds. Having grown up in an orphanage, Chen Nongma was unusually sensitive to the emotions of those around her. She was certain that the looks she had been receiving in recent days weren't just because she was no longer acting foolish. There was more to it. GMO lifted the lid of the pot and scooped a bit of fish soup to taste. After checking the balance of salt and sweetness, she thought it lacked some spice, so she added a few dried chili peppers before covering the pot and reducing the heat to simmer. Hearing her daughter's question, she paused her task of adding straw to the stove. "This matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it properly after dinner. Go set the table and get the dishes ready. It's time to eat." At least there were still 10 minutes before the fish would be ready. But noticing the unnaturalness hidden beneath her mother's smile, Chen Nongma had an uneasy feeling in her heart. Still, she obediently responded, "All right." After dinner, her father went upstairs again. Chen Nongma was helping her mother clear the dishes when Lu Xiuzhen, from next door, came in holding a plate of fried peanuts. Her round face was smiling brightly. "Oh, our Yu is really sensible, unlike my two brats. They run outside all day long. Old G, I think you know how to raise kids. Why not just steal you and let her be my daughter? You and your mouth, GMO laughed, shaking her head. She wasn't polite with her friend. Taking the plate of peanuts from her, and then looking at her daughter. Go wash your face and feet. Let your dad do the dishes. Naturally, Chun Nongma wouldn't let her father do the dishes. She knew that this was just her mother's excuse to send her away. So she shyly greeted Aunt Xiuzhen, and went to the kitchen by herself to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Jimo's eyes reddened. And she murmured, this child. Lu Xiuzhen, feeling happy for her friend, had known GMO and her husband for over 20 years. She was well aware of how much effort they had put into raising a child all these years. She softly comforted her. Look, your daughter's finally grown up. I've always thought you is bright and lovely. Don't worry too much. Everything will work out. Yes, it will work out. GMO wiped her eyes, sighed, and then pulled her friend to the sofa. Speaking directly, I know why you're here, but you can't stay with you. Lu Xiuzhen stared at her, surprised. What? You still don't trust me? I treat you like my own daughter. If she likes my son in the future and becomes my daughter-in-law, even better. If it weren't for old Chun saving her husband back in the day, her family's old Chu would have been gone long ago. They wouldn't have had such good days now. This was a huge favor. Taking care of you was the least she could do. You know I didn't mean it like that. Stop trying to provoke me on purpose, GMO said with a wry smile, patting her friend. Without giving her a chance to speak, she continued, Old Chen's thinking is that in a few days, we'll probably get an official notice. Those who are lucky might be sent to a remote military unit to become instructors, but the unlucky ones will be sent straight to the labor camps. If you stays at your house, isn't that just making old Chu a target? You need to think about your husband and your 2 kids. Lu Xiuzhen grabbed her friend's hand. Frowning. That's exactly what old Chu thinks. I've talked to him about it, and he agrees you can stay with us. Even if you and old Chen end up in a labor camp, we wouldn't be afraid. If it comes to that, we'll send you to my family in the countryside, and my Chu Dian and Chu Jun will stay with her. Shanghai is far from N City by train. Who would even know? The kids can go to school there. Although GMO was touched by her friend's generosity, she couldn't drag them into this mess, especially given how sincere they were. She firmly shook her head. Xiuzhen, you know that even if there's the slightest chance this might bring trouble to you and old Chu, neither old Chen nor I would do it. Besides, we've already arranged where you will go, and it's completely safe. Lu Xiuzhen didn't believe anyone could treat you better than she did. She instinctively asked who then. GMO answered, it's Sister Qiuhua. Lu Xiuzhen froze for a moment, then sighed deeply. Sister Qiuhua is indeed trustworthy, but it's a shame. I would have loved for you to marry my son. GMO remained silent. N City was located in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, where they didn't use heated kangs in winter. Chun Nongma was afraid of the cold. After finishing the dishes and washing up, she filled 3 hot water bottles with salt water, and crawled into bed upstairs to think. She wasn't stupid. Connecting the dots from the subtle clues, and seeing her parents' carefully concealed worries, it was enough for Chun Nongma to guess that their family probably hadn't escaped the political storm either. The peaceful days wouldn't last much longer. It was impossible not to be afraid of the unknown suffering. However, Chun Nongma had only been in this world for a few days. Apart from visiting several hospitals for medical checkups, she hadn't been anywhere else. She hadn't even figured out her own family situation, let alone the environment outside. Changing the current circumstances was impossible. Rather than making rash decisions in desperation, it seemed more reliable to hide some valuables before the official orders were handed down. With this thought in mind, Chun Nongma couldn't lie still any longer. She quickly sat up, holding the hot water bottle, put on her cotton coat, and was about to get out of bed to find her mother. Just then the bedroom door was suddenly knocked on. She turned her head and saw her mother had already opened the door, holding a bundle in her arms. Seeing this, Chun Nongma's heart skipped a beat, especially when her gaze met her mother's eyes, which were red-rimmed. It confirmed that her previous suspicions were not wrong. GMO didn't know that her daughter had already mentally prepared for the upcoming changes. She sat at the edge of the bed, handed her daughter the small package, and gently touched her daughter's face, which bore a resemblance to her own. After a long pause, she softly coaxed, "You inside this package are money, tickets and some valuables. You hold on to it, it's getting unsafe outside. Tomorrow, Xiaohu will take you to Mom Koa's house to stay for a while. Once things settle down for your father and me, we'll bring you back. Is that okay?" Chen Nongma instinctively hugged the package tightly and in a daze asked Mom Qiuhua, "Who was that?" GMO replied, "Yes, Qiuhua Mom is your father's ex-wife. She's a good person, and I trust her with you." "Are you serious?" Chen Nongma was even more confused now. Chapter 2. GMO, who thought her daughter didn't understand what an ex-wife was about to explain it when she looked up and met her daughter's expression, which was difficult to describe. She instantly smiled, and the heavy, suppressed frustration in her heart dissipated somewhat. "You know what an ex-wife means?" After asking this, she realized the words her daughter had spoken earlier when she had just woken up. Yu had said that she used to be able to receive external information, but couldn't express it clearly. Though the four olds had been discarded, most people still believed in ghosts and gods. Take GMO. For example, she believed that her daughter in the past was less foolish. She was more like a wandering soul. Thinking about this, GMO couldn't help but ask again, "You really knows what an ex-wife means?" Chen Nongma detected the teasing and lightness in her mother's tone, and immediately understood that there likely weren't the dog-blooded things she had imagined between her father and his ex-wife. She didn't rush to ask for more details, but instead cautiously probed, "Do I really have to leave? Can't I stay with you?" Compared to living under someone else's roof, she felt more at ease staying with the parents who cared for her. As for hardship, she had endured plenty of it in her previous life of 28 years. Jimo's smile faded, and the loving expression completely disappeared, replaced by a firm, resolute look. No. Her tone was decisive, her gaze unwavering, without room for negotiation. Extremely good at reading emotions, Chen Nongma lowered her phoenix eyes, obediently changing the subject. She moved slightly back and leaned against the wooden bed frame before softening her voice to ask, "Then could you tell me about that, Mom Qiuhua?" In her heart, she began calmly analyzing the benefits of not following her parents. Rationally speaking, being outside would have more advantages than disadvantages for her. Aside from the potential awkwardness of living under someone else's roof, being separated was actually better for both her and her parents. It would be more convenient to move around, to take care of things, and to Ji Montak, who had no idea that her seemingly innocent and obedient daughter had already analyzed all the pros and cons in her mind, was truly afraid that her daughter would dig deeper. She worried that Yu would ask questions like where she and old Chen were going, why they weren't taking her along, or when they would be back, questions that would be hard to answer. When she saw her daughter take the initiative to change the subject, GMO immediately felt relieved and let out a light sigh. "You should ask your dad about this." Chen Dimeo, who had just entered the room holding a glass of milk, was puzzled when he heard her. "What's something that I need to answer?" GMO gave him a reproachful look. "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Chen Dimeo, looking helpless, replied, "The door wasn't even closed." By this time, he had already reached the bedside and handed the milk to his daughter. "Didn't Dad tell you to drink a glass every morning and night to keep your body healthy?" Chen Nongmo reached out and took the milk shyly, saying, "I forgot, thank you, Dad." "What were you two talking about?" Chen Dimeo pulled up a chair and sat down not far from the bed. In his younger years, when he had been lying in ambush in the snow, it was common for him to remain motionless for a day or two. But now every winter his bones ached terribly, especially when it rained. GMO took a hot water bottle from under her daughter's blanket and handed it to her husband, saying, "We were talking about you and Sister Qiuhua. This little girl is clever and full of wild ideas. She probably thinks you're someone like Zhou Peng." Zhou Peng had once been a deputy battalion commander under Chen Dimeo. Before his achievements were fully realized, he became self-important, started an affair with a saleswoman from the city's supply and marketing cooperative, and insisted on divorcing his wife, whom he claimed he had no feelings for. He argued that marrying her had only been a product of feudal society. His rhetoric was loud, but anyone with eyes could see the ugliness beneath it. Such things weren't uncommon, but Chen Dimeo, being a man of upright character, couldn't stand people with flaws in their morals. He became focused on Zhou Peng. When he learned that Zhou Peng was average in every aspect, he added his name to the list for the demobilization and retirement slots that year. It wasn't done with malice, but rather because, in his view, if someone couldn't even be loyal to their own family, how could they be trusted with a country? If others misunderstood that he and Zhou Peng were the same type of person, Chen Dimeo would certainly have a dark look on his face. But since it was his own daughter, he could only helplessly raise a hand to point at the little girl, before beginning to tell the story of his past with his ex-wife. Chao Qiuhua. In Chen Nongmo's view, the story wasn't all that complicated, and certainly didn't have the dramatic twists and dog-blood scenarios she had imagined. Back in 1940, 18-year-old Chen Dimeo, under the arrangement of his parents, married his 22-year-old neighbor, Chao Qiuhua, with whom he had been promised in an arranged marriage. In a time when even filling your stomach was difficult, it was a common practice in the village for families to marry off their children when they reached the appropriate age. Who cared about love? That was a luxury for the rich. Chao Qiuhua began working in the fields at the age of 8, and by the time she was able to be used as half a labor force, little 4-year-old Chen Dimeo was still a toddler wearing split pants, running around clumsily. If one were to count properly, Chao Qiuhua had essentially watched Chen Dimeo grow up. They had known each other since childhood, so after marriage, their life together was quite harmonious. With both sets of parents spoiling them, they could have lived a happy, peaceful life forever, but tragedy struck unexpectedly when Chao Qiuhua was 4 months pregnant. In 1940, when the Japanese forces attacked the village, they looted grain and massacred the villagers. Most of the village's residents were brutally killed. When the young couple, who had escaped death by going to a hospital in the county town for a checkup, returned, they found that in the span of a single day from dawn to dusk their village had turned into a hell on earth. Apart from the young couple, no one from their 2 families had survived. Such a devastating blow almost caused Chao Qiuhua, whose nature was strong and resolute, to miscarry from the shock. Afterward, the couple buried their family members, their hearts filled with resentment. In their desire for revenge, they discussed it many times. And this eventually led to Chen Dimeo's decision to join the army. Chen Dimeo's mother was in poor health, and he was the only son, so the family was financially somewhat better off. He had attended school and even spent a year in high school, which in the 1940s was considered highly educated. After joining the military, he quickly became a focus for further training. But the war against the Japanese was intense at the time, and communication was extremely poor. As Chen Dimeo followed the military unit, which kept moving, he might not have been able to send a letter home even once a year. Even so, being able to send a letter, though it might only be once a year, was a kind of hope. But in 1943, disaster struck once more. On the 3rd year that Chao Qiuhua was waiting in the village with her son, she received the news of Chen Dimeo's death. During those years, many heroes had sacrificed their lives. And Chao Qiuhua refused to believe it. She waited alone with her child for 4 years before she finally gave up. She accepted the pursuit of the hunter in the village who had been quietly supporting her all along. She then remarried. Not marrying was unrealistic. Widows, especially young and beautiful ones, attracted too much gossip. If it hadn't been for the solidarity of the remaining villagers and the hunter's discreet support, Chao Qiuhua's life would likely have been even harder. Even with such help, rumors still spread, some claiming she was cursed, bringing misfortune to her father, mother, and even her husband. When Chen Dimeo completed his secret mission, received a promotion and a raise, and returned home full of joy, intending to take his wife and son to the military unit with him. But Chao Qiuhua had already been remarried for over 4 months and was pregnant again. Meanwhile, his first meeting with his son, who was now 8 years old, saw the boy scrambling onto the back of a tall, burly man who resembled a black bear, calling out "Dad" in a way that was uncomfortable for both the hunter and Chen Dimeo. What could he say? No one can be blamed. It was simply a series of unfortunate twists and unavoidable circumstances that had shaped their complicated life paths. After a period of silence and awkwardness, the two of them embraced and cried bitterly, which led to their decision. Chen Dimeo continued his military career, while Chao Qiuhua continued her new married life. Though he wanted to take his son with him, Chen Dimeo considered that the child had never been separated from his mother. Chao Qiuhua couldn't bear it either, so he decided against it, instead sending half of his salary back every year to support his son. He would also return occasionally to visit them. This arrangement continued until 1952. By then, their eldest son was already 12 years old. When Sister Qiuhua and his superiors were pressuring him to marry, he met GMO, who was then a signal soldier. One signal soldier are military specialists who are responsible for military communications. She was being harassed because of her striking looks, and this led to the formation of his second marriage. Over the years, although Chen Dimeo and Chao Qiuhua had both formed new families, they kept in touch. Not to mention their son, they had grown up together, and the bond between their families remained strong, with their ancestral relationships treated as close as any real family. So I have an older brother who is 13 years older than me? After hearing her father's brief recount, Chen Nongma felt that this situation seemed oddly familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. A vague sense of foreboding began to rise in her heart. Chen Dimeo said with pride and a sense of relief when speaking about his eldest son. Yes. You have an older brother, his name is Chu Wuwen. He's 28 this year, and serves in a northern military unit. He was promoted to lieutenant colonel 3 years ago. Both of your names come from the idiom Wuwen Nong Mo, which means to indulge in literary pursuits. He was proud that his son had achieved so much at such a young age, and he was relieved that his son was not registered under his household, and was stationed far away from his military unit. It was difficult for them to meet. Moreover, due to their daughter's special circumstances, the couple had spent a lot of time seeking medical treatment for her in various places. Few knew about the father-son relationship between him and Wuwen, and they hoped that this time would not bring any trouble. The sense of foreboding that had been lingering turned out to be true. Chen Nongma had no intention of recognizing her brother, nor did she feel any joy at discovering that, as an orphan, she had gained a brother. At this moment, she felt her scalp tingle, and the hairs on her body stand on end. She even felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to lie flat and drift away into a dream where she might return to her former life. It turned out that she had not only crossed time, but had also jumped into a parallel universe, landing in the world of a novel, where she had become the male lead's lifelong guilt, the little sister who tragically died young. Thinking back to how that girl had met such a miserable end, Chen Nongmo's delicate face turned even paler. She was afraid of dying. What's wrong? Yu, are you worried that your brother won't like you? Don't worry, even though Wuwen is tall and big, he's a good guy. Seeing her daughter's face tighten with an expression of utter despair, GMO hurried to comfort her. However, a bitter feeling slowly spread in her heart. If the situation had allowed, she would never have wanted to send her daughter, who had only just regained consciousness a week ago and was still fuzzy about the world, into such an entirely unfamiliar environment. Even if the person she was going to was Sister Qiuhua, someone GMO trusted deeply, she would still be reluctant. But there was no other choice, was there? Chen Nongma wasn't actually afraid of this. What she was truly afraid of was the countdown to her death in 2 years. Even though she prided herself on being sharp-witted, and wasn't the type to rush into danger, what if the plot couldn't be reversed? At this thought, Chen Nongma shuddered, her eyes sharp and distinct blinked. With a misty look, she gazed at them and pitifully struggled. I don't know Mom Qiuhua and my brother. I'm scared. I don't want to go. Chen Dimeo leaned forward and rubbed his daughter's little head to comfort her. Don't be afraid. You're not going alone. Xiaohu will go with you. GMO also nodded in agreement. Yes, if it really doesn't work. Mom can talk to your cousin Zhou Miao, and he can go with you. How about that? Chen Nongmo's head throbbed even more painfully. That wasn't what she meant at all. Chapter 3. Leaving was something that was certain to happen. The attitude of the elders was resolute. As a 15-year-old girl, it was normal to be treated with care due to her special situation in the past. So, after several unsuccessful attempts to resist, Chen Nongma had no choice but to give up on her resistance. No matter what, there were still 2 years before the disaster, and if she really couldn't avoid it, she could run away at that time. There would still be time. Of course, if her strength allowed it. She would prefer to counterattack and eliminate the danger in advance. Once she had made up her mind, she didn't rush to rest after her parents left the bedroom. Instead, she opened the small parcel and began to check the contents inside. The package was not large. Inside the patched cloth bag was a small leather pouch, and inside the pouch were various receipts and 20 Great Unity notes, along with a savings book bearing her name for a checking account. Looking at the huge amount of savings on the passbook, a sum that could be considered large for this era, Chin Nongma felt a bit more at ease. She now had some confidence in surviving in an unfamiliar environment. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh at her parents' selfless love for their child. How should she put it? Having parents was really quite good. Even though she had mentally prepared herself to go to the northern countryside to join her mom Chiuhua, she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The next morning before dawn, she was told by her mother that the train ticket had already been arranged, and Xiao Huge would send her off at 3 p.m. That soon. After being surprised, she opened her mouth, wanting to ask if her father had confirmed the so-called thought reform place. But as the words were about to leave her mouth, she swallowed them back. She couldn't explain where this information had come from. GMO had woken up earlier than her daughter. Strictly speaking, she had been burdened by thoughts, and she and her husband hadn't slept much that night. Only by sending their daughter away could they calmly wait for the storm ahead. But these words, she didn't want to say to her daughter. She smiled and teased, "Your dad and I are getting old, not much sleep, come. Let me braid your hair for you." At just 42 years old, how could she be considered old? Chun Nongma bit her lip, holding back her discomfort. She sat silently on the stool, letting her mother's fingers weave through her long hair. When you get to your mom Koa's, you need to be more diligent. Don't be too spoiled. You need to help with the chores, understand? You're a grown girl now. If anyone bullies you, don't be afraid. Just tell your mom Chiuhua. She will definitely protect you. As she listened to her mother's endless chatter and thought about the upcoming separation, Chin Nongma thought she wouldn't be too affected by it. But for some reason, the more her mother spoke, the more a vague discomfort began to rise within her, eventually spreading into a wave of sourness. She gradually felt a more tangible sense of the difficulties her parents were about to face. And this feeling lasted until she got into the car. As the wheels slowly began to roll, and through the car window, she waved goodbye to her mother, whose face was covered in tears, and her father, who wore a stern expression. That was when the feeling reached its peak. She pursed her lips and thought to herself that once she got settled, she would find a way to contact her parents, even if it was just sending more supplies. At least she could make their lives a bit easier. With this thought, Chin Nongma subtly touched her waist, feeling the familiar stack of hard objects, and she finally felt at ease. There, sewn into her clothes by her mother, was all the money and notes she had brought with her. Ash Province. 738 Military Unit. Chu Wuwen stormed into the office, his face dark and full of anger. Bang! With a loud crash, his tall figure, carrying the chill of frost and snow, swept in like a gust of wind. When he saw the person inside the office, his thick black brows furrowed even tighter, and he growled in a rough voice, "What are you doing in my office?" Xiao Zheng ignored his foul mood, waving the stack of documents in his hand. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. "The military training plan for next year is ready. The colonel asked me to bring it over for you to discuss. If any changes need to be made, you can talk to him. But what's going on with you? Why are you so angry? Who gave you gunpowder to eat? Stop joking around with me," Chu Wuwen growled, clearly in no mood for pleasantries. He stretched out a long arm, grabbed the documents, and threw them onto the desk. Then he sat heavily in the chair, propping his long legs up and waving his hand, signaling for Xiao Zheng to leave. "Get out of here." Having been friends with him for so many years, Xiao Zheng had never seen him like this before. He could tell something big had happened. Despite Chu Wuwen's bad attitude, he didn't mind and furrowed his brows, asking what happened. Chu Wuwen didn't want to say anything, but when his gaze met his brother's concerned eyes, his anger, which had been on the tip of his tongue, faltered. After a long moment of silence, he raised his hand and roughly rubbed his face a few times. Then with a gloomy expression he sneered, the old man's been hit. He's going for thought reform. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng hesitated for a few seconds before uncertainly asking, "You mean Colonel Chen Dimeo? From military academy to the military unit, with a 10-year-long brotherhood, Xiao Zheng was one of the few who knew about his good friend's family situation. Normally, the man he called dad was his stepfather, while his biological father, Colonel Chen, always referred to his stepfather as the old man. As he explained it, it was easier to distinguish between the two. As a brother, Xiao Zheng was sure that old Chen really felt that way. He respected both fathers, but had inevitably grown up under the watchful eye of his stepfather, which made their relationship a bit more affectionate. Chu Wuwen poured himself a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, and exhaled a heavy breath. Only then his mood slightly calmer. Did he nod? Yes, it's Colonel Chen. Xiao Zheng raised an eyebrow at the sarcastic tone in his voice. Are you angry that he kept it from you? TCH. Shouldn't I be angry? If my mom hadn't just called me, I wouldn't even know the old man was in trouble. How fresh is that? I'm his son, and I'm the last one to find out when something happens to him. Xiao Zheng ignored his brother's irritable words and endless complaining. Instead, he stood up and said, "Don't rush. I'll call my dad and ask." Just as his brother knew about his family background, Chu Wuwen also knew Xiao Zheng's background all too well. He understood the weight of General Xiao's words in the upper circles. But in such a sensitive situation, how could he possibly bring it up? I appreciate it, but you know the old man knows about my relationship with you. Yet he still kept it from me. You should understand he didn't want to use any connections. Xiao Zheng chuckled and cursed lightly. What are you thinking? You know what kind of man my grandfather is, don't you? Even I, his biological grandson, was sent to the battlefield at 13 for training. Then what do you mean? The man curved his lips into a smile, his tone implying something. If it's really ideological reform, those places can vary in quality. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuwen suddenly felt enlightened. He immediately stopped being angry and stood up, quickly walking toward his brother, urging him impatiently, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go, I'll go with you to call Dad." As he was being pulled toward the door, Xiao Zheng laughed out loud. That dad sounds nice. What's this? You want to marry me and be my little wife? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? My old man would definitely want to become relatives with your family's patriarch. You can call me Dad 1,000 times, young Master Xiao. Chu Wuwen said, the anxiety in his heart easing significantly. His temper was quick to rise, but it also faded just as quickly. He raised his broad palm, making an exaggerated gesture with his fingers, and threw a flirtatious, almost cramp-like glance. Xiao Zheng closed his eyes in disbelief and, thoroughly disgusted, muttered, get lost. Aha, our young Master Xiao is shy, huh? Damn you, you big bear, stay away from me. Aren't I your little wife? You can't stay far away. Husband and wife need to stick together. Get lost. Go away. The playful bickering gradually faded into the distance. Neither of them knew that, a few years later, the Xiao and Chen families would actually become in-laws. Because of that, Chu Wuwen would later consider countless times drawing his sword to duel with his brother. On the other side, far away in N City, Chen Nongma had no idea that her parents' destination was much better than she had imagined. At this moment, she was being escorted to the train station by her bodyguard, Xiao Huge. They had arrived early, and they had already been waiting for more than half an hour. But the train still hadn't arrived. All the passengers waiting for the train could only stand outside the tightly closed walls, braving the cold wind and waiting anxiously. Xiao, who held a large suitcase in one hand and, amidst the crowded throng of people, shouted to the girl beside him, whose face was completely wrapped in a scarf, leaving only a pair of distinct, dark eyes visible. You, hold on to my clothes tightly and don't talk to anyone, understand? N City was a big city, and the train station was packed with people. The noise was deafening, with everyone almost shouting to be heard. Chen Nongma didn't mind her appearance, but being squeezed in like a can of sardines was already exhausting. She couldn't manage to shout back, so she gripped Xiao Hu's shirt tightly and nodded several times to show she understood. Even in later years, bus stations and train stations were hotspots for human trafficking. In the 1970s, when public safety was still quite poor, she valued her newfound life greatly, and was determined not to make any reckless mistakes. But it was so crowded. Why were there so many people? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this didn't feel like a normal trip. The intensity of the crowd was more akin to an evacuation. Thinking about this, Chen Nongmo's expression, hidden beneath her scarf, faltered for a moment, before she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Wasn't she, in fact, running away from disaster? And among these travelers, how many were in the same situation as her? As Chen Nongmo's mind wandered, trying to make herself as small as possible, she was once again jostled by the people behind her, nearly losing her balance. But then, suddenly, she heard the faint sound of a train whistle. "The train's here! The train's here!" The noisy crowd fell silent for a few seconds, and then, someone in the front shouted. The crowd surged forward, pushing even harder. Chen Nongmo cursed inwardly. "My feet hurt so much." The train arrived at the station. The gates opened. The flood of people rushed in, and the crowd pushed so hard that the barely 1.6-meter tall girl, still in the early stages of development, was nearly squashed. Fortunately, despite the hardships, Chen Nongmo managed to hold her breath, tightly protecting the money and notes close to her body. Gritting her teeth and staying alert, she used the momentum of the crowd to push forward. Just as she thought she might run out of breath, she managed to climb aboard the green train bound for H province, a journey that would last 5 days and 6 nights. Chapter 4. At Chen Dimeo's level, it was possible to book a sleeper ticket. However, given the current circumstances, it could be said that they were fleeing. There was no point in hoping for a sleeper. The simple and inconspicuous hard seat was the only thing that could ensure their survival. In other words, for the 5-day, 6-night journey, Chen Nongmo and Xiao Hu would have to sit the entire way to H province. After finally squeezing into their seats, with her feet bruised from being stepped on, the girl was even more suffocated by the hard seat she was sitting on. She had always thought she was quite tough. During her university summer break, she worked 3 jobs a day and never thought much of it. But now, looking at the severely overcrowded carriage, with people stacked on top of each other, even the overhead luggage rack had several passengers lying across it, Chen Nongmo felt a heavy weight in her chest, as if a stone was pressing down on her heart. The uncertainty of her future life grew even greater. Was this the reality of the 1970s? To go out and have to prove oneself, to ride in a car like it was an escape from disaster. What would the final destination, Shanshan village in H province, be like? Oranges. Sweet oranges. 1 mao per jean. The shout from outside the window snapped Chen Nongmo out of her scattered thoughts. She looked toward the source of the sound and saw a middle-aged woman pushing a handcart, walking along while calling out, with quite a few people already gathering around. Wasn't it said that private trade was not allowed in this era? You, do you want to eat oranges? If you do, I'll buy a few pounds. After settling the luggage, Xiao Hu, dressed in casual clothes, handed 2 military water bottles to the girl. Chen Nongmo hung the water bottles on the back of the seat. She wasn't particularly craving anything, and she didn't want to trouble anyone, but the air in this cramped place had a pungent odor that was overwhelming. Thinking about having to stay in such an environment for 5 or 6 days. Eat, thank you, Xiao Huge. Why are you being so polite? I'll go get them now. Watch the seat, don't let anyone take it, alright? Chen Nongmo nodded. I know, brother Xiao Hu. Also, don't talk to anyone. Xiao Hu took 2 steps but turned back with some hesitation to give one last reminder. Having been with the chief for 6 or 7 years, he had practically watched the girl grow up, so he was very aware of her past situation. He was genuinely worried that the girl, with no social experience, might be tricked by someone's soft words. Okay. Chen Nongmo nodded obediently. After saying this, she moved slightly to the side, sitting in the spot Xiao Hu had vacated. She then placed a large bag of food on the seat by the window, effectively blocking any wandering eyes from nearby passengers who might have been hoping to take the empty spot. Once everything was in place, the girl tilted her head back and flashed a weak, almost fragile expression toward the man, who seemed slightly surprised. Look at her, she was so delicate and unable to take care of herself. Who would dare to try and take her seat now? There was no way she was giving up her seat. After all, a 5-day, 6-night journey, was she supposed to stand the whole way? She wasn't a saint. Xiao Hu. The oranges weren't very sweet. They were cold and sour when she ate them, certainly not as good as the 2 cans of canned oranges in her bag. But sourness had its own benefits. At least the frustration in her chest eased up a bit. She didn't throw the peel away but wrapped it in her handkerchief and stuffed it into her scarf. "What are you doing?" Xiaohu asked, looking at the little girl's actions with confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongma didn't want to directly say she disliked the smell in the carriage. Instead, she took the peel from Xiaohu's hand, asked for his handkerchief, wrapped it up, and handed it back to him. Signaling for him to place it in his collar, Xiaohu did as she suggested, and immediately noticed the refreshing fragrance of the orange peel. Although it couldn't completely mask the unpleasant smells in the carriage, it did make a noticeable difference. If he did what the girl did, burying his face in his scarf, the effect would definitely be even better. He had to admit, the little girl was quite clever. Xiaohu grinned, showing his big white teeth, and gave her a thumbs up. Chen Nongmo's eyes curved into a smile at the compliment, just as she was about to peel another orange. However, her gaze unexpectedly met a pair of eager eyes. It was a middle-aged man, looking to be about the same age as her father, Chen Dimeo. He had fair skin and a refined demeanor, suggesting that he had once been a man of stature. But now his clothes were tattered, his lips cracked, and he had no proper seat. He sat huddled in the aisle, his whole being exuding a sense of weariness and numbness. Yet his tired eyes, though weary, were fixated with longing on the oranges resting on Xiaohu's knee. Xiaohu had clearly noticed this as well. After a brief pause, as if pondering something, he silently took 2 oranges from the bag and handed them to the man. The middle-aged man appeared caught off guard by the gesture. For a moment he froze, not knowing how to respond. Then a man seated beside him, dressed more respectably, waved his hand with a smug smile, his tone condescending. "Little comrade, you shouldn't do this. This man is a member of and a criminal who needs to be sent for labor reform. I'm from the security department, escorting him. I suggest you stay away from him. A person like him doesn't deserve such good things to eat." As those words left his mouth, the last glimmer of light in the middle-aged man's eyes faded. He slowly lowered his head, hugging his knees, as though trying to curl himself into a ball. He no longer looked in their direction. The people nearby, having heard those words, turned their faces away in disgust, as if trying to avoid a plague. Chen Nongma, her head lowered as she peeled her orange, subconsciously pressed her lips together. Thoughts of her parents, who were also caught up in the political turmoil, surfaced in her mind. Her hand stopped moving for a moment. The sound of the steam train's whistle blared again. The train gradually picked up speed, the clanking and rattling noises growing louder as they pulled away from the vast end city. Chen Nongma turned her head and quietly gazed out the window, watching the scenery retreating in the distance. She could feel the thick stack of money bills that had been prepared for her at her waist, and the suffocating weight in her chest made it hard for her to breathe. Were her parents also experiencing this kind of treatment? With this thought, she subtly glanced at the middle-aged man, who still had his head lowered. Her fists slowly clenched tighter. The next morning, after sending off his daughter, Chen Dimeo received a notification telling him to prepare his belongings and to depart for H province that evening. Where exactly they were going was still confidential, but these simple instructions made it clear to both of them that the final outcome was far better than they had anticipated. If they were being sent for labor reform or labeled with some negative tag, the treatment wouldn't be so polite. Having mentally prepared themselves, the couple remained relatively calm when they received the news. GMO didn't dare to pack too many things. She quickly gathered 2 sets of old clothes and cloth shoes for herself and her husband, along with a few boxes of regular medicine that a friend, Xiaozhen, had managed to get through connections. Then she stopped. Once everything was packed, she sat down beside her husband, who was frowning and smoking, seemingly lost in thought. She forced a smile, trying to sound casual as she said, "This is good, better than I expected. My daughter is in H province too, so maybe we'll be able to see her soon." "Don't worry." Chen Dimeo stubbed out his cigarette and patted his wife's hand, sighing deeply. "It's not that I'm worried about that." Then what is it? What was he worried about? Naturally, he feared that someone might be working behind the scenes. At times like this, he didn't want to drag anyone else into it. After hearing her husband's analysis, GMO frowned, concerned. Do you have a guess as to who it might be? Chun Dimeo was not the type to keep everything from his wife, so when he heard her question, he didn't hide the truth. The old leader is too busy to take care of himself, so it's unlikely to be him. I think it's probably that boy Wuan. GMO froze for a moment, then became anxious. It really is him. Do you think it will drag him into trouble? If it really is him, it's probably because of old Master Xiao's connections. It's not easy to repay a favor like that. Thinking of this, Chun Dimeo felt the urge to smoke again. Wuan had never received much help from him growing up, except for money. On the contrary, now it was Chun Dimeo, the father, who was in trouble and needed his son to take on the risk and the favor. He felt both happiness and regret in his heart. In the end, all kinds of emotions swirled inside him. It was really hard for him to express. GMO had clearly thought of this as well. She wrapped her arm around her husband's and slowly leaned her weight against him, gently comforting him in a soft voice. Don't worry. As long as we're both all right, there will be a chance to repay this. Looking at his wife, who refused to think only of herself, and thinking of their children so far away. A man who had never shed a tear even after being struck by bullets felt a lump in his throat. Despite everything, a surge of strength filled him. He was silent for a long time before he hoarsely replied, "All right." The journey seemed endless, as though it could go on forever. 5 days passed. The train moved slowly, stopping and starting, passing countless stations and unloading and loading passengers. Chun Nongma alternated between sitting and standing, exhausted from the constant shifts. Occasionally, she would take turns lying down with Xiao Hu or stretch her legs when the train stopped at a major station. But no matter what, exhaustion was inevitable. After 5 days, confined to such a small space, her body and mind were thoroughly drained. It's almost there. Just one more night, and tomorrow morning around 6 o'clock, we'll reach Pingtu Station. Xiao Hu, who had just squeezed to the back to get some hot water, smiled as he noticed the girl's pale face. She looked like a wilting little cabbage, and he tried to encourage her. Chun Nongma weakly nodded, not even in the mood to speak. Her back and her bottom felt completely numb, as though they no longer belonged to her. In the first couple of days, she had tried to maintain a sense of refined atmosphere, like using the orange peel to scent the air. But after 5 days, with her body coated in every kind of unpleasant smell, Chun Nongma had completely given up on trying to fight it. She had been raised delicately, like soft tofu, and seeing her in this state made Xiao Hu both amused and a little heartbroken. He handed her the freshly filled water bottle. "Drink some water." Upon hearing this, Chun Nongmo's face turned green, and she gritted her teeth in refusal. "I won't drink." If Chun Nongma had to say what was the hardest part of the train ride, aside from dealing with the inevitable needs, nothing else could compare. Going to the restroom was pure torture. Xiao Hu struggled to suppress his laughter. The girl appeared well-behaved, like a lady stepping out of a painting, but after a few days of close quarters, he realized she actually had quite the temper, and was incredibly clever. She wasn't afraid to secretly roll her eyes when something displeased her. For example, the middle-aged man who sat in the aisle, allegedly a reformed laborer who would get off at the same station as them, wanted an orange. The girl would peel one in advance, and when she went to the restroom, she would quietly pass it to him when she walked past. If Xiao Hu hadn't been paying close attention, he might have missed it. At the thought of this, he glanced down the aisle. After meeting the middle-aged man's eyes for a brief moment, he quickly looked away without drawing attention. Xiao Hu understood well. Yu's compassion was part of it. But it was also likely a case of transference. He was certain that the girl had learned about Chief's situation. With this in mind, Xiao Hu lost his earlier playfulness. He hung the water bottle up and shifted the conversation to something else, hoping to distract Yu. "Tomorrow morning, I wonder if your mother will be at the train station to pick us up." As expected, this topic caught her attention. She turned to him uncertain, and replied, "She probably won't. Didn't they say after we get off the train, we'll have to change buses several times?" Xiao Hu, who had met Chao Qiuhua and understood the relationship between the two families, smiled and said, "I think she will. Not only will your mother come, But I bet even your brothers will be there too. Chen Nongma blinked. Her brothers? How many brothers did she have? Chapter 5. Xiaohu was a native of H province. This was one of the reasons why Chen Dimeo felt at ease asking him to send his daughter back. About half an hour before the train arrived at Pingtu Station, he had already taken care of all the preparations. Chen Nongma had not been sitting idly either. She had helped with the packing as well. Don't bother packing the big coat, there's heating on the train, so you won't feel cold. But when you get off, you'll know what it feels like. The weather here is different from N City. In winter it's at least 10 degrees colder. Seeing the girl folding the army coat like a blanket, Xiaohu quickly reached out to stop her. Chen Nongma nodded and draped the coat over her shoulders, then turned to check if anything had been left behind. She was well aware of what the climate in H province was like. Folding the coat was just a habit she had. In fact, compared to the winter in the south, she who was afraid of the cold preferred the north. In the winter, without air conditioning or heaters, the Kong bed was a real lifesaver. Don't worry too much, it's only cold outside here. Most people have Kong beds inside their houses, and it's warmer than in the south. Worried that the girl might be scared, Xiaohu began to explain all the wonderful things about his hometown. Time passed quickly as he enthusiastically shared these details. When the conductor grabbed the loudspeaker and announced the arrival at Pingtu Station, not only did Chen Nongma feel relieved, but even Xiaohu, who had top-notch physical strength, let out a sigh of relief. He happily carried 2 large suitcases, squeezing through the crowd, walking with nimble steps. Chen Nongma, meanwhile, was holding a small bundle, closely following behind him. As her feet touched the ground, Chen Nongma instinctively looked around. Perhaps it was because the heating on the train had been so intense, but despite the snowy, icy landscape, she didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, it was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. Pingtu Station was a large station with many people getting off the train. At a glance, it was filled with travelers, but there were few like them who got off through the train door. Most people chose to climb through the windows instead. A few days had passed, and Chen Nongma, who had been making an effort to absorb the information of this era, was now able to roughly identify these people. For instance, the young people who were in groups, full of energy and looking around, were the educated youths who had come down the mountains to offer support. On the other hand, those with blank expressions and meek movements were the bad elements who were about to be sent for re-education through labor. Upon thinking of this, she pressed her lips together, shifted her gaze away, and instead took a deep breath of the fresh, cool air. You over here. I can see your mom, Qiuhua. Chen Nongma immediately tucked away the emotions stirred by the snowy, dreamlike scene, and jogged to catch up with the man ahead, her gaze following the direction he had pointed. And then she froze. Last night, she had already learned from Xiaohu that after remarrying, Mom Qiuhua had given birth to 4 sons. The eldest was 19, followed by a 17-year-old, and then a pair of 15-year-old twins, just a few months older than her. In her understanding, a 19-year-old was still a young man. A young man should be slim and tall, or perhaps even a bit sallow and dark from lack of food and clothing. This was the typical appearance of most people in this era. But what was going on with the 2 little mountains moving quickly towards her from several meters away? Before she could recover from her shock, the little mountains were already right in front of her. The tallest of them, easily standing at nearly 1.9 meters, was a dark-skinned little mountain. He looked at the little sister whose face was barely visible except for her eyes, and flashed a friendly, bright smile, showing off a row of white teeth. His deep voice greeted her. Finally, you're here, Brother Xiaohu. So this is little sister? I'm Chao Lu, you can call me second brother. Second brother? His surname was Chao? Did that mean he was from Mom Koa's side? So this was Mom Koa's second son, who was only 19. His facial features were quite handsome, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, fitting the description of a good-looking young man. But in this time of scarce resources, for someone to grow this tall and strong, it somewhat surpassed her understanding. Despite her inner surprise, Chen Nongma didn't show any signs of discomfort on her face. She took a step back, tilted her head up with effort, and softly called out to Chao Lu, who was clearly trying to show her goodwill. Second brother. Chao Liu's smile grew even more genuine. Hey, Little sister, I'm your third brother. Seeing that his second brother had easily gained little sister's approval, the second eldest, Chen Huai, who was slightly shorter and less imposing, quickly introduced himself. Chen Nongmo responded, hello third brother. Hey, finally, our family has a girl. But little sister, why are you so thin? Haven't you been eating enough meat? Also, are all southern people so small? Io. Chen Huai, who was clearly a talkative and friendly person, couldn't help but keep rambling once he had been acknowledged as third brother. But he had barely finished a few words when someone sharply smacked the back of his head. Following that, a clear, crisp female voice rang out. What nonsense are you talking? Your little sister is only 15. She'll still grow taller. Besides, being petite is beautiful, what do you know? As the voice finished, Chen Nongmo's gaze shifted, and two more figures appeared before her. A tall, middle-aged woman was walking alongside a much more imposing, burly middle-aged man, who seemed to be guarding her. Chao Qiuhua, the woman, was quite tall, around 1.75 meters. Even the bulky, thick coat she wore couldn't conceal her slender figure. She was 4 years older than Chen Dimeo, who was 49 this year, though she looked a few years younger than her actual age. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a high nose bridge, it was clear that the two brothers from the Chen family had inherited their good looks from her. Her expression was somewhat serious, and it was evident she wasn't someone who smiled often. However, Chen Nongmo could sense from the other's gentle gaze that she was welcome here. It wasn't until this moment, seeing her attitude in person, that Chen Nongmo finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that what her parents and Xiaohu had told her was indeed true. So she raised a smile, using the address her parents had instructed her to use, and despite the awkwardness, she greeted her in return, Mom Qiuhua, Dadzong. In her heart, Chen Nongmo would have preferred to call them uncle and aunt, but her parents had said it wasn't appropriate. Calling them Big Mom or something similar would have felt even stranger. Chen Zong, the man Chao Qiuhua later married, was a quiet, reserved person. However, he was very welcoming to the guest in his home, knowing how much his wife had longed to have a daughter. Now that her wish had been fulfilled and his wife was happy, he was happy too. So even though he wasn't good with words, he still made an effort to offer a faint smile to the girl. Then he handed her a small bundle, his deep voice rumbling as he spoke. Are you hungry? Your mom Qiuhua bought these little pastries. Try them. Chen Nongmo took the package without hesitation, smiling at the woman who was subtly observing her, and cheerfully thanked her. Thank you, Dadzong. Thank you, Mom Qiuhua. Seeing this, Chao Qiuhua felt a warm sense of happiness. She knew about the girl's past, and had worried about her for quite some time. Now seeing her not only poised but also pleasant in character, all the concerns she had been holding on to eased, and she finally believed what GMO and Dimeo had said over the phone. The girl had reacted to the outside world before. Otherwise, there was no way she could have adjusted so quickly to seem no different from anyone else. Thinking of this, her gaze softened even further. She raised her hand and gently patted the girl's head. What's there to thank for? I'm your mom Qiuhua. No need to be so polite. As she spoke, Chao Kuo's expression faltered as she realized, only after the fact, that her tone had been a bit too harsh. Having been used to scolding her rowdy sons, she had forgotten for a moment that the person in front of her was a delicate girl. After a few seconds of awkwardness, to show she had already been gentle, she turned and slapped her son's head with a loud smack. Furrowing her brows, she scolded him. What are you standing there for, you fool? Can't you see Xiaohu is carrying everything? Go help him with the luggage. And take the package from little sister. How is she going to eat if you don't help her carry it? Xiaohu. Finally she noticed him. Xiao Lu and Chen Huai had long been accustomed to their mother's fiery temper. Laughing and joking, they reached out to take over some of the luggage. It was Chen Nongmo, however, who froze for a few seconds before breaking into a genuinely warm smile. It seemed that the future might be much better than she had imagined. Seeing the girl smile, Chao Kuo's expression softened even more. She reached out and pulled Chen Nongmo closer. Come on. It's really cold here. Let's go home. Your Chen Jun and Chen Yi are both waiting to come pick you up, but I told them to stay home and get the meal ready. When we get back, you'll be able to eat plenty of meat. It's fresh. Your dad Zong went hunting in the mountains yesterday and got a roe deer. It's a lot, you can have as much as you want. Chen Nongma couldn't help but laugh. Actually, she wasn't all that thin. It was just that her frame was small. Thanks, she started to speak, but when she met the woman's disapproving gaze, she smiled again, holding the pastries in her hands. All right, Mom Qiuhua, I'll try my best to eat the meat. Yu is a good girl. Chao Qiuhua smiled in return. Chen Nongma. Shanshan village covered a large area. The environment was quite nice, with mountains at the back and water nearby, making the land fertile. The downside was that the population wasn't large, a result of the human disaster that had occurred over 20 years ago, which had left lasting effects that the village still hadn't fully recovered from. There were two sides to everything though. Because the population was much smaller than in neighboring villages, the people in Shanshan were extremely united. At the same time, they were also very insular. Chen Nongma didn't really count as an outsider. Her father, Chen Dimeo, was a native of Shanshan village. Most of the people in the village shared the surname Chen. It was said that their family tree could be traced back to the early Ming dynasty. At that time, two merchant brothers with the surname Chen passed through Shanshan village. They met some girls they liked, and since they had no permanent home, the two brothers decided to settle there. After hundreds of years, the descendants of those two brothers had grown into a large village. So, when you really think about it, everyone was a relative. Chen Nongma was a true relative, part of the Chen family by blood. However, her arrival still attracted a lot of attention from the villagers. After several transfers by car, traveling for 7 or 8 hours, she finally arrived at Shanshan village. As soon as the news spread, she was surrounded by villagers at the village entrance. The villagers crowded around her, talking among themselves with curiosity, as though they were looking at some rare species. So this is Dimeo's daughter? Why is she so thin? Her face is smaller than my palm. Didn't they say people in the cities get ration food and live better than us country folk? Uncle San, that's not quite right. Even with the rationed food, some city people live worse than us. At least we can eat meat more freely. Why worry about her being thin? I'm your Aunt Chunhua. Your father and my husband are only 5 degrees of kinship apart. When you come to my house, there'll be plenty of meat for you. Ha, Chunhua. I see what you're up to. You're probably admiring how the girl looks and want to take her home to raise her. Huh? Does Qiuhua's family lack meat? Ha ha, you figured it out. But it's not my fault. I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen such a pretty girl. Her little face is as soft and tender as egg whites. She's way prettier than those educated youths from the city at the village's edge. With that, everyone burst into laughter. Chao Qiuhua was proud to see her daughter admired by the villagers. However, after the long journey, Chen Nongma was exhausted. All she wanted now was to get home, take a hot bath, eat a good meal, and sleep soundly. Seeing that the villagers seemed to have no intention of stopping their chatter anytime soon, she put on a serious face and hurried them along. All right. My child's been traveling for days. Whatever you have to say, let her rest first. We'll talk later. We're going now. With those words, Chao Qiuhua didn't care about the villagers' continued curiosity and pulled the girl away. Chen Nongma was indeed very tired. Honestly, after several days of traveling, her frail body, though she used to be able to handle 3 jobs a day, could hardly bear the exhaustion of nearly a week of non-stop activity. She was really tired. So, following Chao Qiuhua's gesture, she said goodbye to everyone, then took a few steps. Once she was sure the villagers weren't following, Chao Qiuhua turned to her again and asked, "Our house is at the village's end, another couple of miles away. Are you sure you don't want your brothers to carry you?" No need. Chapter 6. Mom Qiuhua's house was very large, completely different from what Chen Nongma had imagined. Strictly speaking, it was not located at the end of the village, but rather at the foot of a mountain, not clustered together with the other villagers. Unlike most of the 3-room houses in the village, it was a structure with green bricks and gray tiles, hidden among the vast snowy landscape. Its style resembled that of a traditional courtyard house. It stood by the mountains and was near water. From a distance, the ancient and charming scene gave Chen Nongma a sense of nostalgia, and a fleeting illusion that she had come for a holiday. The house was built just 2 years ago. Your big brother provided the blueprints, saying it was the fashionable style of J-City. When the boys reached the age to marry, they needed to build something bigger. Don't stand out here, it's cold. We'll look around later, let's go inside first. Chao Chiuhua said as she noticed the girl's large eyes, curious and scanning the surroundings. Chao Kuo's footsteps slowed, thinking that Chen Nongma was interested in the size of the house. She pulled her inside while explaining. Yes, little sister, come inside first. It's all snow outside, nothing to see. Wait until spring. There will be lots of flowers inside and outside the courtyard. You'll definitely like it. There's a plum tree, and over there is a peach tree. When the season comes, there will be endless fruit to eat. Second brother will take you to climb the trees to pick them. They're sweet and crunchy. Chao Lu, tall and broad like a bear, had a kind smile, though his outward roughness hid a delicate heart. Under his introduction, Chen Nongma couldn't help but glance in the direction of his finger. Although all she could see were bare trees covered in snow, she still felt a sense of anticipation for the harvest. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel that the second brother, whom she was meeting for the first time, had a heart that didn't match his appearance. His words, though ordinary, made one unconsciously feel at ease. This must be the sixth sister, right? I'm your fourth brother, Chen Jun, and this is your fifth brother, Chen Yi. As soon as she stepped inside. In addition to the warmth, there were also a pair of twin brothers who looked strikingly similar to each other. Perhaps because they were still young, the 15-year-old boys were very tall but still had slender, lean frames. One was cheerful and outgoing, while the other was gentle and shy, both with pleasant appearances. Chen Nongma smiled sweetly. Hello, fourth brother, fifth brother. My nickname is Yuyu. Although she was still adjusting to the nickname Yuyu, she wasn't ready to accept being called the sixth just yet. She couldn't get used to it. His little sister was beautiful, and her smile made her even more dazzling. Chen Jun, a little embarrassed, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. I know your name is Yuyu. Mom talks about you all the time. The sixth is based on our siblings' order. Do you prefer being called Yuyu? I think sixth is better. It immediately shows you're my little sister. Chen Nongmo's lips twitched in silent protest. Slap. A loud smack echoed through the room. After giving his silly younger brother a light smack on the back of the head, Chao Lu laughed heartily, his grin especially warm. Don't call a girl sixth. You either call her sixth sister or you understand? Also, I'm hungry. Let's hurry and bring the food. His second brother, that hurts. Good, it should hurt. You definitely need some discipline. After scolding his troublesome younger brother, Chao Lu turned back to the girl, smiling at her. Sixth sister, I'll show you to your room. Once you've put your luggage away, we can come out for dinner. Chen Nongmo replied, thank you, second brother. Gao Lu's mai. Since you've called me second brother, there's no need to be so polite. They had a big meat feast. Took a hot bath. Then she distributed the gifts her mother had helped prepare for everyone. Once back in her own room, Chen Nongma sat cross-legged on the Kong bed, drying her damp hair. It was only then that she had time to carefully examine the room she might live in for many years to come. The room's decor was simple yet elegant. It had everything from the desk, chairs to the wardrobe, all intricately carved with delicate patterns. During dinner, she had heard Mom Chiuhua mention that these items were all personally made by Dadzong and second brother Chao Lu. It was clear that a lot of thought and effort had been put into it. Coupled with the soft and warm new cotton quilt under her and over her, every detail seemed to tell Chen Nongma that she was truly welcomed into this family. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, from the moment she opened her eyes, it seemed like she had always been loved and cherished by everyone. Even though she was no longer the type to easily feel melancholic, Chen Nongma couldn't help but admit that a corner of her heart had softened. At the same time, it also brought about more unease. At this moment, everything in her life was going well, far better than she had ever imagined. But what about Dadzong and Mom? Who could she approach to find out any news? She felt a bit greedy, hoping that the good fortune she had experienced since her rebirth could continue just a little longer. She hoped that her parents had not been dragged into the political storm this time. If it were really the case, Chun Nongma was certain that she wouldn't be able to remain unaffected. Knock knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Chun Nongma put on her shoes, got off the bed, and quickly opened the door. Chao Chiuhua entered, holding a stack of clothes and smiling. I figured you weren't asleep yet. I used to send clothes to you before the new year, but this year you came, so it saved the postage. Get some rest now, and after you wake up, try them on. Are they the right size? Are they warm enough? If you think they're too thin, just take them apart and add some cotton. As she spoke, Chao Chiuhua placed the pile of clothes in the wardrobe, then turned to take the towel from the girl's hand, quickly helping her dry her hair. She chattered on, it's really cold. You just got here to the north, so you're not used to it yet. You'll need to be more prepared when washing your hair and taking baths from now on. Be careful not to catch a cold or freeze yourself. Chun Nongma wasn't a quiet person. In fact, she could be quite sociable. But the word sociable felt too superficial, unable to reach the depths of her heart. Therefore, in comparison, she was not good at responding to others' true feelings. In times like this, she often felt clumsy. Like right now, sitting on the bed with her head slightly lowered, feeling the pressure of her hair being dried, and listening to the woman's voice, which was full of genuine concern. She had no idea how to respond. Luckily, Chao Chiuhua didn't expect a response from her. In her view, it was perfectly normal for the girl to be shy and reserved, especially since she had come from an unfamiliar environment and was still getting used to the world around her. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Both you and I need time, Chao Chiuhua said with a smile. Your hair is so beautiful, so black and thick, and it's as smooth as satin. Oh, go grab another dry towel. Chun Nongma quickly stopped her. No need, Mom Chiuhua. I can just dry it at the end of the kong later. Hearing that, Chao Chiuhua didn't insist. She hung the towel up to dry and reminded her, don't sleep before it's fully dry, understand? I know. Then I'll stay a little longer and chat with you. Otherwise, when I leave, you might fall asleep without realizing it. Chun Nongma hesitated before speaking. How about I try on the clothes you made for me? Alright. The clothes were quite exquisite, and they seemed to have been tailored to fit her measurements perfectly. There was one pink jacket with a cross-front style, and one bright red jacket with side toggle buttons. Both were slightly modified versions of traditional styles, just long enough to cover her hips without pushing the boundaries of current fashion. Both jackets were made from floral fabric, though thankfully the flowers were small. If they had been larger, even though Chun Nongma enjoyed trying to look youthful, she wouldn't have felt comfortable wearing them out. Once she put them on, paired with her classical, delicate features, she looked even more charming. I knew you'd look great in this style. I'll make a few more for you later, Chao Chiuhua said with delight as she had fun dressing up the girl. After taking a moment to admire her, she sincerely complimented her. Chun Nongma quickly shook her head. I have enough to wear. I brought 2 thick coats with me. That's not too much. Gao Gui Zipli? You only brought 2 suitcases, and half of that was gifts for us. How many clothes could you have brought? Anyway, winter's a quiet time. We've stocked up a lot of fabric for you at home, all in bright colors. Besides you, no one else can wear them. So we'll make you some clothes for spring and summer too. Hearing that, Chun Nongmo realized refusing any further might seem ungrateful, so she said, well, could I learn to make clothes from you? In the past, during summer breaks in high school, she had worked on an assembly line in a clothing workshop for 2 months. She was a little better than someone with no experience, but she was still far from being able to make a complete garment on her own. Chao Chiuhua gently rubbed the girl's head. I'd love to teach you. But shouldn't you be focusing on learning to read first? Next year, you'll be going to school. A thunderclap. A bolt of lightning. Chun Nongma snapped back to reality, feeling utterly devastated. That's right. How had she forgotten? She was still illiterate. So was she going to have to start learning from 1st grade? Or even kindergarten? Help. Are you feeling better now? In the master bedroom, seeing his wife return with a relaxed smile, Chun Zong pulled her onto the bed, ready to cuddle and nap together. They had taken several hours of travel to get to the city the day before to pick up their daughter, and had stayed the night at a guest house, so they could meet her early in the morning. His wife had suffered in the past, and her health was still not very good. After traveling for more than 10 hours, she must have been exhausted. However, seeing her relaxed expression, Chunzong didn't want to spoil the mood, so he decided to talk about things she liked instead. Chao Chiuhua turned over to face her husband and said softly, "Yeah, I'm relieved. I'm happy that Yu is doing well. At least I can check one worry off my list. Now, I'm just concerned about Dimeo and GMO. I don't know how they're doing." The little girl hasn't said anything, but I can tell she's still thinking about them. Chunzong replied, "Didn't you talk to the oldest about this before? Wu Wen is a dutiful son. That's his father, and if he can help, he definitely will. Even if he can't, it's not a big deal. As long as we find out where Dimeo is being sent, I can run a few errands to deliver things to them or mail them. Don't worry too much." His wife, who was usually quiet and reserved outside, would always speak more to him when she was troubled. Chao Chiuhua let out a light hum, without saying much else. She buried her face in her husband's chest. Chunzong's strong face broke into a slight smile as he patted his wife gently with his large hand. His voice deep and soothing, "Go to sleep. After we wake up, I'll go with you to the village committee to call the oldest. We'll tell him that Yu is here, so that guy doesn't keep worrying about it." At those words, Chao Kua's body stiffened slightly. "What's wrong?" She lay back down and pressed her hand to her temple, looking a little helpless as she said, "I was just thinking I forgot something. I haven't even told the oldest that Yu is at our house." Hearing this, Chunzong's rugged face showed a faint smile. He gently patted his wife and said in a deep voice, "It's all right, it's not a big deal. When you call the oldest, just tell him. Do you think he'll really get upset with you? Well, that's hard to say." Chapter 7. It snowed. After a long sleep, Chin Nongma woke up, drew the curtains, and opened the window. As daylight spilled into the dim room, she could clearly see the snowflakes falling outside. The snow had already accumulated thickly, and it was uncertain how long this snow would last. Chun Nongma, casually muttering a few words, stood by the window, stretched lazily, and did a few simple stretches to loosen her stiff body from sleeping for too long. Only then did she start tidying up the room and herself. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" In the kitchen, Chao Chiuhua, holding a kettle of hot water, was preparing to scald the chicken feathers. Upon seeing the girl walk in, she moved aside, blocking the large wooden tub where the chicken was. Chun Nongma wasn't bothered by these bloody things. She just wasn't very down-to-earth in her appearance, but in reality, she was quite experienced in slaughtering chickens and fish. "I slept enough. It's already past 7. At a time when everyone else typically woke up around 5, she considered herself a late riser. "As long as you're not tired. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? When you're done, go have breakfast." While speaking, Chao Chiuhua set the kettle down on the floor, grabbed a cloth from the shelf to wipe her hands, and prepared to serve breakfast to the girl. "Just tell me where it is, I'll go get it myself." She didn't have the cheek to wait for someone to serve her. Although she thought girls were generally more delicate than boys, Chao Chiuhua wasn't the type to not let the girl do anything. Especially since Dimeo and Jimo's family were in trouble. She needed Yu to be able to take care of herself in order for her to feel at ease. So she gestured toward the stove, raising her chin. "It's warming in the pot inside. Be careful when you take it. Don't burn yourself on the pot's edge. There's also milk powder on the table outside. You know how to make it, right?" Once again being treated like a child, Chin Nongma held back her embarrassment. "I know." After quickly finishing breakfast, Chin Nongma cleaned the dishes, and then found a small stool to sit beside the wooden tub, helping her mother, Chiuhua, pluck the chicken feathers. "You don't need to do this, it's dirty. If you're bored, just walk around the house. There are sunflower seeds and peanuts in the cupboard." Chin Nongma didn't listen. The house and the peanuts weren't going anywhere, so she continued to help pluck the feathers. However, she was mindful of her speed, trying hard to act like a beginner. "Where are Daddy Zong, Xiaohu, and the older brothers?" Chao Chiuhua saw the girl persist in working clumsily, and thought that she was probably uneasy and trying to find something to do. So she didn't stop her and instead sped up her own movements, deciding to do more herself. "It's almost New Year's. We need to stock up on some meat. Your daddy Zong went out early this morning with the second, third, and Xiaohu to check the traps on the back mountain. Chen Nongma knew nothing about hunting. As she imagined the scene of 3 burly men sweeping through the back mountain, she pursed her lips, stifling a laugh, and asked, "When will they be back? Is the snow outside okay?" "What's this snow?" "It's just a light flurry, probably won't last past noon. It's perfect for playing and they'll be back before lunch." Chao Qiuhua moved quickly. In just a short time, she had nearly finished plucking the feathers from the old hen, leaving only some fine fluff that needed careful cleaning. "Oh, go change the water." She handed the chicken to her daughter to hold, and bent down to take the wooden tub outside. After disposing of the dirty water and feathers, she returned to the kitchen with a half tub of warm water, and continued to clean the small fluff from the chicken. "Your 4th and 5th brothers went to the village to borrow books." Chen Nongmo rubbed her nose with her wrist, which had become a little itchy from the loose feathers, and asked in confusion, "Borrow books?" "Yes, borrow elementary school textbooks. We don't have any at home. 5th brother has the best grades, so I asked him to start teaching you from 1st grade. When you catch up to middle school level, then you can go to school," Chao Qiuhua explained thoughtfully. She was genuinely considering her daughter's future. Sending her directly to 1st grade with much younger children would not only be awkward for her, but also likely the subject of gossip. No one in the village knew that Yu hadn't been aware of things before. She didn't want her daughter to be the subject of idle talk, so it would be better for her to self-study up to middle school before attending school. Chen Nongma, a little disheartened by her lack of education, reluctantly agreed okay. Chao Qiuhua, unaware of her daughter's internal frustration, smiled as if recalling something. "By the way, don't worry about your parents. This afternoon, I'll go with your daddy Zong to the village committee to call your big brother. He's in the military, knows a lot of people, and should be able to find out where Dimeo and the others are." Upon hearing this, Chen Nongma paused in her actions, her head snapping up in surprise. "Really? Can I go with you?" Maybe, just maybe, that older brother, whom she had never met and who was her only blood relative on her father's side, already knew where her parents were? After seeing firsthand the harsh attitude towards so-called re-education detainees in this era, she couldn't help but feel that, even if there was only a small chance, she wanted to know her parents' whereabouts as soon as possible. The little girl had been acting unusually calm since yesterday, more composed and obedient than a typical 15-year-old. This was the first time Chao Qiuhua had seen her so excited, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "If you want to go, then go. I'll also take you to see old secretary. Even though we're 5 generations removed from the family, by seniority, you should still call him 4th uncle. Do I need to bring a gift? No need for that. You're still a child. I'm not that young anymore. In a few days, I'll be 16. That's still your Chinese age. Before you get married, there's no need for you to follow all the formalities. Even if you do, it's 4th uncle, an elder, who should give you a red envelope." After lunch, Xiaohu left. Chen Dimeo's incident wouldn't involve him, and when he realized that the internal conflict might affect him, he had already arranged for his bodyguard's departure. Based on his excellent performance over the years, he was even promoted. So this period, which Xiaohu was taking as a vacation, was also a good time to visit his family in the neighboring city before heading to report to his new military unit. As the oldest, Chao Lu brought several marinated and dried wild rabbits, along with a large piece of wild boar meat as a gift, personally sending him off to the county town to catch the bus. Meanwhile, the rest of the family wasn't idle either. The 3 boys, who didn't have the habit of taking afternoon naps, were rarely home. Instead of running around, all gathered in the house watching their little sister study. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Today we're going to learn these numbers. 6, sister. Let's see if you can write and memorize them today, said Chen Yi, the 15-year-old 5th brother, who was in the 2nd year of middle school. He was an excellent student, gentle in nature, and took his role as a little teacher seriously. Behind him were Chen Jun, the 4th brother, and Chen Huai, the 3rd brother, who were gathered around to watch the show. Chen Nongma, with great effort, followed along and tried to learn, writing crooked and uneven characters. But for someone who had graduated from a prestigious university with a master's degree, Going back to the basics of learning to write was not something she was skilled at. No matter how much she tried to pay attention, there was still a slight difference in how she performed. When Chao Chiuhua woke up from her afternoon nap, she heard from her sons that little sister was a genius. Naturally, she responded, "Isn't you smart? Do you really need to go out of your way to say it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nongma, whose intelligence wasn't particularly extraordinary but was perfectly normal, subconsciously shifted her gaze away, feeling a bit guilty. Chao Chiuhua turned her attention to Chen Yi. "Fifth brother, pay attention and adjust the lessons based on Yu's progress. Your father and I will take your sister to make a call to Wu Wen." The three brothers all looked over at once, and it was Chen Huai, the third brother, who spoke for the group. "Let's all go. Big brother hasn't been home for 3 years. Then let's go together." Chen Zong was a man of few words, but he was very considerate of his wife, lacking any trace of derogatory male chauvinism. Worried that his wife might fall, even though it had been snowing for the past 2 or 3 months. He had been carefully clearing the paths wherever they would need to step. He had been doing this consistently for 20 years. In the past he did it alone, but now with the children grown up, he led his sons to help. So as Chen Nongma was surrounded by a group of tall, broad-shouldered men on their way to the village, their path was smooth and uneventful. Looking at her thick cotton shoes, which had almost no snow on them, she couldn't help but glance at the man walking at the front, side by side with Mommy Chiuhua Daddy Zong. She couldn't help but think that perhaps something she had once read or heard was true. A person's maturity had nothing to do with their age. Daddy Zong, who was 5 years younger than Mommy Chiuhua, was clearly the one who took care of others. "Hey, are you all going to the back mountain to set traps for rabbits?" The lively Chen Jun, the fourth brother, spotted 6 or 7 young men and women in the distance, and immediately raised his voice and waved. Chen Nongma also looked over, seeing a few people standing in the vast white snow. Chen Yi softly explained, "Those are educated youths. Every year they send a few to our village, and after a few years, there are already over a dozen of them. See those first 2 rows of houses? They live there. Educated youths." It was another special product of this era. As they got closer, Chen Nongma was able to make out their faces. Their attire was more stylish than that of the villagers. There were 5 boys and 2 girls. One of the girls was very beautiful, meeting the aesthetic standards of the era. She had an oval face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose. Her hair was styled in 2 braided pigtails, and she was tall, around 1.7 meters. She stood there looking lively and charming, which made the surrounding environment seem brighter. Chen Nongma didn't approach them like her fourth brother had. She simply glanced at them curiously, then turned her attention back to the group, following their pace. "If sixth sister wants to set rabbit traps, I can go with fourth brother and take you some other time," Chen Huai, thinking that the girl might be interested in rabbits, casually offered, since he often went to the mountain. "I think you need a good talking to. If Yu wants to go, she can go with second brother or your father. With your reckless nature, you might lose her." Chao Chiuhua turned around and glared at her son, warning him not to make rash suggestions. The young man, eager to maintain his dignity, retorted, "Mom, I'm already 17, soon to be 18. I'm only 2 years younger than second brother. There's no way I'd lose little sister. You're just overthinking things." Chen Zong turned back and glanced at his third son with a calm expression. "Chen Huai, well, Mom does have a point. Chen Nongma, who's the 6th one? You're the 6th. As the group continued walking, no one heard the whispers or discussions of the educated youths behind them, some of which were filled with admiration or advice. That must be the girl everyone in the village has been talking about, right? What's her name again? She's really pretty. I've never seen a girl so beautiful. Don't say that, Xiao, you're pretty too. You two just have different styles. Isn't it said that something happened to her family, and she came here to take refuge? Who cares? It's none of our business. The villagers are very united. Some things are better kept to ourselves. Don't say everything out loud. We're already living more comfortably than many of the educated youths. We don't want to upset the villagers." "Got it. Got it." 738 Military Unit. Chu Wuwen had been busy lately coordinating next year's training plan for the group with Xiao Zheng, and hadn't been assigned any other tasks. So when he received the call notification from the communications room, he was still at the military unit. As he rushed out of his office, a shadow followed behind him. Running, Chu Wuwen turned around. "What are you doing?" "It's a call for my family." When Xiao Zheng realized had been spotted, he quickly caught up with his friend, walking side by side with him. With a charming, refined smile on his handsome face, he casually said, "What's the big deal between us? Your parents are my parents too, right? I bet it's about Colonel Chen. Maybe our parents want me to pick up the call. I'll do it and save them the phone bill." Although Chu Wuwen knew his friend was only worried about him possibly getting some bad news, he couldn't help but feel a little sour when Xiao Zheng kept referring to their parents as our parents. He retorted, "What if they're trying to introduce me to someone? She's been pushing me to get married for a while now." At these words, Xiao Zheng looked his friend up and down, then made a face of mild disdain. "Not likely. You're not as good-looking as I am, nor as charming, and certainly not as sweet-talking as me. Even if Mom wants to introduce someone, she'll do it for me first." Chu Wuwen. Chapter 8. Introducing a partner was not something that could be done. It was merely a topic for mutual bickering and gossip. They had argued all the way to the communications room. When they saw the long line of people, the two of them fell silent, and with a mutual understanding, turned and headed toward the colonel's office instead. "What are you two doing here?" asked Colonel Zhou Cheng from the 3rd Regiment. He was only a few years older than them, and was not one to act all formal. On usual days he would sit with them, holding a tea mug and chatting away casually. Upon seeing the two of them, Fang Yuan immediately smiled and then added, "Come over to my place for dinner tonight. Your sister-in-law received some cured meat from the hometown today. Steamed in the pot, the flavor absolutely delicious." Xiao Zheng immediately punctured the moment. "I see. You're just using old Chun and me as an excuse to drink, aren't you? Your sister-in-law is managing you for your own good." Zhou Cheng was a good man overall, but he had a certain pride, especially when it came to matters of face. Despite being a strict husband, he would never admit it, just like in this moment. He immediately shot them a glare, straightened his back, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister-in-law can manage me? I'm the head of the household. What business does she have controlling things at home?" Seeing his blustering attitude, Xiao Zheng could not help but twitch his mouth. He remembered the last time when it was Zhou Cheng who was dragged by his ear to apologize to his sister-in-law. However, there were more important matters at hand, so he did not want to get into it further. He nodded toward old Chun, then grabbed the colonel and started heading out. "I'll take the troublemaker away. You hurry up." Zhou Cheng tried to resist. "What do you mean by that? What are you trying to do?" Xiao Zheng replied, "Old Chen needs to make a call to the family. The communications room is too crowded. Let him make the call. Why are you dragging me into this? To keep you from eavesdropping. Hey, how dare you insult me? Am I the kind of person to do that?" "You are." The village committee was located right next door to old secretary's house. Inside the house, there was no heated bed. So after making the call, they went to old secretary's house to wait. Here, Chen Nongma not only received a red envelope from 4th uncle, but his arms were also filled with various snacks. For example, a small handful of sunflower seeds, a dozen peanuts, or a couple of hard candies wrapped in candy wrappers. When all these little things were accumulated together, they filled her 2 pockets to the brim. All gifts from the villagers gathered at the village chief's house. The weather was too cold. The fields were not only frozen but also covered by a thick layer of snow, making it impossible to farm. Every year at this time, the villagers would bring along bundles of firewood and gather at old secretary's house to chat, while also weaving baskets, repairing farming tools, or twisting some hemp ropes. In any case, the hard-working and simple villagers never seemed to be able to rest. Moreover, with the new year approaching, even if their home environment was simple, they could still save up some snacks. Today, all of this was a treat for Chen Nongma. "The little girl is quite well behaved. I thought she would be a spoiled young miss, but now you can rest easy," old secretary said with a smile. After watching for a while as Chen Nongma squatted among a group of elderly villagers, helping with tasks and patiently answering various questions. Before he fully understood the nature of my daughter, Chinzong had been worried about his wife's health and the stress on her, which was only natural. He showed little change in expression, simply replying in a low voice, "You is fine. I can see that there won't be snow for the next 2 or 3 days. You can gather people." Old secretary, knowing that he did not want to discuss the girl, smiled helplessly, revealing the deep lines on his face. The old man can't possibly eat up the little girl, can he? After all, she's Dimeo's child. There's no need to gather anyone. They're all waiting for you. Once you've made up your mind, they'll shout into the loudspeaker. Chunzong was the best hunter in the area, and every year during the 12th lunar month, he would lead everyone into the mountains for a few days. This year, because he had to bring Dimeo's daughter back, he was later than usual. Several villagers had already come looking for him to ask. "Then, let's meet at my house at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow," Chunzong said, refilling his cup with tea and making a firm decision. "Good. This year, there are also 2 spots for the educated youth. The city kids are delicate, so you'd better keep an eye on them to make sure they don't get hurt." Grandpa, the phone's ringing." An energetic boy of about 8 or 9 rushed into the room, not bothered by the biting cold, and shouted. Old secretary tapped his tobacco pipe on the table, then stood up with his hands behind his back and walked outside. Chun Nongma and the others followed him out. It was a call from Chuwen. The external sound of the phone was very clear. Chun Nongma stood to the side, holding her breath as she listened to the conversation. Her half-brother's voice was very pleasant, especially when she heard him mention that their parents had not been sent to a harsh environment, but had instead gone to the H Province Artillery School for Unified Management. His voice sounded even clearer and more soothing. Chun Nongma unconsciously moved closer to Mommy Chiohua, resting her head on her shoulder as she listened intently to Big Brother's concise account of their parents' situation after arriving in H City. Military-style management, attending ideological and political classes, reading Mao Zedong's works, writing self-criticism. Although it sounded restrictive, it was much better than Chen Nongma had imagined. Of course, this was all just what she had heard. She thought that maybe she should find an opportunity to go and see for herself. "Yu, do you want to talk to Big Brother?" After hearing the news she wanted and discussing her daughter with the eldest son, Chao Chiohua, in an effort to save time, handed the phone over to the 3 men. Chen Nongma snapped out of her thoughts. After hesitating for a few seconds, she shook her head and whispered, "Not this time. I think you'll write Big Brother a letter first." "Mommy Chiohua, could you tell me more about how Big Brother managed to get this favor?" Chao Chiohua patted the girl's thin shoulder, a little amused, and said, "You're such a little thing, but you worry about so much. That person's name is Xiaozheng. He's Big Brother's friend." On the other side, when Chu Wuwen found out from his mother that, due to a series of coincidences, his never-before-met half-sister had been sent to Shanshan village, he felt uncomfortable. Even though he knew that his little sister was still young and had no ability to take care of herself, the news still didn't sit well with him. The discomfort might stem from not knowing how to interact with his little sister. It could also be due to the many times during his childhood when he had to take his little sister to see a doctor, only to have his father fail to show up. When he was younger, he had felt resentful and disappointed. After all, he was also the child of his father. Even though his father later rescheduled and came back to see him, that feeling of disappointment from back then was something that could never be erased. As time passed, Chu Wowen's feelings towards his 13-year younger biological little sister grew more and more complicated. Of course, that was in the past. Now that he had grown older and understood more, he realized that the disappointments he had felt back then weren't anyone's fault. They were simply the result of many unavoidable circumstances. However, he still didn't know how to face his little sister, who was connected to him by blood. Chu Wuwen hesitated. Perhaps he should apply for a family visit leave. "What are you thinking? Did something happen at home?" Xiaozheng, who had been chatting with the colonel under the eaves, turned when he heard some movement. Seeing the serious expression on old Chen's face, he furrowed his brows. He waved to the colonel, stepped away, and then voiced his confusion. "It's nothing." "Then why do you look like that?" Chu Wuwen rubbed his face. "My little sister. She's arrived at Shanshan village. Upon hearing this, Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow. You mean Chen Nongma? Chu Wuwen gave him a sideways glance, his tone slightly sarcastic. Oh, you remember that clearly. Xiaozheng, irritated by the look in his eyes, was so angry that his teeth ached. He immediately punched him and gritted his teeth. What kind of look is that? Your sister. Why are you acting so weird? Isn't it normal to remember when your names are so easy to recall? Cough cough. Chu Wuwen barely avoided the punch, awkwardly clearing his throat. Of course, he trusted old Xiao's character. He didn't know what had happened earlier, but instinctively, he had felt suspicious and blurted it out without thinking. Chu Wuwen had intended to apologize, but as soon as he heard old Xiao's words, his face darkened. Bullshit. What do you mean your sister? We're not that close. She's my little sister. Xiaozheng was speechless, holding back the urge to laugh at the absurdity of it all. This guy is so self-righteous, wasn't he all awkward just a moment ago? Too lazy to deal with him any further, Xiaozheng started walking ahead. Once had taken care of things at his old buddy's house, he felt at ease and didn't want to deal with anyone anymore. He needed to go check on the team. Chu Wuwen caught up to him, ignoring his friend's sour expression, and started talking to himself. You think what kind of things do teenage girls like? Xiaozheng. Maybe I should wait until Sunday and go to the city to check out some flowered cotton jackets? Xiaozheng. Wait. Would just a jacket make me look stingy? What else should I buy? Hey, are you even listening? Xiaozheng. Chapter 9. The political storm that shook the world and made people shiver in both body and mind did not reach Shanshan village. After hearing from her parents, Chen Nongma, who had temporarily put her worries aside, quickly adapted to the secluded life in the mountain village. Every day, she either attended lessons, helped Mommy Qiuhua with household chores, or learned to weave and make clothes. Life was very fulfilling. One day, after finishing her morning lessons, Chen Nongma, who had already been praised by the whole family as a little genius, entered the kitchen and helped her fifth brother, Chen Yi, prepare lunch with Mommy Qiuhua. At your learning pace, catching up to junior high school progress is just a matter of time. Don't push yourself too hard. This afternoon, go out and wander around with your brothers, Qiao Qiuhua said briskly as she sliced potatoes into thin strips, glancing at the children with concern. The village children loved to run outside, and even the girls, when they had free time, would gather with their close friends and laugh together. Her daughter, on the other hand, had been here for several days but hadn't even stepped out of the door. Hearing this, Chen Nongma, who was already familiar with the routine, sat down by the stove to prepare the fire and asked, "Is there anywhere interesting to wander around in the village?" At that moment, she was actually more excited about the upcoming trip to the county in 2 days than about playing. Chen Nongma had already written a thank you letter based on her current level of literacy, but she hadn't sent it yet. The reasons were twofold. First, there hadn't been a mail carrier to the village recently. Second, she wanted to find 2 small gifts to send along with the letter to Big Brother and the helpful comrade Xiaozheng. There are quite a few places. There's a suspension bridge between our village and the next one. I often see the educated youths from the city coming over to play. Or you can go to the road at the village entrance and go skiing. Fourth uncle has 2 big dogs, and people can sit on a sled and have them pull them along. It's very fast, and didn't you want to see a rabbit set last time? When second brother comes back, we'll take you, Chen Yi said. He was the youngest of the brothers, but among the 4 boys who stayed at home, aside from second brother Chao Lu, he was the most steady. In fact, as long as one stayed near the outer edges of the back mountains, there was little danger. The biggest animal one might encounter was a foolish roe deer. But taking his delicate little sister into the wilderness made him nervous. So Chen Yi thought it would be better to wait for second brother to return and personally take her. As for the third brother, Chen Huai, and the fourth brother, Chen Jun, they both had restless personalities. Not to mention taking little sister with them. Even now, no one knew where they had run off to, having fun. Chen Nongma, who had previously been focused solely on earning money, and rarely had the chance to play, listened to her fifth brother's long list of suggestions. Despite not being particularly interested in the snowy landscape at first, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement bubbling up in her heart. Daddy Zong and second brother have been in the mountains for 3 days, right? When will they come back? Chun-Yi replied, they should be back soon. We need to go to the county for some shopping the day after tomorrow, so they might get back today. Just as they were talking about it, the familiar sounds of bustling voices could be heard coming from outside. Chao Kuo's face lit up with joy, so much so that she forgot to put down the kitchen knife, which she was still holding in her hand as she quickly walked outside. Chun-Yi also put down his task, grabbed a cloth, and casually wiped the water off his hands. With his youthful, handsome face breaking into a wide smile, he called Sixth Sister, "Come on. Let's go see Dad and the others are back." It was no exaggeration to say that Chun Zong was the best hunter in the entire 10-mile radius. Sure enough, just as Chun Nongma hurried out of the house, following Mommy Chiuhua, she saw over 20 tall men, all with joyful expressions, some carrying, some lifting the bountiful fruits of their hunt as they walked toward the house. Put on your clothes first before going out. Chun-Yi, who had fallen behind, handed a thick coat to both their mother and little sister. After making sure they were dressed, he gave them their hats and scarves that he had tucked under his arm, then turned to grab his own clothes, while also returning the kitchen knife that he had taken from his mother. Chao Chiuhua, still thinking about her husband, hastily draped the scarf around her neck, and simply carried the hat in her hand, quickly walking out to meet them. Seeing this, Chun Nongma, not wanting to delay, quickly threw on her clothes in a rush, then hurried after her. Stepping on the wooden steps made of logs, she quickly caught up. In fact, there was no real need to go out and meet them. Whenever there was a collective hunting trip, they would first transport the game home, and wait for Old Secretary and the other village officials to come and divide it up. Hunting was dangerous, especially in the biting cold of winter, and it was impossible for the family not to worry. Put on your hat, don't catch a cold, Chun Zong said with a tired expression, offering a smile as he saw his wife jogging toward him. Only then did Chao Chiuhua remember the hat in her hand. She carelessly placed it on her head, her gaze shifting nervously between her husband and second son. When she saw nothing out of the ordinary, she relaxed. No one got hurt, right? Chao Lu, smiling in his usual honest way, replied, no, we were lucky this time. Only Uncle De Jen twisted his ankle. Everyone else is fine. As he spoke, he took off a simple basket made from dried vines that he had been carrying on his back, and handed it to his petite little sister, Yu. Carry this. Chun Nongma took the basket. When she saw the 2 small gray rabbits inside, she instinctively asked, would it be too small to eat if we cook them? How could she say such a thing while having a face as delicate and otherworldly as hers? Chao Lu, who had specifically caught 2 live rabbits for little sister to keep as pets, was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Let them grow a bit, and they'll be big enough to eat. Chun Nongma suddenly understood these were meant to be her pets. Feeling a bit embarrassed since she had never had a pet before, she tightly hugged the vine basket to her chest. This year, the villagers of Shanshan were set to have a bountiful year. That day, after the meat was distributed, laughter filled every household, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat cooking. Even the usually low-key educated youths from the village council took out their harmonicas and accordions, playing harmonious melodies. It was undeniable that, in this era of scarcity, the rural life by the mountains and rivers seemed far more carefree than that of the city dwellers. Of course, that depended on having a group of clear-headed village officials. Shanshan village still had no electricity, and to conserve kerosene, every household ate dinner quite early. It was only 5 o'clock, and the outside was still bright when Chun Nongma, after being fed bits of meat and spoonfuls of soup by her family, had eaten her fill. She had reason to believe that, at this rate, she might end up expanding both horizontally and vertically, just as she daydreamed about whether she could become a beauty in the Tang dynasty after putting on a bit of weight. A loud voice rang out from outside. Is Chiuhua home? Chao Kuo's face briefly showed surprise, but she quickly stood up and walked toward the door. Yes, is that you, Xiaomei? Chun Nongma wasn't particularly curious about who Xiaomei was, but she found herself wondering why someone would come at this time, just as it was getting dark. Thinking of this, she turned to ask second brother. However, when she turned around, she noticed that all the brothers who had been sitting next to her just moments ago had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty cups on the table, Chen Nongma blinked in confusion, and then glanced toward Daddy Zong, who was sipping tea to help with digestion. A smile crept into Chen Zong's eyes. As he picked up the empty cups, he pointed to the right. Chen Nongma followed his gaze and sure enough, saw her lively third brother in the kitchen, waving at her energetically. Although she still didn't understand what was happening, seeing how her brothers were acting, she instinctively lifted her foot and dashed toward the kitchen. As she left, she caught a glimpse of Mommy Chiuhua entering with a round, plump woman. What's going on? The brothers. Sneaking around and peering outside, piqued Chen Nongmo's curiosity. She couldn't help but follow their example, sticking her head out and mumbling to herself, wondering who this woman could be. Chao Lu raised his big hand, which resembled a fan, and placed it on little sister's small head, pushing her gently inside. Lowering his voice, he replied, Aunt Xiaomei is a well-known matchmaker in this 10-mile radius. Chen Nongma, squeezed between her towering brothers, looked especially petite. She tilted her head back, her face showing a sudden realization, and asked in a small voice, Is she here to introduce someone to you? Chen Huai interjected, It could also be for big brother or me. Isn't third brother only 17? Chen Nongma asked in surprise. Was he already being set up for marriage? Chao Lu, however, was calm about it. By the time the new year rolls around, old third will be 18. It's normal to start looking at potential matches, get to know each other for a year or two, and then marry. He spoke so rationally. So you're hiding because you're embarrassed? Seeing the enjoyment of others' misfortune in little sister's eyes, Chao Lu raised his hand and gave her a light flick on the forehead. We're hiding because we don't want to find a partner. Sister-in-law Xiaomei is too enthusiastic. Not just me, if she saw you with fourth brother or fifth brother, she'd probably drag you all into it, and in a couple of years, she'd start introducing you to potential matches. Chen Nongmo's eyes widened in shock. How terrifying. At that moment, fourth brother, Chen Jun, leaned in and whispered in little sister's ear, Second brother is hiding because it seems like he has someone he likes. Oh no. Chapter 10. The fact that second brother had someone he liked immediately captured all of Chen Nongmo's attention. She couldn't keep staring at him, so she could only sneak a glance with her peripheral vision. Chao Lu. No matter how suave Chao Lu was, he was still a young man. His dark skin slowly turned crimson, not from shyness but from the sensitivity of the topic. Especially with little sister's curious gaze that seemed to float toward him. The feeling of awkwardness grew even stronger. But the little girl was so small that even tapping her on the head was enough to make an impression. Chao Lu was worried that speaking too loudly would frighten her. So in his discomfort he directed his frustration at his younger brother. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Jun shrank his neck, his large hand resting on little sister's shoulder to shield her, and muttered stubbornly, I saw it last time. That girl named Tong Xiuxiu, the educated youth, brought you food. His family was well off, so they didn't worry about food or clothing, but for most other families food was still scarce. A young girl bringing food to a young man, what could that mean? Although second brother had not accepted it. Chen Jun had seen his face turn red, so he guessed that second brother must like her. Chao Lu glared at the fourth brother, who was using little sister as a shield. His face grew even darker. Look at you. Do you think six sisters' little arms and legs can protect you? After saying that, he straightened his face and added, From now on, don't let me hear you say such nonsense, especially talking behind someone's back about a girl. It's impolite. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun, who had been acting careless, scratched his head and apologized earnestly. I was wrong. I won't say it again. Chen Nongma glanced at second brother, somewhat surprised that he would say such a thing. So the idea of respecting women wasn't tied to the era one was born in. And did he or did he not like that girl named Tong Xiuxiu? She dared not ask. In the living room, the faint aroma of tea wafted through the air. Chen Xiaomei drank several cups of hot tea in quick succession, like she was gulping them down, before finally feeling a little warmer. As she took off her thick coat, Chen Xiaomei looked around curiously and said, Don't give me sugary water. I'll just drink tea. Where are the boys? Chao Chiuhua, who had gone to the cupboard to grab a plate of dried fruits, placed the plate beside Xiaomei and sat down next to her. She then told a little white lie with good intentions. I don't know where they've run off to. Why are you here now? Aren't you going back today? Chen Xiaomei was also a girl from Shanshan village, and she had grown up alongside Qiao Qiuhua as close childhood friends. Later, she married into a neighboring village, and their visits became less frequent, but their bond had always remained strong. She was a lively and straightforward person, never too formal or polite. Grabbing a handful of peanuts, she began shelling them while explaining her purpose. I'm staying at my mother's place today. I came over because someone asked me to talk to you about matchmaking. I'm not joking, but your son has quite a few people interested in him. Is Wuan already 29 this year? It's only because he's doing well that he hasn't become an old bachelor yet. Even the third one is now in the age to consider marriage. What are you thinking? If this drags on any longer, people will start talking. In fact, there had already been some rumors circulating. After all, there were few families around their village with such good conditions. Out of jealousy, all sorts of unflattering things were bound to be said. For instance, there were whispers that they were waiting for the right price, that they wanted to find a wife from the city and look down on rural girls, or that the eldest son hadn't married yet because he had been injured in the war years ago, affecting his ability to have children. In short, the rumors weren't flattering. 20-some years ago, after the family had suffered a calamity, Qiao Kuo's temperament had become more and more calm. She no longer liked to visit people, and since she lived in a remote area, no one would deliberately bring gossip to her. She really didn't know what rumors were circulating outside. But during the years she had lived alone, she had experienced the destructive power of rumors firsthand, and could more or less guess what was being said. Thinking of this, the smile that had been faint on Qiao Kuo's face faded even more. Let them talk. You know yourself that the eldest son is far away. I can only urge him in the letters, but in the end, it depends on the kids themselves. If the kids weren't in a hurry, what use was it for her to be anxious? Marriage should be about finding the right person. Just like her and Chen Dimeo, who had come together due to their parents' arrangements during their youthful years. Although they had lived a decent life, it was never as passionate or heartfelt as it could have been. Later, when they each met the right person, they realized the difference. And it was precisely because she had walked that crooked path that she couldn't bear to see her children go through the same. This was also the reason why, over the years, no matter who came to mediate, Qiao Qiuhua would never make decisions for her sons. After eating a mouthful of peanuts, Chen Xiaomei picked up her teacup and drank another cup of tea. After savoring it for a moment, she said, I know you, we don't make decisions for the kids directly. What would that make them? This is the new society now, where we talk about free love, but as elders, it's still fine to help them make connections. Whether they're suitable or not, let the kids decide for themselves. Qiao Qiuhua, curious, asked, so, did you set your sights on the eldest? Chen Xiaomei waved her hand, a proud look on her round face. No, this time it's that Qiao Lu boy. Whose kid? The village secretary's eldest daughter. She's about the same age as your second son. The girl is quite pretty, fair and plump, and her family is well off. The only problem is she's a bit spoiled, but she doesn't have any other flaws. Oh, and she's also a classmate of your second son in high school, right? Gao Gui not that? I remember that girl. She's the second son's classmate. The nearby kids all went to the county together for school. I've seen her a few times. She's quite pretty. Seeing that her old friend recognized the girl, Chen Xiaomei became more enthusiastic. She stopped shelling peanuts and leaned in a bit closer, asking, what do you think? Qiao Qiuhua helplessly replied, what use is it for me to think? It still depends on the second son. Then what about Qiao Lu? I'll ask him. Why the rush? Didn't you say you're not going back today? I'll ask the kids when they come home tonight, and he'll give you an answer tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the impatient Chen Xiaomei suppressed her curiosity and chatted aimlessly for a while about the Zhang family and Li family. As the sky gradually darkened, she quickly stood up to take her leave. Qiao Qiuhua, along with Chen Zong, who had been sitting silently beside them, stood to see her off. It wasn't appropriate for a matchmaker to leave without any parting gift, even if they were old friends. Qiao Qiuhua even gave her some red bean cakes she had steamed herself. Chen Xiaomei smiled brightly. accepting the gift and tucking it into her coat. I won't be polite. I've been wanting these red bean cakes for so many days. Chao Chiuhua smiled as well. I'll make more tomorrow. You can come by in the afternoon. Chen Xiaomei replied. Then I won't be polite. By the way, what about your new guest? I haven't seen her yet. I heard from Chen Mei that she's quite a pretty girl. Chao Kuo's smile froze for a moment as she realized her old friend had slipped into her usual habit. With a glance of irritation, she said, Yu is still young. Haha, I was just asking. It's a habit. A habit. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Nongma, who had been eagerly listening to the gossip, quickly pulled her head back with a whoosh. It was the 26th day of the lunar month. Only 4 days remained until the new year of the year 1971. Chen Nongma, who had long since lost her enthusiasm for the new year, suddenly seemed to regain the anticipation of her childhood. The long-forgotten sense of expectation nourished her emotions, making her almost feel that the falling snow outside and the rustling of the wind through the treetops had become poetic and picturesque. Though she didn't say anything in her heart, she had already made space, waiting for the new year to fill it. The others, who had noticed the sparkle in her eyes and the smile on her lips, seemed to have been infected by her joy. One by one, they left for the county town, carrying a cheerful energy. Today was the big market day, and everyone in the village had someone going to town. There was trade to be done, with different postures. But the one thing that remained the same was the vitality and energy that radiated from every simple face. Chen Nongma and her group didn't linger at the market in town. After saying goodbye to the villagers traveling with them, they headed straight for the bus station. There was no fault in their haste. There was only one bus to the county every morning. If they missed it, they would have to find another way, either walking or riding a bicycle. No matter which way, in the bone-chilling cold of nearly 20 degrees below zero, nothing could compare to the comfort of a bus. Of course, there was another reason. Getting on early meant they could grab seats. Hey, the family boarded the bus, and with about half an hour until departure, most of the seats were still empty. As Chen Nongma, who couldn't help but criticize the rough roads of this time, was thinking about calling her family to sit toward the front, she suddenly heard the surprised voice of her fourth brother. She instinctively looked up and saw everyone calmly finding their seats. However, her fourth brother seemed unable to take his eyes off a young woman sitting at the back. He kept glancing toward her. The girl was a slightly plump, pretty young woman with a healthy glow, but her gaze was unfriendly as she stared at second brother next to her. Chen Nongmo's mind stirred, and she suddenly recalled the girl Aunt Xiaomei had mentioned a couple of days ago. The one she had tried to introduce to second brother, only for him to refuse, claiming she wasn't suitable. With this thought in mind, Chen Nongma stopped staring at the girl, and was about to turn around when suddenly everything went black in front of her eyes. Chao Lu, with a helpless expression, reached out and covered little sister's eyes. But since she had such a small face, he ended up covering her whole face tightly. Chen Nongma. Chao Lu suppressed a laugh, coughed lightly, and pulled her to sit beside him, then lightly scolded her. What are you looking at? Sit properly. Chen Nongma. Chapter 11. Chen Nongma had initially wanted to chat more with her second brother about his high school classmate, Lu Yuanyuan. But once the bus started moving, whatever curiosity she had was buried under the biting cold wind. The bus, a relic that had likely been sputtering along for decades, allowed the frigid wind to seep in through its countless cracks and gaps as soon as it roared to life. The journey from the town to the county seat took nearly an hour. Throughout the trip, Chen Nongma kept her face buried in her scarf. At first, it was to shield herself from the cold. Later, as more passengers got on and the bus became crowded, the cold abated. However, at some point, someone boarded the bus carrying live chickens and ducks. The pungent smell of animal droppings nearly overwhelmed her. The ride was bumpy, cramped, and filled with unpleasant odors. By the time they finally arrived, Chen Nongma, protected by second brother as they disembarked, bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for air. She longed desperately for the modern conveniences of her previous life. It's about a 10-minute walk to the cooperative. Want me to carry you? Chao Lu asked, worried as he noticed how pale the girl looked. Internally, he He thought to himself that he'd have to make sure sixth sister ate more in the future. Her health seemed so poor. And she was so thin, light enough to lift with one hand. Chun Nongma declined. No need. I just need to breathe in some fresh air. Chow Lu furrowed his thick eyebrows, ready to press the matter further, when a sharp voice from nearby interrupted him. Pretentious. Instinctively, Chun Nongma turned her head. Before she could fully see who it was, something was tossed toward her chest. She reflexively reached out to catch it. It was 2 hard candies. They're orange-flavored. Lu Yuanyuan said from a short distance away. She had her chin slightly raised, her demeanor exuding arrogance. However, the faint redness around her eyes betrayed her true emotions. Seeing this, Chun Nongma felt a flicker of amusement in her heart. She understood that this girl must have been embarrassed after being rejected, struggling to maintain her composure. Still, Chun Nongma squeezed the candies in her hand, her eyes gradually curving into a smile. She thought the girl was rather endearing. Chow Lu had apparently come to the same conclusion. He didn't take offense at Lu Yuanyuan's earlier tone. Instead, he merely pressed his lips into a straight line and gave her a glance before turning back to his little sister. Let's go. Mom and Dad are waiting for us. Chun Nongma unwrapped one of the candies and popped it into her mouth. The tangy sweetness spread across her tongue, suppressing the last trace of nausea. She smiled at Lu Yuanyuan and said, "Thank you." Lu Yuanyuan's face turned red. She couldn't bring herself to meet the gaze of the pretty girl again. Instead, she glared at Chow Lu and snapped, "It's because my dad said you're nice. It's not because I like you." After tossing out that remark, Lu Yuanyuan turned abruptly, her 2 dark braids swinging as she strode away with large steps. "Brother, she's quite nice," Chun Nongma remarked. The soft-hearted girl was obviously fond of second brother, despite her outward denial. Chow Lu patted his little sister's hat. "I'm planning to enlist after the new year. I don't want to get married yet, why drag her into this?" Hearing that, Chun Nongma didn't press further. She turned back briefly to look at Lu Yuanyuan, who had already run quite a distance, before heading toward Mom Chiuhua, who was waiting for them not far away. But as she took just a few steps, a sudden memory surfaced in her mind, startling her so much that she stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" Chun Nongma blinked, quickly hiding the shock in her eyes. She looked up at second brother and said, "Nothing. I just bit my tongue while eating the candy." Chow Lu didn't think much of it, and teased her with a smile. "You must've been too greedy." "Mom Chiuhua, second brother said I'm greedy," Chun Nongma called out in mock indignation. Tattling to their mother. Hearing her daughter's playful complaint, Chow Chiuhua laughed and joined in. "Then we won't let him eat anything we buy later. Let's see how he likes not being greedy." Chun Nongma wasn't really a 15-year-old after all. She had said that just to divert her second brother's attention. Now being doted on like this, her face flushed red. Seeing her expression, Chow Chiuhua chuckled and took her little girl's hand, leading her toward the cooperative. The closer it got to the end of the year, the more people swarmed to stock up on supplies. They needed to move quickly. From the night Aunt Xiaomei had come over to propose the marriage match, Chun Nongma had thought Lu Yuanyuan's name sounded familiar, but hadn't dwelled on it. She had merely assumed the 2 Yuanyuan characters were too common. It wasn't until just now, when she first learned that her second brother's goal was to become a soldier, that she suddenly remembered where the sense of familiarity came from. In the original novel, the male lead, Chu Wuwen, had a tragic ending for his little sister. But even Chow Lu, a minor supporting character with limited page time, had a fate that was less than ideal. At this thought, Chun Nongma glanced up at the tall figure walking ahead of them, shielding her and Mom Chiuhua from the cold wind alongside Dad's own. Gao Lu. Chow Lu. When Chow Chiuhua had chosen this name for her son, it was because she hoped to continue the Chow family's lineage. People of this era strongly believed in the importance of descendants. And yet Chow Lu had remained unmarried his entire life. And the reason behind it all lay with the girl who had given her the candies, Lu Yuanyuan. As for what exactly had happened, Chun Nongma could no longer recall. After all, in the original story, both she and Chow Lu were minor characters with little narrative attention. She only vaguely remembered that her second brother had passed the military selection process, and, On his way back from collecting his uniform at the Armed Forces Department, he had lost his leg. Technically speaking, it was because he saved his high school classmate, Lu Yuan. But why he had saved her, and how it had led to his injury, no matter how hard she tried, Chen Nongma couldn't recall. She only knew that in the end, second brother had suffered severe soft tissue injuries. The damage had led to irreversible necrosis in his limb, and he ultimately had to undergo amputation. During the surgery, he had still been wearing the military uniform he had dreamed of for so long. At the same time, Chen Nongma also remembered the regret that the novel's male lead, Chu Wuwen, had expressed for Chao Lu. He had said that second brother, in both physical ability and intelligence, was no worse than him. When university education was briefly halted, Chao Lu, still in middle school at the time, had already shared his plans for the future with the family. He wanted to graduate from high school, enlist in the army, and work his way up in the military. After a few years, he aimed to earn a recommendation for university admission through internal military channels. Yes, he had wanted to go to college. From the very beginning, his goals had been clear. But all of his plans and dreams had come to an abrupt halt because of a car accident. Although, after the reform and opening up, Chao Lu had still managed to build a substantial family business through his own abilities and the support of his brothers, the fact remained spent his life confined to a wheelchair, unable to walk. And as the story had shown, second brother never married. Chen Nongma didn't know whether he had never met someone he loved, or if there was some other reason behind it. But she thought, if the calamity could be avoided, her thoughtful and perceptive second brother should have no trouble achieving his dreams. The cooperative was now in sight. Chen Nongma took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling in her heart. Surrounded by the protective circle of her family, she followed the crowd and squeezed into the marketplace. There was a long list of things to buy. Crowding together to shop wasn't an option. Even if they had all day to spend, the good items were always limited in quantity, and many others would be competing for them. Thus, as planned at home, once the family successfully pushed their way into the cooperative, they split up into pairs to shop efficiently. Chen Nongma went to the third floor with fifth brother, Chen Yi, who was known for his reliable nature, to look at shoes. When she came over from N City, she had brought only a limited amount of belongings due to various considerations. Especially shoes. Off the 3 pairs she owned, only one could barely be worn. The others were far too flimsy for the current weather. In this era, leather shoes were considered a luxury. Compared to the noisy and crowded counters downstairs, the shoe section was relatively quiet. Chen Nongma and fifth brother leaned against the glass display cases, their eyes fixed on the limited selection of winter leather boots inside. There were only 4 styles for men, and even fewer for women, just 2 designs. Without wasting words, Chen Nongma immediately picked a style, and pulled out several lengths of straw rope from her bag. She handed them to the sales clerk, who was eyeing her skeptically, then pointed at a pair of leather boots that would be considered a retro design in later years. This style. Please take out 1 pair in each of these sizes for me. As she spoke, she pulled out the longest piece of rope from another pocket, and handed it over. For this size, you'll need 4 pairs. Over the past few days, she had discreetly gathered information and learned that Dadzong, big brother, second brother, and the helpful comrade Xiaozheng all wore shoes of roughly the same size. She hadn't dared to ask too directly about their exact measurements, so she used rope as a guide. Chen Yi, snapping out of his initial shock, frowned and tried to stop her. Sixth sister, just buy shoes for yourself. You're still growing, didn't buy shoes that fit you perfectly now. Go a size bigger so they'll last an extra 2 years. A single pair of shoes, excluding the ration coupons, cost nearly 30 yuan. With a wave of her hand, Chen Nongma was about to spend close to 300 yuan. Even Chen Yi, who prided himself on his family being relatively well off, was thoroughly stunned. However, Chen Nongma was determined. If she was going to send a letter and gifts to Big Brother, it wouldn't make sense to leave the rest of the family out. Besides, some of the sizes she was buying were for her parents. She had been thinking about them for a long time. Once she had their exact address, she intended to visit them in person to put her worries to rest. Ignoring the boy's disapproval, she smiled and said, "Fifth brother, you're so clever. I didn't even think about buying a size bigger." As she spoke, she took out a stack of ration coupons and some cash from her inner pocket, and urged the still stunned sales clerk, "Please hurry." Chun-Yi, was that what he had meant? Chapter 12. This is a New Year gift. Seeing that her fifth brother was about to say something more, Chun Nongma quickly interrupted him. Noticing his sixth sister's firm attitude, Chun-Yi remained silent for a few moments before raising his hand to pat her head. His tone carried a sense of weariness. "Be careful. Mom and Dad might beat someone up." "They won't," Chun Nongmo replied with certainty. "At most, they would grumble for a bit." Chun-Yi pointed at himself helplessly. "They'll beat me." Chun Nongma stifled her laughter and then, in an unusually considerate tone, said, "Don't worry. I'll stand in front of you." The tall and slender young man lowered his head to look at his younger sister, who only came up to his shoulder. Seeing her growing more relaxed, he smiled. When he spoke again, there was a teasing hint of doubt in his tone. "You think you can shield me?" "I'm not short," Chun Nongma protested, annoyed by his doubtful gaze. Even if she didn't grow any taller, she was still about 1.6 meters tall, petite and delicate, which was adorable, wasn't it? Besides, she was only 16 years old, according to her nominal age. Chun-Yi quickly tried to soothe her. All right, not short. Not short. But honestly, there's no need to buy so many shoes. Just get some for the elders, okay? This money could buy 2 bicycles." This time, Chun Nongma didn't reply but instead made her refusal crystal clear with her attitude. She was fully aware that this wasn't a small amount of money, but she didn't spend like this all the time. If she did, no matter how much money their parents prepared, it wouldn't be enough for her to squander. Moreover, she had already started learning how to make clothes and shoes. Once her skills improved to a presentable level, she could save a lot by doing it herself. The reason she insisted on buying boots was that she noticed her brothers were the type who liked going out a lot. However, their cotton shoes weren't waterproof, and all of them had chilblains on their feet. These leather boots, with their thick fur lining and waterproof exterior, would surely be warm. If properly maintained, they could last for 10 years without a problem. With that thought in mind, she turned to the shop assistant, who was busy comparing sizes, and added, "Comrade, not just my pair, please size up the other pairs as well. Oh, and could you grab a few more tubes of shoe polish?" Hearing this, the shop assistant instinctively glanced at the thick stack of money in the girl's hand, and smiled even more warmly. "Of course. We already have shoe polish at home," Chun-Yi reminded her. Their father and eldest brother often went into the mountains, where cotton shoes couldn't handle the dampness. As a result, there were already 2 pairs of leather boots in their household. Even though the boots had been carefully maintained for many years, the leather had cracked in several places. Later, when Big Brother joined the military unit, he left his pair of boots for second brother. Next year, when second brother successfully passed the selection to join the military unit, the boots would then be handed down to third brother. The shoe polish is for Big Brother and his friend Comrade Xiao, Chun Nongma explained thoughtfully. Since she was already gifting the boots, a box of shoe polish was hardly an extra expense. Once she committed to doing something, she always aimed to do it perfectly. Measuring the shoe sizes didn't take long, but the store didn't have so many pairs in stock on display. The shop assistant had to go back and forth to the warehouse to retrieve them. The process ended up taking more than half an hour. When Chun-Yi, both delighted and distressed, finally carried the dozen or so pairs of shoes and carefully protected his little sister as they headed down to the first floor, they saw from afar that their parents were still waiting in line. "Let's find a place to wait," Chun-Yi suggested. Not wanting to squeeze into the crowd downstairs, Chun Nongma nodded in agreement, and followed her fifth brother to a sheltered corner out of the wind. They sat down to wait. Although he had tried to stop her from buying the shoes earlier, once the teenager actually had his own pair of leather boots, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. At just 15 years old, he held his boots close and kept looking at them with a face full of excitement. This was the first time he'd ever had a pair of leather boots of his own. While the family was doing relatively well, they weren't exceptionally wealthy. Other than being generous with food, their spending habits were much the same as others in the village. Especially when it came to clothing and shoes. Apart from soft fabrics used for undergarments, Most of the clothes and shoes the brothers wore were made from the durable old fabric their mother wove. The material was tough and long-lasting. Still, he couldn't just take his little sister's gift without giving something back. He'd have to think of a better return gift later. Want to put them on now? Chun Nongma asked as she freed her hands from her gloves, preparing to take out her own boots to change into. She felt the cold easily, and the new boots were sure to be warmer. Chun-Yi, his thoughts interrupted, stepped forward slightly to block her. Shaking his head, he disapproved. Save them for New Year's. It's not a holiday now, why wear new shoes? Chun Nongma blinked and, seeing that her fifth brother was serious, withdrew her hand. She put her gloves back on, rested her chin in her hands, and gazed at the clean and refined young man with a smile. See, having new shoes made him happy after all. Chun-Yi, feeling awkward under his little sister's gaze for a moment, eventually broke into a big, contented smile of his own. Of course, the siblings' smiles didn't last long. Before they knew it, their joy was frozen solid by their parents' dark expressions. Though the shoes weren't returned, Chun Nongma and Chun-Yi were scolded the entire way home. Most of the scolding was directed at Chun-Yi. In Chao Chiuhua and Chun Zong's eyes, it was understandable that their youngest daughter, given her past circumstances, didn't have much of a sense of money. But for their youngest son, who had accompanied her and failed to stop her spending, he bore the brunt of the blame. If they weren't going to yell at him, then who else? The culprit, Chun Nongma, who had promised to help divert some of the scolding, shamelessly hid behind the amused second brother. She wore an expression of pure innocence as if she had nothing to do with it. The sight of her hiding made the usually good-tempered Chun-Yi grind his teeth in frustration. The county's state-owned restaurant was famous for its chef's extraordinary skills. It was said that his ancestors had once been imperial chefs. While this claim couldn't be verified, it was still impressive that he could maintain his reputation as head chef even during these sensitive times. At the state-owned restaurant, Chun Nongma once again encountered Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan didn't seem to notice them. She was surrounded by a group of neatly dressed young people, chatting and laughing with her bright and animated expression. She was a radiant and lively girl. Remembering the book's plot, in which Lu Yuanyuan indirectly caused second brother to lose a leg and later fell into despair, changing her personality and dying young, Chun Nongma grew increasingly concerned about the disaster looming after the new year. What are you spacing out for? Come with me to line up over there, Chao Lu said, tugging little sister's arm and pulling her toward a long queue. Dragged along, Chun Nongma asked blankly, what are they selling? Why is the line so long? Smoked pork knuckle. It's that dish you loved last night. It's the chef's specialty, and they only sell a limited amount each day. Once it's gone, it's gone. Hearing this, Chun Nongma no longer needed second brother to drag her. She eagerly stepped forward to join the crowd. Smoked pork knuckle. She absolutely had to get some. After enjoying a hearty meal, the family made their way to the post office. This year, Chu Wuwen still couldn't make it home for the new year. As usual, the family prepared a package of food and clothing to send to him, with the addition of the leather boots and a letter from Chun Nongma. The package looked particularly large and sturdy, weighing around 20 pounds. Big Brother was stationed in H Province, about a 3-day journey from home. Barring any unexpected delays, the package should reach him before the new year. As they left the post office, Chun Nongma found herself wondering whether Big Brother would be happy to receive her letter of thanks and the boots. A blood-related brother, ha! The thought felt so strange and wonderful to her. The package, filled with the love and care of the family, indeed arrived at the 738th Military Unit, just as Chun Nongma had hoped on the eve of the Lunar New Year. At the end of the year, many soldiers received packages from home. Some arrived earlier, some later. There was, however, an unwritten rule. Whatever was received, half of it should be shared with familiar comrades. It had been this way every year, and this year was no exception. When Chu Wuwen cheerfully carried the large package back to his single dormitory, he wasn't surprised to find a room full of wolves waiting for him. He laughed and cursed, "Are you all bloodhounds or something? How did you sniff this out and get here so fast?" The 1st Battalion commander reached out to grab the package. "Stop wasting words. Hand it over." The 2nd Battalion commander chuckled. Lieutenant Colonel Chun, this year's package seems even bigger than usual. Hurry up and open it. Let's see what goodies are inside. As they spoke, the 1st Battalion commander pulled out a pair of scissors he had prepared in advance and started cutting the package open, grinning widely. Meanwhile, the package's rightful owner, Chu Wuwen, was unceremoniously shoved to the outer edge of the group. He didn't mind though, even with all the joking around. Everyone knew their limits. Your package should be arriving in the next couple of days, right? Unable to squeeze back into the crowd, Chu Wuwen casually sat down beside his close friend, crossing his long legs in a relaxed manner as he struck up some small talk. Xiaozheng thought for a moment. Not sure. The route to J City is far, and with all the Spring Festival packages, it might not arrive until after the holiday. Just as Chu Wuwen was about to respond, a chorus of excited shouts erupted from the group of comrades. Whoa! 2 pairs of leather boots. These things are crazy expensive. Lieutenant Colonel Chen's family really goes all out. But why would they send 2 pairs of the exact same boots? Hearing this, Chu Wuwen exchanged a glance with Xiaozheng. Then both of them got up and walked over. Lieutenant Colonel Chen, there's a letter here, the 1st Battalion commander said, handing over a thick envelope. Chu Wuwen's gaze lingered on the boots for a moment before he quickly tore open the envelope. Even before reading a word, an uneasy feeling began to creep into his chest. Sure enough, as soon as he unfolded one of the letters and saw the unfamiliar, yet slightly immature handwriting, his expression darkened. His eyes darted back and forth between the boots and his close friend. After a long silence, he finally gritted his teeth and said, dripping with sarcasm, "The other pair is for you." Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chapter 13. Me? Mom gave them to me? Compared to his friend's dark expression, Xiaozheng was more surprised. He stood up, walked over, and reached for one of the pairs of shoes to examine it. Over the years, although Aunt Qiuhua would send old Chen food when she sent things, she had never sent him any clothes or shoes. Hearing this, Chu Wuwen glanced at his friend, who had already removed his shoes and was happily trying on the leather boots. His face stiffened, and just as he was about to shift the blame to his mother, someone shouted, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, you actually have a little sister? How come you've never mentioned her? You've been hiding her too well." Before the lie could even leave his lips, it was exposed. Looking into the surprised eyes of old Xiao, the tall and sturdy man, enraged and embarrassed, glared at the company commander, who was secretly glancing at the letter. He waved his hand at the guys lagging behind and shouted, "Hurry up! Take the food and get lost." The others weren't intimidated. They continued to leisurely pick through the food in the packages. After they had taken half of the good stuff, they finally left, laughing and chatting as they went. Just as they were leaving, the company commander made a quick return. He stuck his head back in and asked the people inside, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, how old is your little sister this year?" At this, not only Chu Wuwen but even Xiaozheng, who had changed into new shoes, looked over. He stared at the company commander, narrowing his long, sharp eyes, and smiled meaningfully. "The age where she would call you uncle." Upon hearing this, the company commander clicked his tongue and reflexively replied, "I'm only 1 year older than Lieutenant Colonel Xiao, right?" The implication being that both of them were at the age to be uncles. In response, Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow but didn't refute it. Clearly, he accepted that title. Chu Wuwen, however, was amused and mocked. "What kind of spring and autumn dreams are you having? Should I be calling you both uncles too?" Whoosh! In an instant, the company commander was completely gone, disappearing from the door. After the playful banter, the frustration that had been bothering Chu Wuwen faded away. He handed the letter, which he had been holding in his hand, to his good friend and then unfolded his parents' letter, quickly scanning through it. The letter was long, just like before. It not only contained his parents' deep concern, but also greetings from his younger brothers and recent family matters. But more than anything, it was filled with praise for the little sister. Well-behaved, considerate, beautiful, elegant, intelligent, in short, all kinds of flattering words were lavished on the little sister, who he had never met. This made Chu Wuwen even more curious about the little girl who shared his name. Little sister, huh? Meanwhile, Xiaojing finished reading the brief yet sincere letter of thanks. He felt a bit surprised. His family's Master Ji and the national doctor, Dr. Min, had connections. A few years ago, when old Chen had asked him to help arrange a medical checkup for the girl, he had learned about Chen Nongmo's special situation. A few days ago, when old Chen mentioned that the little sister had regained her sanity, Xiaozheng had been happy for his friend, though also curious. However, he had no intention of digging deeper. He certainly hadn't expected that the girl would send him a gift. By the way, how old was the little sister? 15, right? As he thought about it, Xiaozheng carefully folded the letter, suddenly feeling that the shoes on his feet were getting a bit too warm. He was a grown man. Receiving a gift from a 15-year-old girl? Although it was a token of thanks for his help, Xiaozheng still felt a bit embarrassed. He thought about returning the favor. You mentioned buying a gift for our little sister last time. Did you send it yet? Chu Wuwen, who had been busy to the point of exhaustion, finally stopped working just recently. A look of regret appeared on his face. I haven't had time to buy it yet. Didn't you say the flowered cotton jacket wasn't nice? Who could have guessed that with all the delays, it was his older brother, who was over 10 years older, who had ended up receiving a gift from the little sister first. Especially now, after reading the family's various praises for the little sister in the letter, and with the warm new leather boots at hand, Chu Wuwen couldn't help but feel his heart soften. Little sister, how it seemed so different from the younger brothers. After all, he hadn't received any gifts from those little rascals in the 10 years had been away from home. Thinking of this, Chu Wuwen looked back at his friend. What do girls from J City like? I'm sure if I buy something according to the tastes of the women there, it'll be a safe bet for you. Xiaozheng was surprised. You? Ink for the brush for the ink, was that a nickname related to ink? The little girl's nickname. I'm asking you. What do the women from J City like as gifts? Xiaozheng helpless shrugged. How would he know? His family didn't have such a young girl. Still, feeling the warmth from the shoes on his feet, the man thought seriously for a moment before asking, what does little sister look like? Or how does she usually dress? As for her appearance, Chu Wuwen really couldn't remember much, since had only seen a few photos at home. She looks a lot like me. We're real siblings. Xiaozheng sized up his friend's appearance, finding it hard to imagine what a female version of Chu Wuwen would look like. Especially when he imagined a strong woman wearing a flowered cotton jacket, he shivered, feeling a bit speechless. How about we send little sister some New Year's money? She can buy whatever she likes. Chu Wuwen gave old Xiao a disgusted look, thinking he should never have hoped for a good answer from him. Never mind. He would find a way to contact the old man, who was at the artillery academy studying ideology, and ask him what you liked. It would also be a good chance to check in on his latest situation. And for little sister to get the old man's address, she would need the old man's consent first. New Year's Eve. It started snowing again. The snow was falling all around. Chen Nongma spent the better part of the morning playing ice sled with her third and fourth brothers at the flat ground near the village. Her face, which had always been a little pale, had turned rosy. Sixth brother, stop moving, let me do it. Chen Jun sat behind little sister, using both hands to push on the wooden stick, trying to catch up with Chen Huai, who was constantly turning around and taunting them. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo's eyes brightened as she obediently pulled her hands away from the wooden stick, steadying herself. As the small sled beneath her picked up speed, the smile on her face grew wider. She was quickly catching up to her third brother, who was shouting and howling ahead. Suddenly, a booming voice reached their ears. Third and fourth brothers. Are you itching for a beating? Don't you see the snow? You're going to make little sister catch a cold. The group, caught up in their racing and completely oblivious to the time, was startled by the shout. They all shrank back and turned to look. Before they could even see second brother's expression in the distance, they heard a loud thud. Chen Nongma turned back just in time to see her third brother, who had been full of pride moments before, crash into a tree. The impact caused the snow from the tree branches to fall in a cascade, quickly burying him under a small mound of snow. Everyone. Ha ha ha! Chen Jun's laughter, full of schadenfreude, echoed through the air. Of course, his gloating didn't last long. After they returned home, The mischief makers were promptly scolded by their parents. The two brothers, dejected, watched as their little sister, who had also played for hours, was only mildly reprimanded by their mother, and then treated to a cup of warm milk to comfort her. How should they put it? The contrast was stark, and they envied her greatly, but neither of them dared to say a word. "Stop looking at those two fools, drink your milk," Chao Chiuhua said with a helpless but fond scolding when she noticed her daughter's gaze drifting toward the two naughty boys. Chen Nongma felt a bit embarrassed. She rarely had the chance to play so freely, and it was her first time gliding on the ice, so she got a bit carried away. "Mom Chiuhua, I'm not cold at all, I'm even sweating. You don't understand, do you? Sweating makes you more likely to catch a cold. You mustn't do that again." Those two boys knew better, but they still took you to play like that. I think they got off too lightly. Seeing Mom Koa's expression darken again, Chen Nongma quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Big Brother should have received the package by now, right?" Chao Chiuhua instinctively replied, "It should have arrived. That brat doesn't even know what he's busy with. It's been 3 years since he came back. Having a son is just him coming to collect debts." Chen Nongma, still trying to think of something else to talk about. "By the way, Yu probably doesn't even know what Big Brother looks like, right?" Chen Nongma sifted through her limited memories and shook her head. "No, Mom and Dad didn't have time to show me any photos." Mentioning the Dimeo couple, Chao Chiuhua couldn't help but feel uneasy. In her view, it would have been so much better if GMO and Yu had come to live with them. What was there to feel shy about? Could the face be more important than living well? She wondered what had become of them. Though she was pondering these things, Chao Chiuhua didn't let her daughter see her thoughts. She gently reached out to pat her girl's head. "There are photos at home. Drink your milk first, and I'll go get them for you to look at." Upon hearing this and watching her mother quickly leave, Chen Nongmo's curiosity grew. She wondered if Big Brother looked more like Mom Chiuhua, or more like Dad Zong, or maybe would there be any similarities between them as siblings. Then, as she looked at the photos in her hands, Chen Nongma fell silent. How should she put it? As the male lead of a book, Chu Wawen's appearance was naturally extraordinary: sharp brows, starry eyes, and a handsome, resolute face. But compared to Chen Nongma, who resembled her mother in appearance, it couldn't really be called similar. It was more accurate to say that they had no resemblance at all. Chapter 14. "You two don't look alike." Chen Nongma nodded. "My eyes are like Dad Zong's, the rest look like Mom's. Big Brother, except for his eyes, looks just like Dad Zong. It's just about right." Chao Chiuhua handed over another group photo. Chen Nongma focused his attention. The 2-inch photo was a bit old, with its edges already faded. In it, a beautiful woman wore a serious expression, holding a pink bundle in her arms. "Who is this?" "That's Wawen's 1-year-old photo. At that time, your dad was still out fighting the Japanese, and we didn't know when he would come back. That little rascal changed every day. So I thought I'd take a photo to mark his first year." As she spoke, she took the dozen or so photos in her hands and neatly arranged them in order of age. "He looked more like me when he was younger. The older he got, the more he resembled Dimeo." It really was true. Chen Nongma looked through the photos one by one, from the chubby little bun to the sharp-eyed young man. She flipped to the last photo. The back was marked with June 1955, only until 15 years old. That little rascal became more rebellious as he grew. Later, he refused to take photos no matter what. It wasn't until he went to the military unit to enlist that, after he grew up a bit and became more sensible, he finally sent a few back. Though her words sounded full of disdain, the way Chao Chiuhua lovingly caressed the photos showed how much she cherished them. Chen Nongma noticed her gesture and smiled. Mom Chiuhua must miss Big Brother. Chao Chiuhua also smiled, as she put the photos away. "I do, especially during the New Year. Every place has its own customs and traditions," and Chen Nongma understood that the feeling of wanting family together for the Spring Festival was something that had persisted among the Chinese people for generations. She helped Chao Chiuhua tidy up the photos and change the subject. "When will Dad Zong and second brother be back?" Just before, after tidying up the photos of third brother and fourth brother, Dad Zong had gone out carrying a lot of food with second brother. They said they were going to deliver food to the elderly and widowed in the village. At first, Chen Nongma thought this was something every village did, but upon asking, he learned that only Shanshan village had this custom, and it wasn't very old, having begun during the disaster of 1940. Chao Qiuhua packed all the photos into an envelope and upon hearing this, calculated the time. At least an hour or more. Then let's start making dumplings. Dad Zong and the others will be back just in time for lunch. On New Year's Eve, the village had slaughtered a New Year pig, and each family had been given a large piece. Today's dumplings were filled with cabbage and pork. Okay. After the meal, the snow started to fall heavier and heavier. Since it was a holiday and there was no school, Chen Nongma was wrapped up like a dumpling by Mom Qiuhua and, along with her brothers, set off for the production team's communal house. The communal house was where the autumn harvest's grain was temporarily stored, and also served as the place for collective labor. It was very spacious with high walls. Every time the commune's projectionists came to show a film, they would choose this place. For the New Year's Eve celebration, the old secretary had to argue a lot before he managed to get permission for today's movie screening. In this information-isolated era, news spread much faster than Chen Nongma had expected. By the time the siblings, wearing their new leather boots and carrying small stools, arrived at the communal house from the foot of the mountain, it was already packed with people. It wasn't just people from their village. Quite a few villagers from neighboring villages had also come. Everyone was wearing their best clothes and chatting joyfully. Even though there was still more than half an hour until the movie would start. Looking at the crowded room, Chen Nongma tilted her head and asked, "Did we arrive late?" "No, not late. Walk this way." Chao Lu lifted the stool above his head, signaling for his petite little sister to follow him. At the same time, Chen Huai, who was just as big and sturdy as a mountain, immediately followed, and the two brothers moved forward, protecting her as they squeezed through the crowd. "We're here." Chen Nongma, not at all bothered by the crowd, looked up when she heard and saw a few teenage boys waving at them from a spot not far away, where there was some empty space. Did second brother make arrangements ahead of time? Your legs are too short to run fast. The response came from third brother, Chen Huai. Chen Nongma turned her head and, seeing her third brother's serious face, which didn't realize the sharpness of what he had just said, politely rolled her eyes. Then she lowered her head to focus on the path ahead, and walked directly toward the empty space. Chen Huai scratched his head and uncertainly asked, "Did sixth sister just roll her eyes?" Chao Lu gave his younger brother a helpless glance and answered with certainty, "She rolled her eyes at you." "Why?" Chao Lu shook his head and quickly caught up with his little sister. He positioned himself between the little sister and his third brother, ensuring that Chen Nongma was protected in the middle as they settled into their seats. It was only when she had just sat down that Chen Nongma realized the row ahead of them was occupied by the village's educated youth. The girl named Tong Xiuxiu was sitting right in front of her. Without thinking, she glanced over to her left at second brother. Chao Lu didn't notice the look his little sister gave him. He pulled a walnut out of his pocket, cracked it with a couple of sharp snaps, and skillfully handed the nut meat to her. Just as Chen Nongmo reached out to take it, someone on her right offered her a handful of sunflower seeds. Without hesitation, she pulled out her pocket and motioned for third brother to place them inside. It wasn't much, but to the others watching, it seemed like the little girl was pampered having someone crack her walnuts and serve her seeds. It was clear to them that she was a city girl, spoiled and used to being taken care of. Most people only muttered about it quietly in their minds, but a few couldn't hold back and half-jokingly scolded. "A girl should behave like a girl. How can you expect the men to serve you?" At first, Chen Nongma didn't even realize they were talking about her. It wasn't until second brother turned around, his face full of honest humility, that she understood. "My dad usually takes care of my mom like this. As sons, we learn by example. Please don't make fun of us." When he finished speaking, Chen Nongma turned around to see the dark-skinned aunt with drooping eyelids, her face even longer than before, as if someone had just owed her money. "That's Aunt Xiaoying from the neighboring village. I heard she once wanted to marry her sister off to our dad, but our dad liked our mom instead. Later, Xiaoying's sister ended up marrying a bad man, and she's been holding a grudge against our mom ever since. Every time they meet, She looks like she's got something against her. Chun Hui whispered to his little sister, explaining the situation. Chun Nongma snickered. She hadn't expected to hear gossip about Dadzong, but it made sense. He was such a considerate man with good looks. It wasn't surprising that people liked him when he was young. What amused her even more was second brother Chao Liu's clever reply. Always humble, yet sharp in his words. It was no wonder Aunt Xiaoying looked so displeased. Crack crack for the next few minutes, the four brothers cracked walnuts together, giving all the nut meat to their little sister. Chun Nongma of course didn't refuse the food. Even without looking back, she could feel the growing tension in the air behind her. But who cared? To be frank, her life wasn't bad. While others might feel sorry for her, what did that have to do with Mom Qiuhua and Dadzong? Aunt Xiaoying didn't blame her sister's lousy husband, but instead took out her anger on someone else. It didn't make much sense to her. Do you want some? These were sent from my home. Tong Xiuxiu, having heard the noise behind her, knew exactly what was going on. She had been in the countryside for more than half a year now, and there were no secrets here. Naturally, she was aware of Aunt Xiaoying's subtle remarks. She couldn't stand people who acted superior because of their age. So she pulled out a packet of cookies she had been reluctant to eat, and turned to offer them. Chun Nongma was a bit surprised. Her gaze shifted from the cookie box to the girl's slightly flushed cheeks. She had already heard from third brother that about a month ago, when second brother went to the town to sell some game, he had accidentally ended up in the black market, and was noticed by Tong Xiuxiu. Because of that incident, Tong Xiuxiu had started to develop feelings for second brother. This wasn't unusual. Many girls had a hero complex. Chun Nongma, being just an ordinary person, thought that if she were ever saved by a handsome young man in a dangerous situation, she might feel the same way. But as second brother had said, he planned to join the army after the new year, and wasn't interested in dating right now. So it wouldn't be appropriate for her to get involved with second brother at this time. However, with so many eyes on her, refusing the girl would probably cause embarrassment. With that thought, Chun Nongma, not wanting to get involved in others' feelings, first pulled out a few pieces of candy from her pocket, and handed them to the girl. Then she took a few biscuits from the box and politely said, "Thank you." Tong Xiuxiu glanced at the large, mountain-like man beside her, her face turning even redder, and handed the remaining biscuits to her. "Comrade Chao, please have some, and thank you for your help last time." Chao Lu replied, "Thank you, but it's fine. You've already thanked me for that." Upon hearing this, although Tong Xiuxiu looked a bit disappointed, she didn't say anything more. She sighed and turned back to her friends, quietly whispering with them. "Second brother is really popular," Chun Nongma teased, winking at third brother. "Of course, in a couple of years, it'll be just as popular," came Chun Hui's confident response. Chun Nongma, should she tell third brother that? Although he was a bit naive, he and the not-so-naive second brother were on completely different levels. The movie was great, an old film that had been released in the early 1960s. It was Chun Nongmo's first time watching it, but the others had all seen it no less than 10 times. Still, the enthusiasm for the animated film couldn't be contained. Even after the 10-minute movie ended, many villagers were reluctant to leave. They gathered together, excitedly discussing it. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chun Nongma and the others had to head back to help with dinner preparations. After saying goodbye to familiar faces, they grabbed their small stools and left. Inside the communal house, there had been hundreds of people, and it had been very warm. Once outside, the cold air immediately rushed in from all directions. Chun Nongma shrank her head, burying her face in her scarf, trying to hold on to some of the warmth from the communal house. "Running will warm you up," Chao Lu said, tightening the scarf around his little sister's neck. After making sure she was bundled up properly, leaving only her eyes exposed, he gently pulled her into a light jog. When they got home, Dadzong took second brother to paste up the New Year's couplets. Chun Nongma and her 3 other brothers joined Mom Qiuhua in preparing the evening meal. There were small chickens stewed with mushrooms, pork and cabbage with vermicelli, stir-fried meat, a total of 8 hearty dishes, each one a substantial portion. When it was time to eat, Dadzong poured rice wine, giving each person a large bowl. Even Chun Nongma was allowed to have a couple of sips. The taste was smooth and fragrant, completely different from the spicy flavor she had expected. If she weren't being watched so closely, she might have had a few more sips. After they were full, the sky had already turned completely dark. The restless boys dragged little sister outside to play with firecrackers. Chun Nongma wasn't particularly fond of firecrackers, but since it was the new year, throwing a few to join in the fun felt just right. Once they finished with the firecrackers, the whole family gathered together to play cards and stay up late, until after midnight, when everyone finally returned to their rooms. Chun Nongma thought the last day of 1970 had come to an end. But when she changed into soft clothes and crawled into the warm bed, adjusting her pillow, she found a stack of heavy red envelopes placed underneath. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 6. Chapter 15. Under the pillow, 6 red envelopes containing New Year's money, wrapped in red paper, had already far surpassed the total amount that Chun Nongma's mother had spent on shoes for the family. While she was touched, she also couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. At the same time, she had completely recognized the fact that, until she could earn money independently, handmade gifts would be more readily accepted by others. However, the surprise did not end there. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, on the 3rd day after Chun Nongma had returned to her studies, the postman delivered a letter from Big Brother. When she took the 2 100 yuan remittance slips that Mom Chiuhua handed over, she was completely stunned. So, even Big Brother and Comrade Xiao had used the excuse of giving New Year's money to return the money they owed? At this thought, Chun Nongma felt the remittance slips in her hand burn with heat. Who told you, a little girl, to waste money? Now you know how serious it is, huh? After reading her son's letter, Chao Chiuhua noticed that her daughter looked as wilted as if frostbitten. Amused, she reached out and poked her. This lesson truly left a deep impression on Chun Nongma. But Mom Chiuhua, I really want to thank Comrade Xiao. Big Brother was a different story. They were siblings, so taking his New Year's money was understandable, and she didn't feel much pressure about it. But Xiaozheng, Comrade Xiao, had no such relationship with her. Now, in her attempt to show her gratitude, she had given him a pair of shoes worth 28 yuan, only for him to return 100 yuan in New Year's money. There was no better deal than this. Chao Chiuhua, however, was not as anxious as her daughter. It's fine, that kid Xiaozheng is as close to your brother as if they were real brothers. He probably just treats you like a little sister and has no other intentions. After saying this, seeing that her daughter's furrowed brows hadn't relaxed, she suggested, how about making them both a couple of shirts? I'll cut the fabric for you, and you can sew them yourself. Chun Nongma, who had once worked as a summer intern and learned the skill of working on an assembly line, thought for a few seconds and then said, all right, but I want to decide on the style myself. I'll make one set for each of them. All right. Just make the same ones. Those 2 boys are close, always together, so wearing the same thing will be festive. Your brother will definitely be happy. At this point, Chao Chiuhua had already started to look forward to the happy expressions on her son and little Xiao's faces when they received identical clothes. She eagerly suggested, how about this afternoon, we ask second brother to ride you to the town. You can use the money on the remittance slip. Do you have fabric ration tickets? Upon hearing this, Chun Nongma, realizing that her mother was right, responded cheerfully, I've got the tickets. After lunch, Chun Nongma, wrapped up like a ball, sat on the back seat of second brother's bicycle, as he took her toward the town. Since New Year's Eve, the snow had been falling without pause day and night, for several days. It only quietly stopped the previous night. The 2 siblings rode along, stepping on the fluffy snow blanket, which squeaked in protest with every step. They were already sweating by the time they reached the main road leading into the town. On the way, they encountered a tractor from another village, with a man and a woman sitting on it, both wearing military coats and leifeng hats. They sat upright, looking unfazed by the cold, exuding confidence, with several large bundles placed beside them. The 2 of them knew Chao Lu. Amidst the tractor's rumbling thrum, they exchanged greetings. Through this brief exchange, Chun Nongma learned that these 2 were students from the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, heading to the provincial capital to catch a train for school. After the tractor drove off, She asked second brother, have you ever considered trying for a spot at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university? No matter how much this university was criticized later on, at this time, it was still a place that many young people dreamed of. Chao Lu didn't dismiss his younger sister with a flippant answer, but instead explained seriously, a family can't have 4 university students. It's more appropriate for me and fifth brother to compete for military recruitment opportunities and try for internal recommendations. Chen Nongma was stunned for a few seconds before she understood the meaning of his words. Third brother and fourth brother had more lively personalities, and the competition for spots in the military unit was even more intense than for the local workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. In theory, it was indeed more likely for second brother, who was more steady and had better grades, and fifth brother to have a better chance of securing spots. She was about to ask if third brother and fourth brother knew, but the words were swallowed before they could leave her mouth. This question was meaningless. With the careless personalities of third brother and fourth brother, they definitely wouldn't know. After spending these past few days together, Chen Nongma had already noticed that third brother and fourth brother fit the carefree image of young men that she had seen in her past life. On the other hand, second brother and fifth brother were already mature beyond their years. So this decision was definitely one they had discussed and made themselves. Once she sorted out this key point, Chen Nongma pulled her coat tighter around her, unsure of how to respond. She couldn't tell her brothers that the college entrance exam would be restored in 6 years, but not saying it made her feel uneasy. After a long silence, Chen Nongma finally couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, what if the university entrance exam is restored in a few years? Didn't you guys just comment on how quickly the policies change? She asked carefully, but Chao Lu responded firmly, the university entrance exam will definitely be restored, just like Dimeo's dad was temporarily out of power. But this is something for you to know. Don't tell anyone else. I won't say anything. However, Chen Nongma was truly stunned. How is second brother so sure? Chao Lu didn't elaborate, only vaguely said, every dynasty change involves political struggles. It's nothing new. Just listen and remember it. It wasn't new indeed, but in this time when information was scarce, and even buying a book was difficult, second brother's insight far surpassed that of most people. If most people could understand this, the tragic families of later periods during these special times wouldn't be as numerous. Thinking about this, Chen Nongma blinked, brushing away the complexity in her eyes. She asked, since second brother knows the university entrance exam will be restored, haven't you thought about waiting for it? Gao Lu Samai. I won't wait. Who knows how long it will take? 5 years. 10 years, maybe even longer. Becoming a soldier is also something I've always wanted. After successfully buying the fabric, Chen Nongma and second brother tacitly agreed, and neither of them brought up the topic they had discussed on the way back. In the following days, she obediently stayed at home, studying and working on the clothes. Most of the fabric available at that time came in 3 colors, black, white, and dark blue. Compared to the dark colors, white fabric was considered a rare commodity. Although she had seen some white fabric in the town, Chen Nongma didn't buy it. While it looked nice, she felt it wasn't practical since it was easy to get dirty. Instead, she chose dark blue cotton fabric and made 2 identical Zhongshan collar shirts, along with 2 pairs of black pants. To be honest, the cotton fabric wasn't as comfortable as pure cotton, but she found that pure cotton tended to shrink and wrinkle easily, and ironing it was troublesome. So she opted for the more durable and wrinkle-resistant cotton fabric. Zhongshan suits weren't rare at that time. Many cadres liked to wear them, and if they added a couple of pens to their chest pockets, they looked like intellectuals. However, making them into shirts was less common, as most were designed with a turned-down collar. When the shirts were finished, Mom Chiuhua immediately suggested that when the weather warmed up, she would make one for every man in the family. The day she sent the clothes out was also the first day of middle school. Besides the twins, Chen Jun and Chen Yi, who were carrying their school bags and heading to report, Chen Nongma also went with them. A few days earlier, Chen Zong had already spoken with the principal. Today, after mailing the clothes, the twins took their little sister to the principal's office, where, as agreed, she was to take an exam. In fact, nowadays, the school barely taught academic knowledge, and the teachers were all on edge. For Chun Nongma, even attending school wasn't much of an issue. But her situation was special. She didn't even have a primary school graduation certificate. So, under the watchful eyes of the principal and her older brothers, she calculated her scores. She passed 3 of the 4 subjects, but one subject only scored 42 points. In Chun Nongmo's eyes, the results that were hard to bear were enough for the principal to agree to let her advance to the 2nd year of middle school. Meanwhile, 4th brother and 5th brother, proud with their little sister's progress after just over 20 days of studying, proudly declared that she was a genius. They even said her score would place her in the middle upper ranks of the class. Thus from that day on, Chun Nongma, with her remarkable grades, shed the label of illiteracy and became a 2nd-year middle school student once again. Becoming a middle schooler again. Chun Nongma started going to school with 4th brother and 5th brother every day. She didn't even give them a chance to worry, quickly becoming adept at it. The only thing she found hard to adjust to was the classmates' attitude toward learning. There were 36 students in the class, but fewer than a third actually wanted to go to high school. Most of them were only after a middle school graduation diploma. Of course, these discomforts didn't bother Chun Nongma for long. After attending school for 3 days, with 2 of those days being teacher absences and half the classmates skipping class, she soon calmed down. Strictly speaking, her attention was diverted by other matters. In early spring, the spring conscription began. For young men in the rural areas, there were 2 main paths to a better future. One was education, and the other was joining the army. So when the conscription notice was issued, it wasn't just Chao Lu who was excited. The entire county was abuzz. Shanshun Village, also known as Shanshun Production Brigade, received 2 spots for recruitment. The registration day was a Monday, and most of the classmates went to the county's armed forces office to see the commotion. The 3 siblings of the Chun family were among the few students who quietly listened to the teacher during class. However, as soon as the bell rang signaling the end of the lesson, Chun Jun, whose personality was more carefree, couldn't sit still. He suggested skipping class to go to the county. Chun-yi didn't mind and gently smiled, saying, "If you're not afraid of getting in trouble with dad or big brother, go ahead, but don't drag me or 6th sister into it." Chun Nongma, who also wanted to go, put on a serious expression and tried to discourage 4th brother, saying, "With 2nd brother's physique and brains, he's definitely going to be selected since he's a high school graduate. We just need to wait for the good news." Chun Jun pouted and lazily slumped on the old desk. "I know 2nd brother will be selected. I don't care about him," he said. What he was curious about were the soldiers who came to recruit new people, dressed in military uniforms. There were so many soldiers and maybe even a military truck with 4 wheels. How impressive would that be? Just seeing them would be worth it. And if he could touch one of those trucks, he'd have a story to brag about for a whole year. The more he thought about it, the itchier he became. Chun Jun shifted uneasily in his seat, his eyes occasionally glancing toward his quiet younger brother, hoping he would change his mind. Chun-yi couldn't be bothered. He simply took a candy from his pocket, handed it to his little sister, and gently coaxed. "Don't follow 4th brother. You should focus on your studies." Chun Nongma took the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Then she gave 5th brother a helpless look. Seeing this, Chun Jun slouched in resignation, his eyes downcast. Then, less than half a minute later, he slammed his hand on the desk in frustration. Jealousy written all over his face. 3rd brother's the lucky one. He's in the county, going to high school. If he wants to go, all he has to do is lift his leg and he's there. Chun Nongma. Chapter 16. The children were thinking about something in their minds. After school, the 3 siblings headed straight home. The town was not very close to Shanshun Village. It took nearly an hour to walk there. Chao Qiuhua and Chun Zong reluctantly allowed their delicate daughter to endure hardship, and gave their bicycles to the 2 brothers to ride. Chun Nongma sat sideways on the front crossbar, which was covered with a cotton pad, while Chun-yi straddled the back. Their younger brother, Chun Jun, pedaled the bike furiously, making it spin like a whirlwind all the way back home. When they arrived home, Chun Nongma, who had almost believed she would get into a bicycle accident and crash into a snowbank, weakly stepped into the house. She didn't go to check on her fourth brother, who was being scolded and was crying out in pain from the beatings by their fifth brother. Why are you back so early today? Did the teacher let you out of school early? Chao Chiuhua was busy putting away her needle and thread in a basket, planning to prepare dinner. When she saw her daughter return, she thought she had misread the time and subconsciously glanced at her wristwatch. Chen Nongma began to remove her thick coat and hat to hang them on the coat rack. Hearing her mother's question, she became annoyed and complained. Today, fourth brother was riding the bike. And I almost thought I saw the bridge of helplessness. What bridge of helplessness? It's the one to the underworld, where King Yen rules. Upon hearing this, Chao Chiuhua, who had been calm and gentle, immediately darkened her expression. She first slapped her daughter and scolded, "Don't speak such futile nonsense." Then with a loud smack, she put down her work, took off her shoes, and marched toward the troublesome boy. Seeing this, Chen Jun, who had just stepped into the doorway, didn't have time to protest to his little sister. He turned and tried to run. However, before he could even take a step, Chen Yi, quick on his feet, grabbed hold of his clothes. The outcome was predictable. Chen Jun, holding his sore bottom where his mother had spanked him, glared at his little sister with grievance, pouting and whining. After dealing with the troublesome children, Chao Chiuhua ordered the twins to add water to the water tank before heading off with a stern face to prepare dinner. Chen Nongma, still upset, followed her mother into the kitchen to help. That night, they had sorghum porridge with corn cakes for dinner. By the afternoon, things had settled down. Chao Chiuhua directed her daughter to start the fire, while she washed her hands and took the dough from the wooden basin to knead it again on the table. If fourth brother misbehaves again, come and tell me. That kid needs to be disciplined. If not, he's going to end up breaking his arms or legs. He rides the bike like a mad dog chasing after him. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongma instinctively smiled, then paused in her task of picking up the wheat stalks. She suddenly realized, did she just complain earlier? Not hearing her daughter respond, Chao Chiuhua turned around and smiled. What? Are you embarrassed now? She quite liked the way her daughter had just complained. It was the lively behavior a teenage girl should have. It was a far cry from how Chen Nongma had seemed recently, when she was so gentle that Chao Chiuhua had started to worry. She feared her daughter might be bullied in places they couldn't see. A girl's temper should be a bit stronger. Chen Nongma wasn't actually embarrassed, it was just a bit strange. After all, behavior like complaining and acting spoiled felt far too distant from her. So distant, in fact, that she still found it hard to believe. In just over a month, she had gone from a harmless, rounded figure to someone with sharp edges. Yes, from the perspective of Chen Nongma, who had grown up in the welfare house, complaining was sometimes just a form of acting spoiled or being willful. After a moment of awkward silence, she cleared her throat and asked, "Second brother should be back soon, right?" Chao Chiuhua smiled even more. Following her daughter's lead, today was just a preliminary checkup. He's not home yet. He's probably coming back with the military unit. Are many people from our village participating? Recently, Chen Nongma had been very busy. She had received her parents' address from Big Brother's letter, and in these past days, she had made clothes not just for Big Brother, but also for her parents. Although when sending the package, because she wasn't familiar with her parents' situation, she only sent shoes, that didn't dampen her enthusiasm for gathering things for them. She was so caught up in it that she hadn't had the time to go around the village and join in the social activities, so she had no idea how many people from Shanshan village had signed up for the selection. Chao Chiuhua shaped the dough into dough balls, rolled them into circles and flattened them, making corn cakes about the size of a palm. Soon, the shallow basket was filled to the brim. Hearing her daughter's question, she didn't even turn around and replied, "How could there not be many? All the ones of proper age went. Serving in the military is a glorious thing." Before her daughter could respond, Chao Chiuhua continued, "I told you to go out with your brothers. Staying indoors all day must be driving you crazy. I don't know what you're thinking. When I was young, I couldn't sit still for long. I used to run outside every day, and I even went hunting in the mountains. It's too cold outside. I don't feel like moving." In her past life, to make a living and repay the foster mother's care, Chun Nongma had pushed herself to the limit, almost turning into a spinning top, running around every day. This time, with her family complete and no financial worries, she just wanted to live according to her own nature, doing whatever felt comfortable. Besides, how cold was it outside? Didn't the warm stove room seem much better? Gaokui sudenli understo. Dusting off the flour from her hands, she carried the basket to the stove and gestured for her daughter to start the fire. That's true. You southern girls can't handle the cold. It's better to stay inside. By the time Dad Zong and second brother came home, it was already completely dark. Fortunately, the two of them, carrying the chill and frost from the journey, brought back good news. They had passed the preliminary check. At the dinner table, Chun Zong, who had been silent, drank a few mouthfuls of wine with a happy expression before briefly telling the family about the results of the preliminary check. Chao Lu, with his muscular build and towering height of nearly 1.9 meters, stood out among the many thin and frail people who were struggling with basic survival. The recruiting officer immediately noticed him, patting his shoulder and squeezing his muscles, calling him a fine specimen. Upon learning that he had graduated high school, the officer was even more pleased, stating that as long as there were no issues with the political review, Chao Lu would be sent directly to the guard unit. It was important to know that the guard unit had higher standards than regular soldiers, but it also offered more opportunities for advancement once inside. The recruiting officer's words meant that Chao Lu had essentially been pre-selected. The political review would definitely pass. Otherwise, someone with the same household registration as Chu Wuan wouldn't even be able to join the army. That's great, really great. Chao Qiuhua repeatedly said great, her hands still patting second brother's firm arm. As parents, they actually felt reluctant to send their son to the army. While it was indeed a glorious thing, their eldest son had been in the military for 10 years, and had only come home 3 times. If second brother went, who knew how many years it would be before they saw him again? But this was something their son had been dreaming of. And there was nothing they could do to stop it. They couldn't hold him back either. But then, are you still going to serve in H province? Chao Lu served his mother 2 chopsticks of vegetables. That's not certain. We won't know until after the new recruit training. Right, look at me, big brother was like this back then. Chun Zong patted his wife's hand, knowing she was reluctant, but the children had grown up and needed to go out and experience the world. After the lively dinner, Chun Nongma finished washing up and returned to her room. Lying on Wen Wan's heated brick bed, her excitement slowly began to fade. The initial screening, the physical exam, political review, an investigation. After going through all the procedures, it would take at least 2 more months before they officially received the military enlistment notice. This meant that second brother, full of vigor and ambition, would face a lifetime with a wheelchair after losing his legs in a heroic rescue. 2 more months, until that disaster struck. Thinking of this, Chun Nongma sighed deeply. She turned onto her side and reminded herself again to keep a close eye on the progress of second brother's enlistment. The next day, after waking up, Chun Nongma didn't see second brother, and felt a pang of anxiety. Then she realized she might have overreacted. She asked fifth brother, who was serving breakfast, "Where's second brother?" "He went to the village militia's gun training. He should be back soon. Hurry up and come eat breakfast." Upon hearing this, Chun Nongma didn't say anything further, and quickly sat down at the table to eat. Chao Qiuhua, helpless, brought over the milk powder she had prepared, stirring it while muttering, "Every morning, it's like a battle. Can't you wake up just 10 minutes earlier? The bed is too warm." Chun Nongma smiled mischievously, teasing with her words. But she was beautiful not just with delicate features, but with an extraordinary aura, like a noble lady from an ancient painting. Her presence made everyone happy just by looking at her. Chao Qiuhua had always adored her, and now, seeing her mischievously act cute, she immediately lost her composure. She grabbed an empty bowl, poured milk into it to cool, and said, "You do have a point. You're still young and your health isn't the best. You need to sleep more." Upon hearing this, Chun Jun, who was also 16 years old and only a couple of months older than his younger sister, felt a little sore all over. After sending the children off to school, Chao Qiuhua didn't rest either. Once second brother finished breakfast, the family of 3 went to the village committee. When Chu Wuwen received the call that his younger brother had passed the preliminary check, he wasn't surprised. However, when he learned that the recruiting officer had taken an interest in him, he was still extremely pleased and solemnly advised, at times like this, you have to keep steady. Don't do anything reckless. Cao Liu Lo get? You know what kind of person I am. Chu Wuwen also smiled. True, you've always been calm and measured since you were young, but you still can't be careless. At times like this, all sorts of troublemakers might pop up. There were very few military spots available each year, and some highly qualified individuals would end up mysteriously being eliminated. It wasn't easy to discuss this on the phone, but Cao Lu understood. Don't worry, brother. With you backing me, no ordinary person would do something foolish. In a county, only a few people really made it, and everyone knew that Chu Wuwen was an officer in the military unit now. While most people might not know exactly what rank he held, that didn't stop others from being more cautious when they might have ill intentions. I can't do much from afar, you'll have to stay sharp yourself. If anything happens, contact me immediately. The phone call was brief, and after a few more words of advice, Chu Wuwen handed the phone over to their parents. Chen Zong spoke very little, and within less than half a minute, he handed the phone over to his wife. Normally, at this time, Chao Kuo's conversations would mostly revolve around her sons, but this time, she only mentioned them briefly before happily talking about her daughter's many good qualities. On the other end of the phone, Chu Wuwen's expression softened more and more. It seemed that the arrival of little sister had made their mother very happy. That's good. Oh, I almost forgot. You felt bad for accepting your New Year's money, so she specifically designed an outfit for you and made a set of clothes. I sent it out yesterday, Chao Chiuhua said, slapping her forehead just before hanging up. I don't need any clothes. The military unit provides them. You should keep the fabric for yourselves. Though Chu Wuwen said this, he was genuinely touched, and when he looked down at the well-fitted leather boots he was wearing, a proud smile appeared on his face. The family doesn't lack fabric. Wear it if you want, and it took little sister several days to finish. It really strained her eyes. Chu Wuwen couldn't hold back a laugh. Little sister is definitely more considerate than her younger brother. Chao Chiuhua beamed with pride. Of course. Yu is very thoughtful and perceptive. She even made a set for that little kid Chao, exactly the same as yours. When you get it, make sure to give it to him, okay? Chu Wuwen's smile immediately disappeared. Chapter 17. Time passed too quickly. It was already mid-April. Chen Nongma only felt that with a turn of her head. The sky full of white snow had already been replaced by the vibrant green of spring. The villagers, who had slept through the entire winter, were waking up along with the earth. Plowing, sowing, watering, fertilizing. The busy farming season was exhausting, but the sun-darkened faces of everyone showed nothing but joy, as if they could already see the bountiful harvest in the fall. The Chun family was naturally one of the busy households. The teachers needed the farmers' help, so the school gave the students a half-month vacation. Chen Nongma did not go to the fields. Instead, her family instructed her to stay at home and prepare meals. Feeding 7 people, with the men eating more than one another, was not an easy task when cooking on a clay stove. By the time the meals were ready, it was already noon. On this day, after preparing lunch, she left the kitchen, walking on the wooden planks that formed the suspension corridor, and stood at the intersection, gazing toward the direction of the village. Not seeing Mom Chiuhua and the others, Chen Nongma turned back and entered the yard. Finally getting a moment of rest, she didn't relax. Instead, she took the bamboo broom that was placed on top of the chicken coop and began sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard. After finishing, she waited for the others to return. She squatted under the eaves, observing whether the rosebuds were larger today than yesterday. She still remembered that when she first arrived here, second brother had said that the weather was warm and the fruit trees in the yard looked beautiful when they bloomed. They were beautiful, but it was only after the snow melted and spring arrived that Chen Nongmo realized that the large yard didn't just have fruit trees and vegetables. It also had several rose bushes. The flowers were under the eaves, and Mom Chiuhua had said that when they bloomed, she should open the window, and the scent of the flowers would be carried in by the breeze. Chen Nongma kept these words in her heart. In this life, Without the overwhelming financial pressure that used to suffocate her, she had changed. She had become someone who eagerly sought out romance in everyday life. Looking at flowers again? What's new to see by looking every day? At least you'll have to wait until early May for them to bloom. Chao Qiuhua, dragging her tired steps, returned home and saw her daughter leaning forward, counting the flower buds. Chen Nongma turned around and smiled as she walked toward her. Isn't it a little late today? Didn't you say it was almost done? As soon as she spoke, she noticed that, aside from the exhaustion from the work, everyone's face also carried a clear joy. Chen Nongmo's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately looked at second brother. Did the enlistment notice come through? Chao Lu wiped his hands and face clean, then turned around, ruffling his little sister's head with a smile. Smart. I just went to the village committee and took a call from the Armed Forces Department. Who else is there from the village, besides you, with a spot? It's old accountant's eldest grandson, Chen Taizhu. You've met him. She had met him. Brother Taizhu was one of the more sturdy and capable young men in the village, so it made sense that they would choose him. No wonder they came back so late today. Chen Nongma smiled, then turned and handed the towel to Mom Qiuhua, before following second brother like a shadow. So when are you going to pick up the military uniform? Chao Lu looked down at his little sister, thinking she was just curious. We're going Monday morning. Monday happened to be the day after the holiday ended, so it would be convenient to go then. Worrying that others might notice something, Chen Nongma pondered for a moment, but decided not to ask further. Instead, she went into the kitchen to serve the rice and dishes. The busy farming season was the most exhausting time of the year, and since the family never lacked meat, Chen Nongma made a variety of dishes every day. Today, in addition to a large pot of black fish and tofu soup, she had also made wild vegetable and pork dumplings. When Chao Qiuhua saw the food, she felt both happy and a little heartbroken. It wasn't that she was concerned about the food, but rather her heart went out to her slender, delicate daughter. Did you spend the whole morning on this? Next time, just roll some noodles and throw in a couple of eggs. Making so many dumplings, how much trouble is that? Chen Nongma handed out chopsticks to everyone, and hearing her mother's words, she laughed and said, "What's tiring? You're the ones who are tired. Eat quickly, or it'll get cold." Her words were not untrue. The dumplings were large, and with her appetite, she could eat a maximum of 10. After a hearty meal, the family sat together in the yard to digest and chat, with most of the conversation revolving around second brother. About half an hour later, they all returned to their rooms for a midday rest, knowing they would need to work hard again in the afternoon. Monday. Early in the morning, when Chen Nongma, the twins and third brother set off for school, second brother went along with them as well. When they reached the village entrance, they saw brother Taizhu, who was waiting there. Shanshan village had a small population, and during times like these the advantage of that became clear. The villagers were united, and there was little competition, so the 2 enlistment spots were essentially a given. Unlike some villages where, from the moment registration began, everyone would show their various tricks to secure a spot. Now from what second brother said, if it weren't for the coincidence of the busy farming season, old secretary would have likely arranged for someone to drive them to the county on a tractor. Joining the army was a great honor, not just for the family but for the entire village as well. The group chatted and laughed, and when they arrived at the town, they parted ways. Once second brother, third brother and brother Taizhu were out of sight, Chen Nongma began to play cute and act spoiled, saying she wanted to see second brother pick up his uniform. If it had been when she first arrived in Shanshan village, Chen Nongma would never have been so willful. But after these few months, not only had she grown a few centimeters taller, her confidence had also grown. It was probably the comfort of being favored. Chen didn't expect his usually obedient little sister to suddenly become so willful. If it had been fourth brother, he would have just flat out refused. But it was sixth sister who spoke up. You rarely made such requests, which made it a bit awkward for him. Chen didn't immediately refuse. Ignoring fourth brother's excited prodding, he reminded, there's only one bus to the county, and if second brother sees us, he'll definitely beat us up. There was a way. Without needing to hear from sixth brother again, Chinjun quickly patted his chest and interjected, Well, ride bicycles. It'll take only an hour and a half. We can take turns riding. These days, many people walk to the county to save 2 cents on the bus fare. For those with quick legs, a round trip of 40 to 50 kilometers could be done in one day. Having bicycles made it much more comfortable. Chunyi didn't respond to fourth brother. Instead, he focused on his little sister and asked, "You really want to go?" Chun Nongma nodded firmly. "All right then, you go ask the teacher for leave. But remember, this is a one-time thing, understood?" Knowing that fifth brother was worried she might start skipping school, Chun Nongma immediately promised and ran off to the school. If it weren't for keeping an eye on second brother and trying to change his fate of having a limb amputated, she wouldn't want to skip class. Standing at the door waiting for his little sister, Chun Jun felt his brother's gaze prickling at the back of his head. Finally, he lifted his leg and rushed into the school as well, calling out, "Sixth, wait for me, I'll go with you." Chun Nongma was lucky. She didn't even need to ask for leave. When she went to the office, she found out that the teacher's work in the fields wasn't finished yet, and it would be a few more days before she could come to school. Since it was best not to skip class, the siblings happily returned to the school gate to meet up with Chunyi. Young people always had endless energy, especially Chun Jun. He hopped on the bike carrying the two of them. As if he couldn't feel any fatigue, he repeatedly turned down fifth brother's suggestion to switch riders, riding straight to the county without stopping. Along the way, whenever Chun Jun felt like showing off and racing with someone on the bike, all it took was a tap from little sister, and he would immediately settle down. He wasn't afraid of her, but as a 16-year-old young man, his pride was bigger than anything. He'd rather avoid the scene of being scolded by his parents, if he could help it. The car wasn't moving very fast due to the road conditions and the passengers being picked up along the way. So when the three siblings arrived at the Armed Forces Department, they just happened to run into Chao Lu and Chen Taiju. Seeing them, Chao Lu froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow in disapproval. Chun Nongma jogged over to explain, "The teacher didn't come. So we were told to have free time. I just brought fourth brother and fifth brother along to take a look." Upon hearing this, Chao Liu's expression softened. Looking at the large crowd, he warned them with concern, "Then stick with me. Don't run off, okay? There are a lot of people today." Little sister was so striking that, in just this short time, several young men had already turned red-faced at the sight of her. If it weren't for the more restrained atmosphere in recent years, someone might have already approached her to strike up a conversation. Chunyi glanced at the crowd, holding on to both the restless ones. He reassured, "Don't worry, brother. You do what you need to do. I'll keep an eye on fourth brother and sixth sister." Fifth brother was indeed a thoughtful one. Chao Lu gave a few more instructions to his sister-in-law, and then headed toward the large military unit. "Sixth sister, look, there's a car." Chun Jun never one to sit still. Even though fifth brother had been keeping him in check, used his height advantage to turn his head and scan around. His eyes landed on something, and he raised his hand, shaking little sister, speaking in an almost admiring tone. Chun Nongma wasn't particularly interested in cars, but she had previously guessed that one of the reasons second brother might have been injured was due to a car accident. Of course, she had assumed it was a bus, since in the few months she'd been here, aside from the bus, the only four-wheeled vehicle she'd seen was a tractor. Now, seeing a black sedan parked not far from the Armed Forces military unit, she couldn't help but think a little deeper. Aside from the well-known big brands, Chun Nongma had no real knowledge about cars, and she had no concept of cars from the 60s or 70s. From the appearance of the car, it vaguely resembled the master car from the audiovisual materials she had seen. "Where are you going?" Seeing fourth brother take a step forward, Chun Nongma, still lost in thought, instinctively reached out and grabbed him. Chun Jun flashed a grin and said, "You like it, don't you? Let's go over and take a look." "When did I ever say I liked it? You were practically drooling over it just now," Chun Jun said with a knowing smile, looking at her with that look of "I know everything," which made Chunyi, who had been disapproving, also turn to look at his little sister. "That silly boy," Chun Nongma thought to herself. But it wouldn't hurt to get a closer look and maybe ask around about who owns the car. What if? With that thought, she allowed herself to be dragged along by her silly brother, who was using her as an excuse, as they walked toward the car. There were others gathered around the car as well. So when the three siblings approached, no one found it strange. A sedan, who wouldn't be curious? Inside the car, there was someone. While the others were observing the car's exterior, Chun Nongmo's gaze fell on the driver. He was very young, likely still under 20, with a face that carried a hint of youthful innocence mixed with an air of pride and arrogance. Clearly, he had deliberately lowered the window, seemingly to bask in the admiration and envy of the onlookers. For some reason at that moment, Chun Nongmo felt an inexplicable sense of recognition. Her gaze sharpened. If it really was him, then could it be that as long as they avoided this car, everything would fall into place? Inside the car, the well-dressed young man seemed to sense something. He lifted his chin slightly, pretending to casually glance behind him. And then his face turned red. Chun-Yi, who had observed everything, furrowed his brow and stepped in front of little sister. Chapter 18. Jiang Luobei had just turned 18 this year. His father was the director of a steel plant in H province. And his mother was also the head of a government department. He had grown up in a privileged family, and as the youngest son, he had been spoiled terribly. The reason he was in the small county town today was that he had come with his parents to visit their old family friend. Jiang Luobei had a restless personality. He watched as the elders exchanged pleasantries and flattered each other, occasionally steering the conversation towards him. He even hinted, both openly and subtly, that he was of a similar age to the spoiled daughter of the family friend. Although he was young, he wasn't foolish. Not to mention that Lu Jiaojiao, the girl in question, was only 16 years old, but her even more spoiled personality made it impossible for him to tolerate her. He was really fed up with the situation, and found an excuse to slip away. Before leaving, he couldn't resist and secretly took the car keys from his father. Jiang Luobei was about to graduate from high school, and hadn't decided whether to enlist in the army or attend university, so his father had suggested that he learn to drive in the meantime. After learning for about a month, the young man felt he was ready to hit the road. It was precisely the time when he became most addicted to cars, especially when sitting in the driver's seat. Listening to the sounds of admiration and envy from outside the car, he felt even more pleased with himself. However, this vanity was quickly interrupted when a gaze, unlike any he had ever experienced, drew his attention away. When Jiang Luobei turned his head, he came face to face with a delicate, enchanting face. It was a beauty like none he had ever seen before. Caught off guard, he stared in a daze. Jiang Luobei could feel his ears heating up. But he just couldn't tear his eyes away. Before he could even take another look, confirming whether this exquisite girl was real, a tall wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Luobei furrowed his brows, instinctively looking up. He then realized that the wall was actually a young man, about his own height. And the girl was standing behind him, completely blocked from view. At that moment, for some reason, Jiang Luobei found himself feeling competitive as he looked at the young man's striking height and handsome features. He couldn't help but open the car door and get out. Both of them were over 1.8 meters tall, with the slender figures typical of young men. One looked serious, the other arrogant. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they stood there, staring at each other, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Not understanding what was happening, but sensing something was off, Chenjun immediately stepped over and stood beside his younger brother, watching Jiang Luobei warily. It was then that Jiang Luobei realized that the two young men were twins, looking almost identical. Chun Nongmo rubbed his brow, looking at the suddenly tense atmosphere, completely unable to understand why males would so easily become defensive like this. She pulled each of them by an arm. "Fourth brother, fifth brother, didn't we come to look at the red notice on the wall? There's no one over there now." At her words, the three boys relaxed in unison, like roosters about to fight suddenly losing interest. Chun-Yi turned around and put his arm around his little sister's shoulder, drawing her close to his chest, making sure not a single strand of hair was visible to the suspicious boy. He seemed satisfied and led her to the wall to look at the enlistment list of new soldiers. On this side, aside from that one stunning glance, Jiang Luobei didn't get another chance to see the girl. Not even a glimpse. He wanted to follow them and take a closer look, but his pride wouldn't allow him to. Especially with the twins' watchful, almost defensive demeanor, it made him feel uncomfortable. When had he ever been treated like this? Jiang Luobei, a boy who prided himself on his own arrogance. With that thought, the proud young man tightened his lips, hesitated for a few seconds, then, not daring to follow, slumped back into the driver's seat. Still, his gaze couldn't stop chasing the graceful figure of the girl, and even the sounds of admiration and envy from around the car, which had once made him feel smug, failed to stir his usual reaction. What's going on just now? Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Jun furrowed his brow and asked his younger brother. Chen Yi glanced at little sister, whose expression remained calm. He didn't want her to know about these troubling matters. So he shook his head. Nothing happened.
Chen Yun didn't believe him was stupid.
Really? Chan Yi similet. Really? If something had happened, would I not tell you, my older brother? Chen Jun liked hearing this and immediately grinned, lifting his chin proudly. Of course. I'm your older brother. Amid their playful banter, the three of them had already reached the wall with the red notice. Chen Jun looked up at the red paper on the wall and immediately spotted Chao Liu's name. He excitedly reached out. Look. Second brother's name. Seeing how easily her fourth brother's attention could be diverted, Chen Nongma gave a light sneer. She thought to herself that fourth brother was such a fool, was the type who would happily count the money if fifth brother sold him out. They had almost identical faces, yet their personalities were so different. What's wrong? Feeling her gaze, Chen Yi looked down at his younger sister and asked gently. Chen Nongma smiled slightly. Nothing. Of course she wouldn't say that at 28 years old. She understood everything. It was just that the boy had only pure amazement in his eyes, without any ulterior motives, so she didn't mind. People are drawn to beautiful things. If she saw a pretty girl on the street, she'd take a few extra glances too. Besides, the most important thing right now was to get through second brother's troubles safely. The process of receiving the enlistment notice was more complicated than Chen Nongma had expected. In addition to the official paperwork and distribution of uniforms, there was an uplifting motivational meeting. Not only the boys, but even Chen Nongma, who was fortunate enough to be standing at the back of the hall as an observer, felt her blood boil with excitement. She could hardly wait to pick up a weapon and rush to the battlefield to fight the enemy. After the meeting, it was close to noon. Everyone was hungry, but second brother was being held back by a soldier for a conversation, so they had to wait. The three siblings, standing at a distance, couldn't hear what was being said, but they saw that second brother had been left alone to talk with the officer, who occasionally patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. From that, they could tell it was something good. When the officer finally released him, the entire grand hall was nearly empty. Dressed in a brand new military uniform with a bright red flower pinned to his chest, Chao Lu approached his sibling-in-law with a different, refreshed energy. Ignoring the eager fourth brother, who was practically jumping all over him, he ruffled little sister's head and smiled, asking, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Chen Nongma naturally had no objections but was curious. Why did brother Taizhu leave early? Isn't he coming back to the village with us? Chao Lu replied. He's not going back today. He's going to his sister's house. Seeing little sister's confused look, he added, Taizhu's sister works at the textile factory in the county, and is married in the city. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongma pressed her lips together, and didn't ask any more questions. However, when they left the military office, she couldn't help but glance in the direction where the car had been parked earlier. Hey, the car's gone. Qian Yun shouted. What car? Chao Lu followed fourth brother's gaze. Chen Jun explained. A black sedan was parked here earlier. It looked very impressive. Upon hearing this, Chao Lu recalled having seen the car earlier, but he hadn't paid much attention. He led his siblings-in-law straight to the state-owned restaurant. Today was a special day for the entire county. Even the locals, who usually couldn't afford to dine out, were feeling generous and celebratory. With money in hand, they came to order a bowl of meat noodles. Looking happy and content, families with better conditions would even order a couple of meat dishes to share. By the time the four siblings arrived, the large restaurant was already crowded. Fortunately, the state-owned restaurant had some experience. and the supplies had been prepared in greater quantities than usual. Otherwise, the late-arriving siblings might not have been able to find a meal. Even so, they still had to wait about half an hour before finally squeezing into a round table with some other diners. Chunzong, whose family was well off, made a habit of taking his wife and children out to eat at a restaurant once a month. Today was a special occasion, so he wasn't holding back. Chow Lu ordered all the signature dishes listed on the Xiaohei board at the state-owned restaurant. The chef's skills were as excellent as ever, and the four siblings walked out of the restaurant, holding their full stomachs. "Don't you want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to take a look?" Chow Lu asked his little sister Yu. Chun Nongma shook her head. "I don't need anything, let's just go home." Yes, at this moment, all she could think about was going home. If it weren't for the enlistment notice, she wouldn't have wanted second brother to come to the county town today. Chow Lu thought his little sister was just tired, so he said, "All right, you can ride with me in the car, and fourth and fifth brothers can ride their bikes." Chun Jun instinctively protested. "I'm taking the bus with sixth brother." Without even giving him a glance, Chow Lu simply pulled his little sister along with him. Chun Jun was furious. As they made their way to the bus station, Chun Nongma appeared outwardly calm, chatting normally with her brothers, but internally, she was on edge. She didn't know the time or place of the incident, nor whether it was a car accident or something else. All she could do was stay close and follow. In short, with everything still unknown, she couldn't help but stay alert. To put it dramatically, she felt like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. "Second brother, isn't that Lu Yuanyuan up ahead?" As they got closer to the bus station, still having encountered no surprises, Chun Nongma was starting to focus her attention on the area when fourth brother's surprised voice came through. "Lu Yuanyuan." Hearing the name, Chun Nongma felt as if she had been struck by a lightning bolt, every hair on her body standing on end. Lu Yuanyuan, whom she had never seen, really appeared? Which meant second brother. Before Chun Nongma could recover from the shock, the screeching sound of tires grinding against the road pierced her ears. Even though she had been mentally prepared for several months, when the moment truly arrived, Chun Nongma, an ordinary person who had never experienced anything like this before, stood frozen, unable to move. All she could do was watch in horror as the black car crazily veered toward them, crashing in their direction. Chow Lu was the fastest. Before his sibling Sinlaw could react, he had already dashed toward the roadside, charging straight toward the stunned Lu Yuanyuan. "Second brother!" The twins cried out in unison. The shout snapped Chun Nongma out of her daze. Her body moved faster than her mind, and without thinking, her only thought was to save second brother. In that moment, she couldn't hear her brother's frantic shouts. She didn't see the twins, who had originally rushed toward second brother, suddenly turn around, their faces now filled with fear as they followed her. All she knew was that she didn't want her second brother to get hurt. She didn't want the strong young man, full of life and vigor, wearing that bright red flower on his chest, to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. People are capable of surpassing their limits. At least, when she came to her senses, Chun Nongmo realized she was half hanging out of the car window. Her body was half inside the vehicle, desperately holding onto the handbrake. The out-of-control car screeched to a halt, just a few centimeters away from Chow Lu. Inside the car, Jiang Luobei, who had been startled by a cat suddenly darting out of an alley, stared blankly with a pale, terrified face, seemingly still in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Chapter 19. Sixth Sister. 6. The twins ran over. Chun-Yi reached out and hugged his little sister down, while Chun-Jun anxiously circled around the two of them. "Sixth, are you all right? You scared me to death. How could you do that? Don't you value your life?" Chun Nongma was placed on the ground, her upper body leaning against her fifth brother. It was only at that moment that she realized, belatedly, that her hands and feet were trembling violently. She was still afraid. So afraid. But she suddenly looked back, urgently asking, "Second brother? Is second brother okay?" Chow Lu, who had been walking over quickly, paused for a moment. The feeling in his heart was hard to describe. He knew very well that just moments ago, the wheels of the vehicle had been only a few centimeters away from him. Everything had happened too fast. His instinct had been to save someone, but he had overestimated himself. If it weren't for his sixth sister throwing herself recklessly to save him, Chao Lu was certain that his legs would have been useless by now. For some reason, he had a strong sense of intuition about it. Thinking about this, and seeing his little sister's first reaction was to ensure his safety, his eyes began to sting. And his throat felt tight. He bent down beside his little sister, gently stroking her head, his voice hoarse. "I'm fine, not a scratch on me. But you alright? When did it start?" Was his care for this little sister because of big brother and mother's relationship? Is that why he treated her like his real sister? No, it wasn't about his big brother nor his mother. She was simply Chao Liu's little sister. Chen Nongmo's gaze, filled with concern, scanned second brother's body, especially focusing on his legs and feet. Only after repeatedly confirming that he was truly unharmed, did she finally relax with a sigh of relief. "Hiss. What's wrong? Where are you hurt?" Seeing their little sister suddenly gasp, with her small face contorted with pain, the three brothers panicked. The gaze continuously circled around their little sister's hands and feet, wanting to check but unsure how to do so gently. Sweat quickly beading on his forehead from the anxiety, Chen Nongma wanted to wave her hand to reassure them that she was fine, but the pain was undeniable. There was a sharp, stinging sensation in her arms and knees, but the most intense pain was in her waist and abdomen. It must have been from when she had thrown herself onto the car earlier, likely being knocked by the impact. Chao Lu, seeing little sister's face pale and frighteningly colorless, knew that she was injured. Without thinking of anything else, he immediately picked her up. "To the hospital." Chen Yi reacted quickly, turning and heading toward the bicycle that had been knocked over not far away. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Yuan, who was holding her arm and looked as if she had been frightened out of her wits, her face drained of color. He furrowed his brow, but didn't let his frustration show. Instead, he looked toward fourth brother, who was concerned about Yu, and said, "Fourth brother, help Sister Yuan go to the hospital." Although Chen Jun was usually lively and carefree, he understood that Lu Yuan had also been a victim in today's mishap. Especially when he noticed the bloodstains on her arm, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. He quickly walked over and gently supported her. "Sister Yuan, let's go." Lu Yuan looked lost and dazed. "Go where?" Realizing she was still in shock, Chen Jun softened his voice. "To the hospital. Don't be afraid. My little sister already stopped the car." Meanwhile, Jiang Luobei, who had finally regained some composure, shakily stepped out of the car. His expression was complex, filled with guilt as he glanced at the pale-faced girl. He hesitated and suggested, "Maybe we should drive? Her injuries might make it hard to move her." Upon hearing this, Chao Lu, usually one to smile, cast a cold glance at the culprit. He spoke in a low, heavy tone. "You follow us. No matter what." The fact that this boy was the cause of the injuries was undeniable. Chao Lu didn't have time to settle the score with him now, but he would make sure to handle the medical expenses. Chen Jun understood what second brother meant, and signaled to fourth brother to help the crying Lu Yuan, who was still trembling in fear, to follow. He stood next to the boy, watching him closely. Jiang Luobei's face stiffened, and after glancing at the car, he finally didn't dare to sit in it. Instead, he bent down to pull out the keys, locked the car, and walked away dejected. Injuries to the abdomen, unlike other areas, didn't easily show bruises. At this moment, lying on the hospital bed in the county hospital, Chen Nongmo's abdomen was already showing glaring bruises, whether because her injuries were too severe or because her skin was too delicate. In just a short amount of time, the bruising had already become obvious, in addition to the even worse bruising on her knees and elbows. The three brothers, who had only briefly glanced at her before being chased out by the doctor, all had grim expressions. Chao Lu grabbed fourth brother, who was about to throw a punch at the culprit. Now is not the time to settle scores. Did he not want to hit him? Of course he did. But right now little sister's situation was more important. If they caused a scene, the hospital would definitely call for people to throw them out. Thinking of this, Chao Lu suppressed the anger rising in his chest and instructed fifth brother, "Go call home. Tell mom and dad to come." Chen Yi nodded. Knowing that fifth brother had good judgment and understood what to say on the phone, Chao Lu didn't give further instructions. Instead he added, also call Lu Yuanyuan's family. 1. To make sure everything was handled properly, since with Lu Yuanyuan's current condition, it was unlikely she could return home alone. 2. Lu Yuanyuan not only had a father who was a party secretary, but also an uncle who held an official position in the city. Chao Lu was well aware that families with cars weren't ordinary, and Big Brother couldn't be of help at this moment. If the boy's family turned out to be one that relied on power and was unreasonable, it would be his own family that would suffer in the conflict. He had to prepare in advance. Right now, using Lu Yuanyuan's uncle's influence to counterbalance the situation was the safest bet. Ultimately, the fourth sister was lying in the hospital bed because she had saved him, and he had saved Lu Yuanyuan in return. Chao Lu didn't feel guilty about this strategy. He considered it as the Lu family repaying their family for saving Lu Yuanyuan's life. His inner feelings were far from as honest as his outward appearance suggested. If he had been the one injured, perhaps he wouldn't have been this angry. But when it came to his family, the hidden aggression and calculating nature within him would surface. But in the end it was still his own weakness. Thinking of this, Chao Lu clenched his jaw tighter, his fist at his side tightening until it turned white. Chun-Yi was sharp-witted, and with just one sentence from second brother, he understood what was meant. He glanced anxiously at the tightly closed door to the hospital room, then quickly left with hurried steps. The subcutaneous capillaries have ruptured, but the bones are fine. The doctor hadn't examined for long. After stepping out of the hospital room, he looked at the towering figures of the men and gave his diagnosis. Hearing this, Chao Lu, who didn't understand much of the medical terminology, frowned and asked, "Does she need medication? Does she need to stay in the hospital?" The doctor almost rolled his eyes at this, since the girl's skin was so delicate. It looked worse than it was. She hadn't injured any vital parts. He explained the situation again in simpler terms and then replied, "No medication is needed, and no hospitalization is required, but she will need to be careful over the next few days." Chao Lu let out a breath of relief and immediately put on a grateful smile. "Thank you, doctor. We really appreciate it." The doctor waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. Just take the patient and leave if there's nothing else." Chao Lu briefly glanced at the twins, who had already rushed back into the hospital room with Lu Yuanyuan, and then turned to the doctor. "My sister is in a lot of pain. Could she stay here for a while, just until our family arrives?" The doctor, already knowing they had been hit by a car, nodded sympathetically. "Sure, but not overnight. The hospital beds are in high demand." "Okay, thank you." After the doctor left, Chao Lu was eager to go check on little sister, but had to hold his patience and deal with the culprit. Even though little sister wasn't severely injured, there were still apologies to be made and medical expenses to be covered. Moreover, for someone who had no idea how to drive but insisted on getting behind the wheel, a lesson needed to be given, though it wasn't urgent at this moment. With this in mind, Chao Lu asked in a deep voice, "What's your name?" "Jiang Luobei." Inside the hospital room, Chen Nongma, knowing that her ribs weren't broken, had already regained some color in her face. She could say that she was in an excited state. She had really helped second brother get through the crisis, although it had cost her a bit of physical pain. But it was worth it. At least through this experience, she now clearly understood that with effort, even a set future could be changed. For example, second brother's amputation, or her early death. 6. "You're amazing. How did you stop the car? Can you drive?" Little sister, now safe and sound, Chinjun immediately bounced back to life. After rushing into the hospital room, he dragged a chair to the bedside, sat down with a thud, and stared at her, his eyes shining brightly. Having successfully changed second brother's fate, and being safe herself, Chen Nongma was in a good mood. "Did you forget what my dad used to do? I can't drive, but I roughly know how it works." Actually, she could drive, and she had even learned to drive a manual car, but that was something she couldn't say. Chen Jun pretended to understand, just about to ask something more, when he was nudged aside by fifth brother. Chen Yi asked little sister, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" Chen Nongma smiled and narrowed her eyes. I'm fine, don't worry about me. As she spoke, she patted the hospital bed and called to the beautiful girl standing awkwardly not far away. Sister Yuan, come sit. How are you? Hearing this, Lu Yuan, who had only just managed to stop crying, felt tears threatening to spill again. She pouted, wanting to express her gratitude, and explained that it was just a small scrape on her arm. But her throat tightened, making it hard for her to speak. In the end, Lu Yuan couldn't get a single word out. She quietly sat by the bed, gazing at Chen Nongma with gratitude. If it hadn't been for Chen Nongma, neither she nor Chao Lu, who had risked his life to save her, could have imagined the outcome. Chen Zong and Chao Qiuhua arrived earlier than expected. Along with them were the old secretary and other village officials. The people of Shanshan village were close-knit, and when they heard that the siblings had gotten into an accident, they dropped whatever they were doing. Although the children had said over the phone that the situation wasn't serious, they couldn't ignore the fact that children often hide the severity of things. Especially since the person driving the car was in a small sedan. So upon receiving the news, the village officials immediately put down their farming tasks and drove tractors toward the county town. On the way, they also met Lu Yuan's family, who had received the same message and were on their way in their own tractor. When the two groups met, there was just a brief exchange of pleasantries before the conversation stopped altogether. The atmosphere became heavy and silent as they continued toward the hospital. Both groups had about 7 or 8 people each, all tall and broad-shouldered, walking quickly and with serious faces, as if they were heading into a fight. At the same time, upon hearing the news, the Jiang family, who had come with a group of people shortly behind, also saw the tense atmosphere. Their expressions grew even graver. Jiang's mother, who had been somewhat composed before, now had several shifts of emotion in her eyes. She had no idea how big a trouble her son had caused, but she knew that this situation was unlikely to resolve easily. In that moment, a malicious thought began to grow in her heart. Rather than being burdened by a poor, half-dead child, it might be better to. Chapter 20.1. How is Yu? The hospital room was small, and with so many people, it was difficult for everyone to fit in. Apart from Chen Zong and Chao Qiuhua, only Lu Yuan's parents were with her, and the rest of the people stayed out in the hallway. Seeing her daughter lying on the bed with a smile on her face, Chao Qiuhua let out a sigh of relief. She quickly walked to the bedside, looked her up and down, and when she saw nothing seemed wrong, she asked nervously. Chen Zong wasn't good with words, but he stared at his little daughter with a worried expression. Chen Nongmo's heart softened. She shook her head and was about to say she was fine. Meanwhile, upon seeing her parents, Lu Yuan, who had been treated like a treasure, let out a loud woo-woo sound and burst into tears. She then threw herself straight into her mother's arms, crying uncontrollably. Although Lu Yuan was crying hard, she didn't miss the chance to complain. Her words came out clearly and quickly, and the faces of the Jiang family members standing in the hallway turned various shades of green and purple. How should one put it? Well, after Lu Yuan's explanation, the driver, Jiang Luobei, seemed like the very embodiment of a ferocious demon. Jiang's mother, Yao Xiuhong, had always spoiled her youngest son, and couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything bad about him. She wanted to retort, but, seeing how many people were on the other side, she unwillingly closed her mouth. All she could do was curse the girl in her heart for being so delicate. It was just a small scrape, right? Why make such a fuss over it? If she wanted to extort money, she should have just said so. Who didn't know what was going on? TCH, mud-legged people are just mud-legged people, and their greedy faces are truly ugly. Thinking this in her heart, Yao Xiuhong couldn't help but let a little of it show on her face. When it fell into the eyes of the Chen and Lu families, they grew even angrier. It was Jiang Jiang's father, who noticed something was wrong. He apologized while glaring at his wife, silently warning her to tone it down. In the hospital room, Chen Nongma was unaware of the darkness in Yao Xiahong's heart. Listening to Lu Yuan's exaggerated recount of the scene, he couldn't help but admire her sharp tongue. At the same time, he encouraged her silently. If the girl can talk, let her talk more. It wasn't that she was overreacting or taking advantage of the situation. They were lucky this time that nothing serious happened, but if things had gone as originally planned, second brother Lu would have lost a limb, and sister Yuan would have been so overcome with guilt that she would have passed away early. This was a fact. Considering the tragedy they had endured, venting their frustration now seemed rather mild. Originally, when Chao Qiuhua saw her daughter smiling with her eyes bent, she thought there was nothing wrong. Now, after hearing Lu Yuan's detailed account, she understood how terrifying the accident had been. She was so angry that she gasped for air, her heart full of thoughts to reprimand the girl. But when she thought about how the girl had acted recklessly to save second brother Lu, the words of scolding wouldn't come out, especially when she heard that Yu had bruises. She anxiously rolled up her sleeve to check. Then her eyes reddened. Chen Nongma quickly tried to reassure her. Mom Qiuhua, I'm fine. It just looks scary. Really, it doesn't hurt at all. How could it not hurt? Chao Kuo's voice was hoarse. The girl's skin was smooth and delicate, once praised by Chao Qiuhua as white as mutton fat jade. But now, that snowy complexion was marred by large bruises, destroying the beauty. There were many people around, so Chao Qiuhua didn't dare lift her daughter's clothes to check her abdomen. But just seeing the injuries on Yu's arms and knees was enough to make her heart ache. After spending these days together, the little girl had been incredibly obedient and considerate, and Chao Qiuhua truly cared for her from the bottom of her heart. But now, thinking of the pain Yu had endured that day, Chao Qiuhua could no longer sit still. She suddenly stood up and rushed toward the door. But before she could even leave the hospital room, someone blocked her. Looking up, she realized it was Lu Yuan's mother. Chao Qiuhua frowned. Sister Jiang, what are you doing? Lu Yuan's mother, Jiang Yan, looked grim and was gritting her teeth. This is something you don't need to handle. I'll take care of it. Just wait and see if I don't slap him to death. Jiang Yan was a tough woman, but she was reasonable. Though Chao Qiuhua and Lu Yuan hadn't been pleased with her daughter, calling her a bit unpleasant and thinking poorly of that boy. Right now, the man had saved her daughter's life. He was their family's benefactor. That family had a car and looked well off, so it was obvious they had connections. Jiang Yan knew that she couldn't let the Chen family, who had helped them, offend anyone. If someone had to step up, it would be her. True to her word, Jiang Yan wasted no time. Rolling up her sleeves, she headed straight for the door. Before anyone could react, she raised her arm and, with great force, slapped the main culprit several times in the face. How could this be tolerated? Jiang's mother, Yao Xiuhong, was most indulgent toward her children, especially her youngest son, who was the most handsome. To say he was the apple of her eye would not be an exaggeration. Seeing her son's mouth bleeding from the slap, she instantly erupted with fury. Without caring about face or status, she screamed and lunged toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, being the fiery woman she was not intimidated. She was well known in the village, and not just because her husband was the party secretary, but because her fighting skills were as sharp as her tongue. No woman in the village could match her. So when Yao Xiuhong charged at her, Jiang Yan wasn't fazed in the slightest. She immediately met her heat-in, grabbing a fistful of Yao Xiuhong's hair, and pulling with all her might. She was going to tear her hair out. To be honest, Jiang Yan had come for this woman specifically. She wasn't blind. If the Jiang family had been more polite, she wouldn't have been unreasonable. But this woman? Forget about apologizing. She hadn't even shown a hint of kindness the entire time. With her arrogant attitude and that long face, she was just asking for a beating. Now the woman had come at her, so Jiang Yan wouldn't hesitate to teach her a lesson. If she didn't make her cry, she'd be doing a disservice to her own reputation. Yao Xiuhong, having been pampered her whole life, used to being on top, was not only no match for Jiang Yan's sharp words, but she couldn't even stand her in a fight. Soon, she was pressed to the ground, her hair yanked out in handfuls, her face bloody. It was truly pitiful. The Jiang family members wanted to step in and stop the fight. But the Lu and Chen families weren't pushovers either. A dozen strong men easily held back the few scholars trying to intervene. Though Chen Nongma couldn't see what was happening in the hallway, she could hear the noise and easily imagine the situation outside. She couldn't help but admire Lu Yuan, who was ready to rush out and help her mother if needed, and secretly gave her a thumbs up. At the arrival of her parents, Lu Yuanyuan's posture immediately straightened, and she raised her chin proudly, a smug look on her face. Chao Qiuhua noticed her daughter's small gesture, and exchanged a helpless glance with her husband. At that moment, Chao Qiuhua finally felt a sense of relief. Her child still had the energy to be mischievous, and her courage seemed quite impressive. Initially, she had been worried that the child might be frightened, even considering sneaking away to call her soul back later. Ultimately, this women's battle was interrupted only by the intervention of the hospital security staff. Yao Xiahong's face was now unrecognizable. Known for her obsession with her appearance, she didn't care about her burning scalp or swollen face, trembling all over in fury. But even in her rage, she didn't forget to scream hysterically, "Shrew! Lunatic! Do you know who I am? You dare to make trouble like this, just want to extort money, right? Just wait for it." She wanted to curse some more to let these mud-legged people know their place. But Yao Xiuhong had not completely lost her mind, and was aware of her surroundings. Jiang Yen stood with her hands on her hips and spat in Yao Xiahong's direction. "I don't care who you are. Just know this. I know you have a small car, and I still dared to act. That means I have the guts to do whatever I want." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng, who had maintained a composed attitude up until now, his eyes flickering for a moment, grabbed his wife, who was about to rush back into the fray. He wasn't a particularly good person, but he wasn't an outright villain either. He understood what was at stake and had a sense of balance. Though angry about his wife and child being hurt, he knew they were in the wrong. Hearing the woman's words and seeing the calmness of the surrounding people, he realized she was speaking the truth. In these times, where a single word could lead to someone being labeled or punished, he didn't feel his position as factory director was entirely secure. So, he knew that he would have to bear the blame. And it was true, his youngest son was spoiled and reckless, and he needed to face some consequences. With that in mind, and taking advantage of the security personnel's presence, Jiang Cheng restrained his wife's endless ranting, and led his son to apologize sincerely. He was also willing to offer ample compensation. Throughout the entire encounter, his attitude remained extremely humble. Seeing the man's respectful stance, and considering that the children had not suffered serious harm, the Chun and Lu families began to relax. After securing reasonable compensation, and giving Jiang Luobei a stern lecture, Jiang Cheng allowed the boy to leave. As they walked out of the hospital gates, Jiang Cheng looked at his son's face, swollen and full of regret. He felt an urge to scold him, maybe even give him a couple more slaps. But seeing his son's dejected and miserable expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could tell that, after this incident, the boy's previously arrogant attitude had faded considerably. Looking on the bright side, this could be a blessing in disguise. Thankfully, the other party hadn't suffered any serious injuries. If they had, not only would his son feel guilty for the rest of his life, but he himself would as well. With that thought, Jiang Cheng's expression softened slightly. He raised his hand and patted his son, who was now taller than him, with a heartfelt tone. "Luobei, you've grown up. From now on, you can't act like this anymore." Before Jiang Luobei could respond, his wife, Yao Xiuhong, who had been fuming and had just been slapped, interrupted sharply. "Where did Luobei go wrong? If anyone is to blame, it's that cat. It's those two damn girls. Didn't they see the car coming? I think they're up to no good, seeing our Luobei's good fortune and trying to extort us." "Shut up!" Jiang Cheng yelled, his eyes sharp and intimidating, clearly frightening his wife. He spat out angrily, "It's your reckless pampering that made our son act like this, thinking he could do whatever he wanted. Do you really think our Jiang family is the emperor? Do you think I, as factory director, can do whatever I please? Or that you, as some department head, can? If you want to ruin your life, don't drag the rest of us Jiang family down with you." After throwing those words out, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized he had said something too sensitive. He took a deep breath and didn't bother with his wife's stormy expression. Instead, he turned to his son and said, "Behave yourself and focus on your studies. Think about whether you want to join the military or go to university. Don't go out anymore for now." In the past, Jiang Luobei would have exploded if he were kept at home. But this time, He truly regretted his actions. He regretted sneaking off to drive around when his parents weren't looking. So he simply nodded silently, supporting his mother as he followed his father's steps. But after walking just a few steps, he couldn't help but turn his head back to look at the hospital. He wondered whether he would ever see that girl named Chen Nongma again. She would probably hate him. Right, her brother seemed to be a new recruit, didn't he? Thinking of this, Jiang Luobiai's eyes instantly lit up, and the gloomy atmosphere around him vanished. He looked at his father anxiously and said, "Dad, I want to join the army." Compared to sending him to a worker peasant soldier university, Jiang's father, who had always wanted his son to be trained in a military unit, immediately nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Joining the military is good. It will help toughen up your character. However, Yao Xiaohong disagreed. In her view, whether it was sending her son to university or taking over her and old Jiang's work, both were more comfortable than joining the army. And as a mother who knew her son better than anyone, Yao Xiaohong understood him completely. Seeing him like this, she immediately frowned and opposed it, not forgetting to warn him, "Xiaobei, remember, even if you don't like Lu Jiaojiao, you can't marry a village girl. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Even if she's washed up, she will never be like someone from the city. No matter how pretty she isn't good enough for our family." Chapter 20.2. She had no idea that because of her family background, Chen Nongma had been completely despised and was now living a life like that of a pig. From the day she returned home from the hospital, she was treated like fragile crystal by the whole family, forbidden to touch anything. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, she didn't have to do anything at all. What was even more exaggerated was that many villagers who had a good relationship with the family would take a break from their farm work and bring 2 eggs or a couple of handfuls of noodles to visit her. If people didn't know better, they would have thought that Chen Nongma was suffering from some serious illness. It was ridiculous. Chao Qiuhua, feeling uneasy about her daughter, and with spring planting wrapping up, decided to stay at home to accompany her. She noticed the young girl lying on the rocking chair, sighing several times in less than half an hour. Smiling and feigning annoyance, she chided, "Don't keep sighing, or you'll sigh all your blessings away. Weren't you the one who usually loved staying at home? I couldn't even push you to go out. How can it be the same?" The girl responded. Before, she had all sorts of things to keep her occupied. Now, she wasn't allowed to do anything and could only sit there idly. Chao Qiuhua also felt sorry for her daughter. "Just wait a couple more days. The doctor said we need to observe for 2 more days. Hearing this, Chen Nongma sighed again, thinking to herself that it had already been 4 days since the incident. But her family had been frightened by what happened that day. She would endure. After all, it was just 2 more days. Comforting herself with this thought, the warm spring sunlight began to lull Chen Nongma into a drowsy state. Just as she was about to drift off, a crisp voice rang out from outside the house. "Is anyone home?" Chen Nongma sat up straight in an instant, her sleepiness completely gone. Her tone carried obvious excitement as she exclaimed, "It sounds like Sister Yuan." Chao Qiuhua raised her hand helplessly and poked her daughter on the forehead before responding, "Yes, someone's here." Saying this, she stood up, intending to go out and greet the visitor. But Chen Nongma reached out to stop her. "Go." Leaving those words behind, she had already thrown off the thin blanket covering her, slipped on her shoes and hurried outside. Seeing this, Chao Qiuhua still got up and returned inside the house, worried that her presence might make the Lu family girl feel uneasy. However, as she stepped inside, she couldn't help but think to herself, maybe the young girl really was recovering well. Look at that speed, she wasn't much slower than a monkey. The night of the incident, Lu Yuan, accompanied by her family, had already visited with large bags and small bundles of gifts to express their gratitude. Today, her great-aunt had taken time out of her schedule to return from the city, bringing plenty of goodies for her and the Chun siblings. Since Lu Yuan's parents had already visited once, they didn't want to drop by again so soon, fearing it might seem like they were overly eager to repay the favor. Instead, they had Lu Yuan deliver the gifts herself on her bicycle. For young people, such matters weren't as formal, especially since the Chun family had a girl of similar age. Frequent interactions between them wouldn't raise eyebrows. Lu Yuanyuan, while known for her delicate temperament, had a fondness for Chen Nongma, who had saved her life. Sure enough, as soon as she sat down, she launched into a flurry of explanations and, with a firm attitude, left the gifts behind. Ignoring Chen Nongmo's polite refusals, she leaned in mysteriously and whispered into her ear. When I was on my way here, I heard two women talking about Chao Lu. One of them was quite pretty, just a tiny bit less than me. Who is she? Does she like your second brother Lu? It was probably Tong Xiuxiu. From what fourth brother Jun had gossiped about. Tong Xiuxiu had recently approached second brother Lu. But it wasn't anything significant, just to congratulate him on receiving his enlistment notice. Chen Nongma had no intention of turning someone else's feelings into gossip, and instead teased. You seem to care a lot. Lu Yuanyuan's face turned slightly red, but she tilted her chin upward. Not really. My great-aunt has already introduced me to someone from the city, and I've agreed to meet them in a few days. I'm just curious about what kind of girls Chao Lu might like. Whether her words were sincere or not, Chen Nongma admired her attitude, even if the boy in question was her second brother Lu. She appreciated how Lu Yuanyuan carried herself with a mix of boldness and detachment that was truly endearing. So while Chen Nongma didn't give a direct answer, she hinted, my brother's mind is entirely focused on joining the military right now. Lu Yuanyuan wasn't slow to catch on. Her eyes shifted, and she grasped the underlying meaning. She didn't feel particularly happy about Chao Lu not liking that girl. It wasn't anything to celebrate. She just wrinkled her nose, muttered a few vague sounds, and quickly changed the subject. Time is quite a magical thing. When you want it to move faster, it seems to dig in its heels, dragging along at a frustratingly slow pace. On the other hand, when you wish it would slow down, it seems to take off in a mad rush. Chen Nongma truly felt that ever since her second brother Lu received his enlistment notice, time had leapt onto a racetrack, sprinting uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye. It was already early May. Second brother Lu had received further instructions. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning he needed to report to the county town to officially enlist, and begin several months of recruit training. That evening, everyone in the family prepared their best dish, gathering together for a sumptuous dinner to send off Chao Lu. During the meal, there was no strict rule about not talking while eating. The family chatted as they ate, their conversation lively and cheerful. After dinner, no one rushed to go back to their rooms. Instead, they sat together with tea or hot milk, continuing to talk. There wasn't any specific topic, they just chatted about anything and everything, avoiding the end of the night. After all, come tomorrow morning, Chao Lu would hoist his bag over his shoulder, and leave home to carve out his path. Little Yin was really lucky today. If you ask me, she should have been sent to the hospital, Chao Chiuhua sighed. Referring to the village's new young wife. It was her first pregnancy, and with her being so young, she had struggled to deliver. She didn't dare lie down, fearing it would make labor even harder, so she knelt on the ground in pain. She endured for over a day before finally giving birth. The barefoot doctor had said both little Yen and her child were fortunate. Any later, and both mother and baby might have lost their lives. Hearing this, Chen Nongma felt a pang of unease. She couldn't see any fortune in such a situation. Living in the present, she was acutely aware that in the early 1970s, many people in rural areas didn't even consider the idea of going to a hospital to give birth. First, it was because of the expense. Second, people believed that childbirth was inherently a life-risking ordeal for women. It had always been this way, they reasoned. Those who spent money going to the hospital were seen as wasteful. Frivolous women who didn't know how to live properly. Chen Nongma stayed silent for a long time after hearing this. But what truly unsettled her was more than just these beliefs. She vividly remembered the first time she saw a pregnant woman tightly binding her belly with cloth. When she learned they did this to prevent certain babies from developing too quickly, fearing difficult deliveries in the future, she was completely dumbfounded. Even the pregnant women themselves knew this wasn't good for the child, but they had no choice. Survival came first. At that time, she had remarked to her mother, Chiuhua, how good it seemed not to get married at all. And then she got a knock on the head for it. I'm warning you boys, Chao Chiuhua said, her tone shifting as she turned to her sons. When you get married in the future, don't even think about having kids until your wives are at least 22 years old. And no matter how easy or hard it is, they're going to the hospital to give birth. Got it. Chunzong, her husband, nodded in agreement. Your mom's right. Chao Lu, Chen Huai, Chen Jun and Chen Yi all nodded in unison. And you know having kids too early, understand? She added, turning to her daughter, Chen Nongma. Although Chen Nongma wasn't even keen on getting married in the first place, she obediently nodded. After making her stern declarations, Chao Chiuhua then shifted her attention to Chu Wuwen, the eldest son. Look at him's already 30 and still hasn't gotten married. I'm not worried about his wife being too young, I'm just wondering when that rascal will finally settle down and bring home a wife. If he weren't so far away and out of my reach, I'd have grilled him by now to see if something's wrong with him. Sure, we're not the type to pressure him constantly, but he can't just keep drifting like this forever. Chunzong nodded again, repeating, Chiuhua, you're absolutely right. Chinongma. Meanwhile, Chao Lu guiltily averted his gaze, feeling a little sorry for Big Brother. At the 738 military unit, Chu Wuwen had just returned from a 2-month mission and received 2 days of leave from the colonel. Initially, he planned to visit the department store in the city tomorrow to buy some gifts for his family to send back home. In the past, he never thought much about such things, believing that sending money was enough. However, after receiving a few thoughtful gifts from his little sister Yu, Chu Wuwen felt not only comforted, but also inspired to send something back to his parents and younger siblings to make them happy. This plan solidified when he got a call from his younger brother, asking him to come home for a visit. Second brother Lu was enlisting, and Chu Wuwen himself hadn't been home for 3.5 years. If he didn't go back soon, his fiery-tempered mother would surely scold him. Thinking of his family, Chu Wuwen smiled as he opened his wardrobe to try on the shirt his little sister Yu had sent him. Since he rarely got time off, he mostly wore his uniform. Moreover, the weather had been chilly recently, so it felt wasteful to wear his sister's carefully handmade shirt beneath layers. He had kept it safe until now. But as he reached for the shirt, his eyes landed on another one identical to it. For a moment, the typically upright and honest Chu Wuwen felt a rare flicker of guilt. After a brief pause, he casually shut the wardrobe door as if nothing had happened. He wasn't giving it away. Unbuttoning his uniform, he changed into the new shirt. Just as he finished buttoning it, before he could step out to the communal washroom to check his reflection in the mirror, his friend walked in. Perhaps out of a sudden sense of rebellion, Chu Wuwen grinned widely, flashing his pearly white teeth. Puffing out his chest, he boasted, "What do you think? My little sister Yu made this for me, a whole set. Look at this style, look at this coordination. Am I dashing or what?" After enlisting, Xiaozheng's eyesight gradually developed a mild nearsightedness less than 200 degrees. Earlier, while engrossed in reviewing documents, he had forgotten to remove his glasses. He had initially come to congratulate old Chun on his upcoming promotion to full regimental commander. However, noticing his friend's flaunting behavior, Xiaozheng paused for a moment, then casually removed his glasses and slipped them into his pocket. Leaning back in his chair with an air of nonchalance, he replied politely but with a hint of mischief, "Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses, I can't see clearly." Chu Wuwen. Bang! The dormitory door was suddenly flung open with great force. Immediately, a tall figure strode in with urgency. The newcomer was the 3rd Battalion commander. At that moment he seemed oblivious to Xiaozheng's presence. His attention entirely focused on Chu Wuwen. His eyes were practically glowing as he exclaimed, "Lieutenant Colonel Chun, lend me your uniform for a bit." Chu Wuwen Flawen. What's the meaning of this? The battalion commander explained anxiously. Colonel's sister-in-law introduced me to a potential match. She's already at the colonel's house, waiting for me to show up. But I'm in such a rush I didn't have time to clean my uniform. Just lend me one of yours for now. Naturally, he had come to Chu Wuwen because their builds were similar. Recognizing the importance of a subordinate's marital prospects, Chu Wuwen was genuinely happy for him. Without hesitation, he waved a hand and said, "Go ahead, pick one yourself. They're all hanging in the wardrobe." "Hey, that's generous of you." The battalion commander grinned as he opened the wardrobe. Just as he reached for a uniform, his eyes landed on a dark blue shirt hanging neatly inside. Earlier, he had noticed the sharp and stylish shirt that Lieutenant Colonel Chen was wearing, but didn't say anything since it was clearly new and already in use. Now, seeing an identical one in the wardrobe, he naturally shifted his hand away from the uniforms. He pulled out the shirt, holding it up against himself with a beaming smile, clearly thrilled. Lieutenant Colonel Chen, I'll take this one. Why do you make two shirts that look exactly the same? You've really helped me out here. Zhuwen, oh no. Didn't the brat say he needed a uniform? Xiaozheng froze for a second before recalling something: the shoes. It all clicked in his mind, and his expression darkened instantly. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he glared at a certain someone who was digging their own grave.
Zhuwen Scantinger.
This was bad. Really bad.